Prelude. To kill a man is a relatively easy thing, especially the average, unsuspecting man. To kill a man like Mitch Rapp, however, would be an entirely different matter. It would take a great deal of planning and a very talented assassin, or more likely a team who were either brave enough or crazy enough to accept the job. In fact, any sane man, by definition, would have the sense to walk away. The assassins would need to catch Rapp with his guard down in order to get close enough to finish him off once and for all. The preliminary report on his vigilance did not look good. The American was either hyper-alert or insanely paranoid. Every detail of their plan would have to come together perfectly, and even then, they would need some luck. They'd calculated that their odds for success were probably 70% at best. That was why they needed complete deniability. If whoever they sent failed, Rapp would come looking, despite their positions of great power, and they had no intention of spending the rest of their lives with a man like Mitch Rapp, hunting them. Chapter 1. Langley, Virginia. Rapp stood in front of his boss's desk. He'd been offered a chair, but had declined. The sun was down, it was getting late. He'd rather be at home with his wife, but he wanted to get this thing taken care of. The file was an inch thick. It pissed him off. There was no other way to describe it. He wanted it gone, off his desk, so he could move on to something else, something more important and probably more irritating. But for now he simply wanted to make this particular problem go away. His hope was that Kennedy would simply read the summary and hand it back to him. But that wasn't how she liked to do things. You didn't become the first female director of the CIA by cutting corners. She had a photographic memory and a hyper-analytical mind. She was like one of those high-end mainframe computers that sit in the basement of large insurance companies, churning through data, discerning trends, risks, and a billion other things. Kennedy's grasp of the overall situation was second to none. She was the depository of all information, including and especially the stuff that could never be made public, like the file that was on her desk right now. He watched her flip through the pages with great speed, and then backtrack to check on certain inconsistencies that he had no doubt were there. Preparing these reports were not his specialty. His skill set had more to do with the other end of their business. There were times when she would read his work with a pen in hand. She'd make corrections and jot down notes in the margins, but not now. This particular file could turn out to be toxic, the type of thing that would ruin careers like a tornado headed for a trailer park. Kennedy knew when he came to her office, either early in the morning or late in the day, and refused to sit, that it was a good idea to keep the cap on her pen. She knew what he wanted, so she kept reading and said nothing. Kennedy wanted final review on things like this. Rapp wasn't so sure that was a good idea, but she had a better grasp of the big picture than he did. She was the boss, and ultimately it was her pretty little neck on the chopping block. If the pin got pulled, Rapp would jump on the grenade without hesitation. But the vultures on the hill would want her hide too. Rapp respected her, which was no small thing. He was a loner. He'd been trained to operate independently, to survive in the field all on his own for months at a time. For some people, that type of work would be unnerving. For Rapp, it was Valhalla. No paperwork, no one looking over his shoulder, no risk-averse bureaucrat second-guessing his every move. Complete autonomy. They had created him, and now they had to deal with him. Guys like Rapp didn't do well taking orders unless it was from someone they really respected. Fortunately, Kennedy had that respect, and she had the clout to make things happen, or, as in this case, simply look the other way while he took care of things. That's all Rapp wanted. What he preferred, actually. He didn't need her to sign off or give him the green light. She just needed to give him the file back, say good night, and that would be the end of it. Or the beginning, depending on how you wanted to look at it. Rapp had the assets in place. He could join them in the morning and be done with it in 12 hours or less if there weren't any surprises, and on this one there wouldn't be. This guy was a moron of the highest order. He would never know what hit him. The problem was in the stir it might create, the aftermath. Personally, Rapp couldn't care less. But he knew if Kennedy hesitated, that would be the reason. Kennedy closed the file and removed her reading glasses. She set them down on her desk and began rubbing her eyes. Rapp watched her. He knew her well as he knew anyone. The rubbing of the eyes was not a good sign. That meant her head hurt, and in all likelihood the discomfort was due to the pile of crap he'd just dumped on her desk. "Let me guess," she said as she looked up at him with tired eyes. "You want to eliminate him?" Rapp nodded. "Why is it that your solution always involves killing someone?" Rapp shrugged. "It tends to be more permanent that way." The director of the CIA looked disappointed. She shook her head and placed her hand on the closed file. "What do you want me to say, Irene? I'm not into rehabilitation. This guy had his chance. The French had him locked up for almost 2 years. He's been out for 6 months and he's already back to his same old tricks." "Have you bothered to think of the fallout?" "Not really my forte." She glared at him. "I've already talked to our French colleagues. They're as pissed off as we are. It's their damn politicians and that goofy judge who let the idiot go." Kennedy couldn't deny the fact. She'd talked to her counterpart in France at length about this individual and several others, and he was not happy with his country's decision to set the radical Islamic cleric free. The counterterrorism people in France didn't like it any more than they did. "This guy is a known entity," Kennedy said. "The press has written about him. They covered his release. If he turns up dead, they're going to jump all over it." "Let them jump. It'll last a day or two, maybe a week at the most, and then they'll move on to something else. Besides, it'll serve as a good message to all of these idiots who think they can operate in the West without fear." She looked back at him, her eyes revealing nothing. "What about the president? He's going to want to know if we had a hand in it." Rapp shrugged. "Tell him you don't know anything about it." Kennedy frowned. "I don't like lying to him." "Then tell him to ask me about it. He'll get the picture and he'll drop it. He knows the game." Kennedy leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs. She looked at the far wall and said, more to herself than to Rapp, "He's a cleric. He's a radical thug who's perverting the Koran for his own sadistic needs. He raises money for terrorist groups, he recruits young, impressionable kids to become suicide bombers, and he's doing it right in our own backyard. And that's another problem. Just how do you think the Canadians are going to react to this? Publicly, I'm sure some of them will be upset, but privately, they'll want to give us a medal. We've already talked to the Mounted Police and the Security Intelligence Service. They wish they could deport the idiot, but their Solicitor General is hell-bent on proving that he's Mr. PC. We even have an intercept where 2 SIS guys are talking about how they could make the guy disappear." "You're not serious." "Damn straight. Coleman and his team picked it up this week." Kennedy studied him. "I have no doubt that our colleagues will privately applaud this man's death. But that still doesn't address the political fallout." Rapp did not want to get involved in the politics of this. He'd lose if that's where they ended up going. "Listen, it's bad enough when these religious psychos do their thing over in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, but we sure as hell can't let it happen here in North America. To be honest with you, I hope the press does cover this, and I hope the rest of these zealots get the message loud and clear that we're playing for keeps. Irene, we're in the middle of a damn war, and we need to start acting like it." She didn't like it, but she agreed. With a resigned tone, she asked, "How are you going to do it?" "Coleman's team has been in place for 6 days watching him. This guy operates like clockwork, no real security to worry about. We can either walk up and pop him on the street, in which case we might have to hit anyone who's with him, or we can take him out with a silenced rifle from a block or 2 away. I prefer the rifle shot. With the right guy, the odds are as good and there's less downside." Her index finger traced a number on the file, and she asked, "Can you make him disappear?" "With enough time, money, and manpower, I can do anything. But why complicate things? The impact will be significantly reduced if the press doesn't have a body to photograph. I can't make any promises, but I'll look into it." Kennedy began nodding her head slowly. "All right. Number 1 rule, Mitch, don't get caught." "Goes without saying. I'm very into self-preservation." "I know. All I'm saying is if you can come up with a way for him to never be found, it might help." "Understood." Rapp reached down and grabbed the file. "Anything else?" "Yes. When you get back, I need you to meet with someone. 2 people, actually." Who? She shook her head. When you get back, Mitch. Meanwhile, you have my consent. Make it happen, and call me as soon as you're done. Chapter 2. Mecca, Saudi Arabia. I want a man killed. The words were spoken too loudly, in front of far too many people and in a setting that hadn't heard such frank talk in decades. 28 men, bodyguards included, were standing or sitting in the opulent reception hall of Prince Mohammed bin Rashid's palace in Mecca. Rashid was the Saudis' Minister for Islamic Affairs, a very important position in the kingdom. The palace was where he liked to hold his weekly majlis, or audience, in the desert sheikh tradition. Some came to ask favors, many more came just to stay close to the prince, and undoubtedly there were a few who came to spy on behalf of Rashid's half-brother, King Abdullah. With the utterance of this blunt request, any pretense of discreet eavesdropping, normally an art form at these weekly audiences, was dropped. Heads swiveled in the direction of the prince as words hung on lips half-spoken. Prince Mohammed bin Rashid did not look up, but could feel the collective gaze of the men around him. He had felt only the briefest discomfort at his friend's brazen request, and it wasn't because it involved killing. Rashid had expected that. For some time now he'd been feeding his friend the information that would incite this desperate plea. In truth, the only thing that annoyed him was that his old friend would be so reckless as to utter such a thing in front of so many who could not be trusted. The kingdom had become a very dangerous place, even for a man as powerful as Mohammed bin Rashid. Rashid clasped the kneeling man's hand and carefully considered his reply. The request, and what was said next, would be repeated all over the kingdom and possibly beyond by sunset. There was a division in the House of Saud. Brother had been pitted against brother, and Rashid knew he needed to be very careful. Royal family members had already been killed, and many more would die before it was over. His chief adversary was the king himself, a weak-kneed leader who all too often lent his ear to the Americans. Resisting his cultural tendency toward bravado, he chided, "You must not speak of such things, Said. I know the loss of your son has been difficult, but you must remember Allah is mighty and vengeance is His." The man replied angrily, "But we are instruments of Allah, and I demand my own vengeance. It is my right." The prince looked up from the pained face of his old friend, who was kneeling before him, and gestured for his aides to clear the room. He then reached out and touched the knee of a man sitting to his right, signaling for him to stay. After the room was cleared, the prince looked sternly at his friend and said, "You lay at my feet a very serious request." Tears welled in the eyes of Said Ahmed Abdallah. "The infidels have killed my son. He was a good boy." He turned his anguished face to the man Rashid had asked to stay, Sheikh Ahmed al-Ghamdi, the spiritual leader of the great mosque in Mecca. "My son was a true believer who answered the call to jihad. He sacrificed everything while so many others do nothing." Said looked around the large room, hoping to direct some of his anger at the privileged class who talked bravely, threw around money, but gave no blood of their own. He'd been so immersed in his own pain he hadn't even noticed they'd all left. Sheikh Ahmed nodded benevolently. "Wahid was a brave warrior." "Very brave." Said looked back to his old friend. "We have known each other for a long time. Have I ever been an unreasonable man? Have I ever burdened you with trivial requests?" Rashid shook his head. "I would not be here now asking for this if the cowards in Riyadh had honored my simple request and stood up to the Americans. All I asked for was the body of my youngest child so that I could give him a proper burial. Instead, I am told he was defiled by Mitch Rapp so as to intentionally bar him from paradise. What would you expect me to do?" Rashid sighed and said, "What is it you ask of me? I want you to kill a man for me. It is no more complicated than that. An eye for an eye." He studied his friend cautiously. "It is no small request. I would do it myself," Said said eagerly. "But I am naive in such things, whereas you, my old friend, have many contacts in the world of espionage." For 8 years, Rashid had been Saudi Arabia's Minister of the Interior, which oversaw the police and intelligence services. Then, after 9/11, he was shamefully dismissed by his half-brother, the Crown Prince, who had caved into pressure from the Americans. Yes, Rashid had the contacts. In fact, he had just the person in mind for the job. Who is this man you want killed? His name is Rapp. Mitch Rapp. The prince concealed his joy. Rashid had been planning this moment for months. It had started when his friend had asked him to find out what had happened to his son, who had left the kingdom to fight in Afghanistan. Rashid had used his sources in the intelligence community and discovered a great deal more than he ever revealed. Slowly he fed his old friend the information that he knew would lead him to demand nothing short of vengeance. "Saeed, do you know what you ask of me?" The prince spoke in a well-rehearsed and dire voice. "Do you have any idea who this Mitch Rapp is? He is an assassin. He is an infidel, and he is the man responsible for the death and defilement of my son. That is all I need to know." "I must caution you," Rashid said very deliberately. "This Mitch Rapp is an extremely dangerous man. He is rumored to be a favorite of the American president and the king as well." "He is an infidel," the bereaved father repeated as he turned to the religious man. "I have listened to your sermons. Are we not in a war for the survival of Islam? Have you not told us to take up arms against the infidels?" What little face that could be seen through the thick grey beard showed nothing. The sheikh simply closed his eyes and nodded. Saeed looked back to the prince, his old friend. "I am not a politician or a statesman or a man of God. I am a businessman. I don't expect either of you to publicly or privately support what I am going to do. All I am asking, Rashid, is that you point me in the right direction. Give me a name, and I will handle the rest." With the exception of Saeed's public proclamation, Rashid couldn't have been more pleased with how things were proceeding. He had predicted his friend's response almost perfectly. He sat stolidly, not wanting to appear too eager. "Saeed, I know of a man who is very skilled in what you ask. He is extremely expensive, but knowing you as well as I do, I doubt that will be an issue." Saeed nodded his head vigorously. He had easily made billions, first by putting up phone and power lines around the kingdom and other countries in the region, and now by laying thousands of miles of fiber-optic cable. "I will send him to see you, but you must make no mention of our meeting here today to him or to anyone else. I share your anger, and I wish your success, but you must give me your word as my oldest friend that you will never speak of my role in this to anyone. The kingdom is a very dangerous place these days, and there are brothers of mine who would not be as sympathetic to your plight as I." Rashid's reference to Saudi Arabia's pro-American government was obvious. Saeed sneered. "There is much I would like to say, but as you said, the kingdom is a very dangerous place these days. You have my word. I will speak of this to no one, not even to the man you send." "Good," smiled Rashid. He stood and helped his friend to his feet. The two began walking across the cavernous room, leaving the cleric sitting alone. "Because, my friend, if you succeed in killing Mr. Rapp, and the Americans find out you are behind it, the king will cut off your head. If you fail, and Mr. Rapp finds out you are behind it, he will visit you and your family with more pain than you can imagine." Saeed nodded. "How will I recognize the man you send?" "He is a German. There will be no mistaking him. He is infinitely capable. Just tell him what you want, and he will take care of the rest." Chapter 3. Montreal, Canada. Rapp arrived the next morning on a Falcon 2000 executive jet leased through a front company in Virginia. A certified pilot, Rapp was the acting co-pilot on the flight and was dressed accordingly. With the uniform and a well-used but fake passport, he breezed through a cursory customs inspection at the private airport and hailed a cab to the hotel where the team was staying. It was Saturday morning, the team's 7th day. There were 4 of them, including Coleman. Their history with Rapp went back a decade and a half. Each knew how the others operated, and they all trusted one another, which in their line of work was no small thing. Coleman was waiting for him in the hotel room, ready to bring him up to speed on the tactical situation. The other 3 men were out keeping an eye on the target. The former SEAL was about an inch shorter than Rapp. He normally kept his blond hair close-cropped, but he'd let it grow out so it spilled over the top of his ears and touched his shirt collar and back. There was a wave to it with a slight curl. He was lean and athletic, but had a relaxed way about him that could be very deceptive. Confident in his abilities, he no longer felt the need to prove anything. He had done it all, survived some really nasty stuff, and lived to keep his mouth shut. That was the way of the SEALs. They might exchange war stories with each other or other operators, but that was as far as it went. They were a tight fraternity, one that didn't like braggarts. Rapp set his flight bag down on the one bed and looked down at the map spread out on the other one. "Here's a hotel, here's the mosque." Coleman pointed to one spot and then the other. "And here's his apartment." Rapp looked down at the map of downtown Montreal and the surrounding neighborhoods. "How long does it take him to walk from the mosque to the apartment?" "He averages 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Quickest time is 4 minutes and 18 seconds. He was late for prayer and in a hurry. Longest time was just over 10 minutes. He stopped to talk to someone along the way." "Any signs of surveillance by the police or the intelligence service?" "Nothing." Rapp frowned. "That's strange. I thought so at first, but then I got to thinking that maybe they've got someone on the inside." "A fellow worshipper?" "Yeah." Coleman pointed to an 8x10 surveillance photo of the mosque. "We've picked up some chatter. Not everyone agrees with his radical interpretation of the Koran." Rapp's right eyebrow shot up in surprise. "You've got the mosque wired?" "No, we've been able to monitor the worshippers as they come and go using parabolic mics. Caught a couple older guys yesterday after Khalil delivered his Friday afternoon sermon. They think he's a cancer in their community, a bad influence on the kids, filling their heads with all of this talk of jihad and martyrdom." This did not surprise Rapp. The overwhelming majority of Muslims did not agree with what these terrorists were doing in the name of Allah. Rapp just wished they were more vocal about it. "Anything else?" "Yeah, he's a real pious bastard, this one. We got into his apartment yesterday during the afternoon sermon. The whole building empties out, so we figured it was pretty safe. We took a look at his computer." Coleman extracted a memory stick from his pocket. "Copied his hard drive for you." Rapp grinned and took it. "Thank you. It's filled with porn." "No way. Dead serious. A lot of really kinky shit, mostly bondage." Rapp studied the memory stick. "You just never know with these idiots, do you?" "Nope, but it doesn't surprise me one bit." "Yeah, I suppose you're right. They're all running from something. What else?" "Best spot to hit him is obviously between the mosque and the apartment. 5 round trips a day. Before sunup, just after noon, late afternoon, just after sunset, and then, my favorite, his 10 o'clock trip." "Why not early in the morning?" "It would work," said Coleman, "but the sunrise call to prayer has doubled the attendance that the evening one does. By the time he heads home, it's almost 11 and the streets are empty." "He walks alone?" Rapp asked, still not believing the intel report he'd received earlier in the week. "Yep." This guy was a real moron, but pretty typical when you looked at his early years. Khalil Muhammad, Egyptian by birth, had grown up in the clutches of an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, indoctrinated into the strict, unyielding brand of Islam perpetuated and funded by the Wahhabis out of Saudi Arabia. At the age of 15, he and a group of peers stoned a reporter to death for writing an article that was critical of the madrasa they attended. The religious school he attended had sent every single one of its graduates off to fight in the Afghan war against the Soviets. It was rumored that many had been sent against their will. While the others stood trial for the stoning, Khalil fled to Saudi Arabia, where he received further religious instruction at the hands of the Wahhabis. In his early 20s, he completed his studies and became an imam. At 26, he immigrated to Canada with the express purpose of building a new mosque and spreading the Wahhabi faith to North America. His mosque grew rapidly, and as a reward, he was granted funding to build a second mosque in France. Khalil's comings and goings went unnoticed for the most part, until 9/11. After that, everything changed. When Khalil was finally arrested by the French, it was due to his involvement in a plot to pull off a Madrid-style train bombing in Paris. He had recruited 6 young men, none of them over the age of 17, to act as martyrs. Khalil had promised them great rewards in paradise. They would be purified and exalted. They would be remembered as heroes, and their families would be taken care of and given great respect. His recruits would do all the heavy lifting. Khalil would remain in the shadows. It would have worked, but the CIA was already on to Khalil. The hackers at Langley were breaking through firewalls as fast as they could in an effort to track the money the Saudis were sending overseas. They stumbled across Khalil and alerted the French DST. When the authorities went to raid his apartment, they came up with nothing incriminating. But the dogs that had come along on the raid seemed unusually interested in a separate apartment down the hall. They broke down the door and found suicide vests and enough explosives to level the building. Khalil went to jail along with the 6 boys. They all kept their mouths shut, and there they sat for over a year while the intelligence services tried to figure out how much they could tell the police without giving away the family jewels. By the time the case ended up in front of a judge, Franco-American relations were near an all-time low. The judge was appalled by the lack of hard evidence put forth by the state. In the case of Khalil, no crime had been committed. He was a religious man who was guilty of nothing more than association with some bad apples. The judge ordered his immediate release. The 6 boys were charged with possession of dangerous materials and given a paltry sentence. Khalil was sent back to Canada. Within a week he was back in his mosque, calling the young men to jihad and decrying the very authorities who protected his right to do so. The French judge had infused him with a false sense of invincibility. In truth, Rapp had bigger problems to worry about, but this guy had gotten under his skin. 3 weeks earlier, in Afghanistan, a car had smashed into a barricade outside a U.S. facility. When the guards approached, they found a rock on the gas pedal and a semi-conscious boy chained to the steering wheel. The car was filled with explosives, which thankfully didn't go off due to a faulty detonator. The boy was cut free and soon afterward began telling his story to anyone who would listen. He said that his parents had immigrated to Canada from Yemen when he was a child. Sheikh Khalil Mohammed had arranged for him to go to Saudi Arabia for religious instruction, but upon arriving in Mecca, he was bound, gagged, and knocked unconscious. The next thing he remembered was being pulled from the car by American soldiers. All of this information was passed on to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, who in turn tried to question Khalil about the boy's kidnapping. Khalil became instantly belligerent and got his lawyer and the Muslim Council of Montreal involved. Canada's Solicitor General, a wimp if there ever was one, balked at the specter of being labeled intolerant and yanked on the intelligence service's chain. They were told to stay away from Khalil and his mosque. People went missing all the time the world over. Just because the kid got grabbed didn't mean Khalil had a hand in it. Rapp was not so trusting. He put Marcus Dumond, his best hacker, on the case, and within 36 hours, Dumond was coming up with all kinds of irregularities in Khalil's banking records. He was still up to his neck in Wahhabi money, and he had also sent 2 other boys to Saudi Arabia for religious instruction. Thus far, they had not been able to verify if the kids were actually in school, but the parents had confirmed that they had not heard from their children in several months. They had been told it would probably be a year before they would hear from them due to the strict religious regimen of the school. Rapp smelled a rat, and the rat was Khalil Mohammed. There were worse offenders out there, to be sure, but this one was too close to home, too brazen. Who knew what he would try next if he was left unchecked? No, it was better to deal with him now. Make an example of him. Kennedy wanted him to disappear, but Rapp had an even better idea. The more he mulled it over, the more he liked it. Rapp walked over to the window, looked out at the gray sky, and said, "All right, here's what we're going to do." Chapter 4. It was a cool, crisp evening, and perfect walking weather, so that's what Rapp did. He wanted to get his blood flowing. The collar of his black leather coat was turned up, and a worn Montreal Canadiens hat sat on his head. He'd picked up both at a thrift store, as well as a pair of jeans and hiking boots. He paid in cash, and was grateful there weren't any surveillance cameras. The jacket was perfect, at least in terms of what he was looking for. It had big, square, oversized pockets in the front, good for holding weapons, no flaps, good for extracting weapons. There was a tear on the left shoulder seam, but that was all right. He wouldn't be hanging out at the Ritz. Both the mosque and Khalil's apartment were in a run-down part of town. It was a pity he couldn't keep the jacket, but there was a pretty good chance he was going to get blood on it. This one was going to be messy. When it was over, everything he was wearing would be thrown into a garbage bag and tossed into the St. Lawrence River. Rapp kept his hand stuffed in the oversized pockets and his chin down. In the left pocket was a tactical ripcord knife, and in his right pocket a silenced 9mm Glock 26. He'd brought both weapons into the country concealed in the false bottom of his flight bag. Since the CIA, through a subsidiary, leased a large portion of the private airport in Virginia, it was easy to get the bag past security, and upon landing in Canada, he didn't have to worry about having his flight bag x-rayed. The gun was there as a precaution. The knife would be the instrument of choice. The intent was to send a message. Actually, several messages. He'd seen all the photographs, memorized the street maps, noted the vague patterns of the police squads that patrolled the neighborhood. Compared to most of the ops he'd run, this one ranked pretty low on the risk meter. When Rapp told Coleman what he wanted to do, the former Navy SEAL took it in stride. He asked a few questions and tried to poke a hole in the plan, but didn't try too hard. The plan was solid. The target was a lamb. That's what they called guys like Khalil. Guys who couldn't bite back. The only real concern was the police, but they weren't very aggressive in their patrols, once an hour at the most. Coleman knew better than to argue with Rapp. There were more than a few people back in D.C. who would flip if they knew he was planning on exposing himself like this, but unlike them, Coleman had seen him in action enough to defer to the younger man's expertise. Rapp was the perfect balance of athleticism, grace, and skill. Coleman had worked with the best, and he was one of them himself. The tight fraternity of Special Forces operators was made up of men who were pushed and trained to the absolute limits. He'd known a few guys who were better shots than Rapp, a few more who were stronger, and maybe only one or two who could match his endurance. But they all lacked Rapp's experience, which is the one thing training can never fully substitute for. His operational instincts were unsurpassed. He could take a look at a tactical situation and dissect it in seconds, coming up with the most efficient way to get from point A to B. So, there was no arguing. Rapp would be the man on the ground. Coleman and his team were manning the surveillance and in place for backup in case anything went wrong. No one argued with Rapp's deployment of assets. In truth, the men were bored. 6 days of surveillance on a guy who was this careless got old real quick. Coleman and his team were restless. The sooner Rapp got it over with, the happier they'd be. They'd go back to America, they'd get paid in cash, and they'd get on with their families, friends, and jobs. Rapp was not trying to prove anything. He didn't need to. Especially to these men. They'd seen him handle far more difficult situations. There was nothing brave or bold about what he was about to do. It wasn't like he was charging a machine gun nest or taking down a building with men shooting back at him. But in the interest of expediency, he was going to handle this one. He wanted it done a certain way and didn't want to have to explain it to Coleman and his men. It was just better if he did it himself. Rapp entered the alley from the east. He was wearing a tiny wireless earpiece, and Coleman was giving him updates. "That's the one. Turn left." Rapp didn't reply. He simply turned and started down the dirty alley. He was in a 2-story canyon of bricks and mortar. At the street level on each side were dry cleaners, a video rental, restaurants, an electronics store, and a menagerie of restaurants and the other businesses that dot the urban landscape of any big city. The second stories consisted of offices and a few apartments. Coleman and his team had done a good job. This was a perfect site for the takedown. Rapp stepped around a foul-smelling puddle of liquid and checked the windows on the second story. Only 2 lights were on. They were both near the middle of the block. The street lights at both ends had been taken care of earlier in the week, along with 7 other lights in the neighborhood. One of Coleman's men had walked around with a .22 caliber silenced pistol and shot them out. It was Urban Espionage 101, their way of prepping the battlefield. They'd monitored the police scanner while doing it to make sure no one had called in. In a big city like this, it would take months before the lights would get fixed. And in the meantime, someone like Khalil would have a few days to adjust to the change in his environment. Coleman reported that they'd watched Khalil walk home that first night after they'd shot out the lights. He didn't even notice the change. Rapp couldn't believe it. This guy was incredibly stupid, had no concept of the gravity of the situation he'd involved himself in. Here he was, recruiting young men to go off and fight for his extremist, arcane view of Islam, and he honestly thought he was safe just because a liberal Canadian official was afraid of being labeled intolerant. Rapp was a soldier in a war, and this Khalil was an enemy combatant. No, that wasn't right. If he'd gone into battle himself, he would have been a combatant, and maybe Rapp could have given the man an ounce of respect. Like suicide bombers. Politics aside, calling them cowards couldn't be further from the truth. It took a pair of balls to strap on a vest filled with explosives, walk into a crowd, and blow yourself up. It also took a sick, twisted, and warped mind, but they weren't cowards. Rapp wouldn't lose any sleep over this one. Not that he normally did, anyway. Khalil was a coward. He stood up in his minbar, the pulpit in a mosque, every Friday and spewed his vitriolic hatred for the West and especially America. He poisoned the young minds of impressionable men and duped them into joining his jihad. Then he and his fellow cowards enslaved these young men and turned them into human bombs. Khalil risked nothing, and Rapp would feel nothing. Rapp reached the other end of the alley. It was perfectly dark. A sliver of a moon was rising in the east, barely adding to the ambient light of the city itself. The wall where he wanted to stage the incident was just as Coleman had said, a good 10 feet of brick and then a dumpster. The concealment was ideal. Even a worthy adversary would have little chance against an ambush like this. Of course, if it was a worthy adversary, he'd skip the knife and use the silenced gun. Rapp's eyes adjusted to the extremely faint light. He squatted down to get a better look at the ground and found a soda can and several beer bottles. He quietly picked them up with his gloved hands and set them under the dumpster. The last thing he needed was to kick something like a beer bottle and alert the target that he was behind him. Rapp settled in against the brick wall. Any minute now. He'd timed his arrival so he wouldn't be left standing around exposed for too long. Coleman's voice came over his earpiece and announced that Khalil was locking the front door to the mosque. Several men were standing outside talking to him. Nothing unusual, reported Coleman. Now Khalil was on the move and headed Rapp's way. Rapp leaned against the wall, flexed his legs and hands, cracked his neck to the left and then the right. The blood was flowing, the heart rate was right where he wanted it to be. He was at that perfect equilibrium between being too loose or too tight. He was poised on the balls of his feet, ready to get it over with. The first sign of trouble came almost immediately. Coleman's gravelly voice came over Rapp's earpiece with a tone of frustration. "We've got a problem. He's not alone." Rapp's eyes stayed fixed on the brick wall opposite his position. A small mic was pinned to the collar of his jacket. He whispered, "How many?" "Our guy plus 2. "Shit," Rapp muttered under his breath. "Do we have an ID on the other 2? "Negative." Rapp pictured in his mind how it would play out. One additional guy would be okay. One quick pistol butt to the back of the neck and he'd be out cold. A leg sweep on Khalil and he'd be on his back before he ever knew what hit him. 3, though, was a problem. It would take less than a second to shoot all 3 in the back of the head, but killing the 2 unknowns was not an option. Not Rapp's style. If he tried to knock the other 2 out and then take Khalil, it could get messy. One of them might get away or at least scream and alert some of the neighbors. Or worse, if they were armed, one of them might shoot him. "I think we should abort," said Coleman. "Negative. Let's see how it plays out. How much time do I have?" "Approximately 3 minutes until he reaches you." Rapp nodded to himself. 3 minutes was a long time. He played a few more scenarios out in his mind. They all came up short. The problem was how he wanted it to look. He could easily shoot Khalil and tell the others to run, but then he'd end up with the exact mess that Kennedy wanted to avoid. Maybe he'd just follow the idiot right into his apartment and cap him. "One of the guys just peeled off," Coleman said. "Good," said Rapp. "We're back on. Everyone looks sharp. 2 isn't a problem. Hold your positions unless I give the word." Rapp flexed his hands again and edged over to the corner. He looked left, then right. The street was empty. No pedestrians, no cars. Coleman and the others relayed the position of the 2 men like it was a countdown for a shuttle launch, but instead of using seconds, they were using blocks. Rapp's pulse picked up a bit as they neared. Nothing unusual, just the body getting ready for action. The adrenaline would begin to kick in a bit, and then he'd have to move or he'd get that lead in the boots feeling. They were getting close. Rapp shifted his weight from one foot to the other and then bounced from side to side like a boxer stepping into the ring. There was a minivan with tinted windows parked 30 feet away. In the cargo area, one of Coleman's men was watching intently, ready to pop the door the first sign of trouble. He was armed with a silenced pistol. No need for anything more powerful. At the opposite end of the block, Coleman would now be taking up position with the second van. If anything should go wrong, 3 separate rallying points were already set. If things went well, they'd simply dispose of Rapp's clothes and head back to the hotel, catch a few hours of sleep, and fly out first thing in the morning. Rapp could hear them now. They were speaking in Arabic. He could hear their footfalls on the cement sidewalk. There were 2 men. Rapp could tell by the noise. One of them dragged his feet, and the other one was a heel-to-toe walker. Coleman's calm voice came over the tiny earpiece. "Khalil is closer to you. The other man is walking on the street side. Both of them have their hands in their pockets." Rapp pictured them in his mind. He had no idea if either man was armed, but with the element of surprise on his side, it wouldn't matter. He actually preferred that they had their hands in their pockets. If it was someone with more experience, it would worry him, but not with these 2. Khalil truly was a moron. Anyone with half a brain would vary the route he took to and from the mosque. He would notice that the street lights that were working a week ago were now out. He would step out onto the street when approaching a blind alley. He would be aware of his surroundings, but this guy wasn't. They were close now. Coleman was counting down their approach, and Rapp could clearly hear their conversation. They would appear in just a few seconds. Rapp turned toward the sidewalk and dropped to a crouch, ready to spring. He had decided to keep his left hand free. He held the gun in his right. He saw their long shadows appear, cast from a street light down at the other end of the block. Time slowed. All of his senses heightened. At the other end of the long, dark alley, he heard the rattling engine of a late-model car as it passed by. He was perfectly concealed in the dark canyon, his entire body coiled, ready to strike. They appeared, side by side. Rapp held his position, let them pass so their peripheral vision would not be able to detect him. He slowly rose up, but only a foot. He took his first silent step and then his second. He was exposed now, and he moved quickly, still in a crouch. At the last second he stood to his full height. He was up on the balls of his feet, his weight leaning slightly forward. Both men were within reach, and neither of them so much as flinched. Rapp's right hand came crashing down, the grip of the pistol striking the unknown man on the back right side of his neck. Rapp had rethought his original plan. Instead of using a leg sweep, he planted his left foot, spun to the right, dropped down a few feet, and delivered a hammer-like blow to Khalil's right kidney. Rapp continued through the move, looking to his right to make sure the other guy was out of commission. The man was falling, face first to the sidewalk, his hands limp at his side. He was already unconscious. Khalil's mouth was open, gasping for air. His back arched, his hands reaching for the area where he'd been hit. His neck was completely exposed. He might as well already be dead. Rapp's left hand shot up and clamped down on the terrorist's throat like the jaws of some lethal carnivore. Rapp was now eye to eye with Khalil, positioned as if they were dance partners doing some intricate move. The man's eyes spoke of pure fear, which was probably the same expression worn by the young boys when they realized they were strapped behind the wheel of a car filled with explosives. With the man's neck firmly in the grasp of his gloved hand, Rapp forced Khalil's chin up and began driving him back into the shadows of the alley. A basic tenet of hand-to-hand combat is that the body goes where the head goes. Khalil wrapped his hands around Rapp's forearm, but it was already too late. His larynx half crushed, his body completely off balance, Khalil could do nothing but watch in absolute horror as the final seconds of his life played out before him like some awful nightmare. It was the perfect justice for a man who had preached terror and hatred for over 2 decades. Rapp accelerated his move, wrenching Khalil's head back as far as it would go. The man was beyond stumbling. He was on his way down, and there was nothing that would keep him on his feet. Rapp used Khalil's weight against him. At the last second, he thrust his left arm out like a piston and slammed the back of Khalil's head into the hard, unforgiving pavement. The man's entire body went limp a split second after impact. There was a good chance the blow was fatal, but Rapp wasn't about to leave anything to chance. He wasted no time. He put the gun back in his pocket, spun, took a few steps, and grabbed the feet of the other man. Coleman and his team were under specific orders not to get out of their vehicles unless Rapp called for them. Rapp dragged the unknown man into the alley and deposited him next to the dumpster. Next, he grabbed Khalil under the arms and propped him up against the brick wall of the building. Everything was done without hesitation and with great efficiency. Rapp grabbed the knife from his left pocket, pressed the button, and heard the spring-loaded blade snap into position. Standing off to the right, Rapp placed his right hand on Khalil's forehead and stuck the blade into the man's neck just beneath his right ear. The hard steel went in With little trouble, Rapp then gripped the knife firmly and drew the weapon across Khalil's neck, slicing him from one ear to the other. Chapter 5. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. At first glance, the man appeared to fit in. He was wearing the traditional garb of a Saudi businessman. A white tobe, or robe made of cotton, was draped over his shoulders and stopped short of his ankles, and his sandy brown hair was covered with a gutra and tied with an ornamental rope to keep it in place. Upon closer inspection, though, there were telltale signs that he was not native to the Arabian Peninsula. His skin was tan, but not the right shade. He was clean-shaven and wearing heavy-soled black dress shoes instead of sandals. And above all else, his eyes were a muted blue, almost gray color. At the moment, however, those eyes were concealed behind a large pair of black sunglasses. It was only 9 a.m. in Riyadh, and the temperature was pushing 100 degrees. Erich Abel didn't mind the heat, though. He actually preferred it. Having grown up asthmatic, he found the dry, arid climate of Saudi Arabia's capital far preferable to the humid weather of the coastal cities on the Red Sea. Abel had a genuine interest in Saudi Arabia, not because of the climate, really, or even because of the people. It had more to do with how it would soon shape history. It was an exciting place to conduct business. The former East German spy believed in going native. It was the only way to really understand a culture. In truth, though, that was only part of the reason he wore the traditional Arab garb. The reality was Saudi Arabia had become a very dangerous place for Westerners. Kidnapping was, of course, a constant possibility. But anyone dumb enough to grab him would return him as soon as they found out who he worked for, and then they would beg forgiveness at the foot of Prince Mohammed. The real problem was the increase in random killings by the crazed Wahhabis. There was great unrest in the Desert Kingdom, and it was very important to be as inconspicuous as possible. If Abel had a true talent in life, it was predicting change. When he'd worked for the Stasi, the ruthless and much-feared East German secret police, he'd been the only one in his office to predict the collapse of communism and the fall of the Berlin Wall. He'd passed his reports up the chain of command, and they'd all told him he was too young to know what he was talking about. Just 29 when the wall fell, Abel was looked upon as an overeducated intellectual by the cold-blooded ranks within Stasi headquarters in East Berlin. The Stasi prided itself on a certain crass ruthlessness that Abel lacked. Truth be told, he would have fit in better with the British Foreign Intelligence Service, MI6. Abel had great respect for the Brits. They ran creative operations and took great joy in outwitting their adversaries. The Stasi was more like a very efficient and ruthless American organized crime family. At any rate, no one wanted to hear his predictions that their reign of terror was drawing to an end. Abel had been a sickly child in and out of hospitals. When he was out, he spent much of the time in bed with barely the strength to read. While the other kids advanced physically, he advanced intellectually. He graduated from university early, at the age of 20, and with dual degrees in math and economics, and was recruited by the Stasi. The employment opportunities in East Germany in the early 80s were not good. That fact, combined with the idea of doing some bullying after being picked on for much of his youth, appealed to him in a perversely satisfying way. For the first 3 years with the Stasi, he pushed to get transferred from the analytical side to the operations side, but his delicate appearance always prevented him from reaching his goal. Abel stood 5 feet 10 inches tall, but back then he weighed just 145 pounds. Slowly, he put on weight and spent every moment of his free time working out in hopes that he could pass the physical requirements needed to get out from behind his desk. He was rewarded in his 4th year by a transfer to operations and began taking part in the systematic kidnappings of Westerners who traveled to East Germany. Abel would help identify targets and sometimes even lure them into traps. His baby face and slight stature meant he could pass for a young teenage boy. Homosexual businessmen who traveled to the East were easy targets for blackmail. Abel would loiter on the appropriate corner or park or bar and wait for a man to come along and make a lewd request. He'd give the proper hand signal, and the other members would swoop in, throw the man into the back of a van, then dump him in an interrogation room. The man would then be told he could choose between jail and public humiliation, or he could buy his freedom. Abel recalled, all these years later, that all of them but one chose to buy his freedom. That stubborn son of a bitch was eventually taken to an extremely harsh location, where after a month of beatings he was strangled to death by a very sadistic and homophobic Stasi officer. Each kidnapping would usually yield several thousand marks. The Stasi had contacts in almost all of the Western banks, and they would do their homework before they named the price of freedom. His ultimate catch was a West German noble who brought in $500,000. The man was in their custody for less than 24 hours. Abel estimated that his unit alone had brought in over $5 million in a 2.5-year period. After that, he was promoted to counterintelligence, which gave him reason to travel to West Germany more frequently. He was just getting involved in some serious spycraft when everything fell apart. He'd been warning his superiors for months that the signs were there, but they were too busy shuttling back and forth to Moscow, kissing the asses of their KGB bosses. The last thing they wanted to do was tell the autocrats of the KGB that they were losing control of the Soviet Union's westernmost European satellite. Such news was likely to get them marched out, back, and shot in the head. Abel had studied the economics of East versus West. He knew the numbers manufactured by the governments in East Germany and Russia to be false. As a general rule, he divided them in half in order to recalibrate for exaggeration and deception. The West, however, was a different matter. The evil capitalists had these things called corporations, and these corporations had a fiduciary responsibility to be honest with their shareholders. An amazing amount of data was public information. Every time Abel ran the numbers, he came away with the same conclusion. They were getting their asses handed to them by the West, and they were about to collapse under the weight of their lies and economic inefficiencies. The empirical economic signs were right there for anyone who opened their eyes. The data on its own should have been enough, but Abel saw something else that was equally alarming. The communist dictators stayed in power by using two tools. The first was intimidation. Through a network of secret police, phone taps, and informants, the populace lived under constant fear that if they said anything critical of the government, they would be snatched from their beds in the middle of the night and disappear forever. The other tool was not physical in the painful sense, but rather mind-numbing. It was the state-controlled media. The dull thrum of propaganda that George Orwell himself had predicted so eerily in his monumental novel 1984 was churned out day after day on state-run TV and radio and in the newspapers. Abel saw the rise of the information technology age for what it was and knew the German Democratic Republic was about to lose its monopoly on the news and thus on people's thoughts. A full year before the wall came down, unification had become a moot point for the young spy. More than a decade and a half later, Abel got that same feeling when he visited Saudi Arabia. Change was afoot, and there was no stopping it. It wasn't whether it would happen or not. It was a matter of when. The hugely uneven distribution of wealth itself was forcing the country toward a boiling point. Add to that a supercharged religious component, and Abel was willing to bet his life that Saudi Arabia was headed for serious upheaval. The worldwide economic implications of such an event were staggering. Change for most people was stressful, but for Abel it presented opportunity. He'd already made millions, but at 47 he had grander plans still, and large multinational corporations, international banks, investment houses, commodities firms, and even a few governments were listening to him this time. They were all paying him adequately for his services, but that wasn't enough for a man like Abel. Like a true German, he believed one must always strive for efficiency and perfection in order to obtain complete self-realization. He'd built into all of his consulting contracts large bonuses that were contingent on his global predictions coming to pass. Some of those contracts were due to expire in the coming year, and Abel didn't like the idea of being right but late. The revolution was going to take place. It was inevitable. He might as well profit from it. Abel stopped in front of Abdullah Telecommunications and stared up at the benign, monolithic six-story building. As someone who grew up in Leipzig, a city famous for its Renaissance architecture, Abel couldn't have been more unimpressed. As much as the former spy tried to embrace the Saudi culture, its architecture was one thing that, as far as he was concerned, had no redeeming value whatsoever. After checking with the man behind the large block of stone that fronted for a reception desk, Abel was told politely to wait. No more than 30 seconds later, a very anxious man exited an elevator and walked stiffly and quickly across the lobby. The man extended his hand, and in English presented himself as one of Abdullah Telecommunications' senior vice presidents. Knowing how Arab businesses worked, Abel was unimpressed with the title. A company like this was likely to have dozens, if not hundreds, of senior vice presidents, almost all of them related somehow to the main man, Saeed Ahmed Abdullah. They all collected sizable checks, maintained generous offices, and, with the exception of a handful of Abdullah's most talented relatives, stayed out of the way of the Western consultants who ran the company's day-to-day operations. Abel and his escort took the elevator to the top floor, where Abel was walked through 3 separate sets of gold-plated doors. He was reverently deposited in a room that oozed Arab masculinity. The mahogany-paneled walls were covered with the heads of exotic animals. In the center of the room, no more than 10 feet away, a spotted leopard was staring him down with his glass eyes. The beast was mounted in a permanent state of agitation, which was conveyed through a snarl that fully exposed the deceased animal's jagged teeth. A large oil painting of a desert landscape hung above the granite mantelpiece of a fireplace that Abel assumed was never used. The entire room was intended to convey virility and strength. That was obvious. How far Abel should read into all of this, he was not sure. Some of these Arab men used such decorations as a way to make their position in the pecking order crystal clear, while others did nothing more than pay an overpriced French interior decorator to do what he'd done for some other member of the royal family. They were not big on original thought or content. A door at the far end of the room opened. Abel turned to see an older man, dressed in traditional fashion, come striding in. There was a look of tension on his face. Abel met him halfway, by the sneering feline. "I am Saeed Ahmed Abdullah." The right hand was extended. Abel was not surprised to hear the man speak English. It was the language of business in the kingdom. "I am Erich Abel." The German took Saeed's hand. "Prince Mohammed asked me to come see you. He tells me the two of you are very dear old friends. We have known each other since the age of 9. Saeed gestured for his guest to sit. "Would you like something to drink?" "Coffee would be fine, please." Abel sat on one of the long couches. Saeed pressed a button on the nearby phone, rattled off instructions in Arabic, and then sat on a different couch. Almost immediately, a service cart was wheeled into the room by 2 Indonesian men in crisp white jackets. They served coffee and left small plates of delicious-looking pastries in front of each man, then vanished as silently as they'd entered. "Prince Mohammed has been a very good friend to me." Saeed took a sip of coffee. "I think he has been treated unfairly by his brother the king." Abel immediately thought the man a bit reckless for offering such a frank opinion to a stranger. Always cautious, he replied, "I have great respect for Prince Mohammed." Saeed reached for a pastry and then decided against it. "Did he explain to you my tragedy?" It was obvious to Abel that his host was very anxious. "No. He merely told me that you were a dear friend, and he would consider it a favor if I would see you." Saeed clasped his hands together and looked up at the painting of the landscape. Abel took a sip of his coffee and then set it down. "Mr. Abdullah, let me be blunt. I am not a squeamish man. I doubt that you could shock me. Tell me why you seek my services, and I'm sure we'll be able to come to an agreement." Saeed looked the German in the eyes and said, "I want a man killed." Abel nodded, casually, signaling that the request did not surprise him. "And who is this man that you would like eliminated?" he asked as he reached for his coffee. He is an American. Abel took a sip of the rich coffee as his interest increased. Continue. He works for their government. The plot thickens, Abel thought to himself. His name? Abel noted sweat on Abdullah's forehead as he waited for the answer. Mitch Rapp is his name. Abel stopped in mid-sip and carefully placed his cup back on its saucer, lest his host notice his hand beginning to shake. Mitch Rapp, he said coolly. Have you heard of him? I'm afraid so. I doubt there is anyone in my line of work who hasn't. Impatient and nervous, Abdullah gave him no time to think. So, will you take the job? Abel could feel the pace of his heart begin to race. He held up a hand. Slow down, Mr. Abdullah. To kill a man like Mitch Rapp is no small undertaking. There are many things to discuss, many details to work out, and even then I am not so sure I would be willing to take the job. Is it your fee? Tell me what you would demand for such a job. Let us begin to negotiate. Abel dug his right thumb into his left palm in an attempt at self-acupuncture. A man was a man, after all, and with enough preparation anyone could be killed. It would be very expensive. Saeed leaned over and pressed the intercom button. He said something quickly in Arabic, and a moment later 2 unusually large Saudis entered the room carrying large black briefcases. The men set 4 cases on the table facing the German, opened them, and left the room. $5 million cash upon accepting the job. $5 million more when you complete it. Abel stared at the money, increased the pressure on his palm, and began running all the permutations through his mind. In mere seconds, he concluded that it would be difficult but not impossible. Someone else would, of course, do the heavy lifting. The details could and would be worked out later, so his mind settled on the fee. He'd been involved in contract killings before, but had never heard of a $10 million fee. Rapp had done something personal to Abdullah. That was obvious. It was difficult to measure the wealth of these Saudis, but as best he could figure, Abdullah was worth in excess of $2 billion. $10 million was plain money. He knew there was no turning back from something like this, and as crazy as it sounded, he had no desire to. To kill a man like Mitch Rapp would be the ultimate statement of tradecraft. Suddenly, almost euphoric with excitement over the prospect of such notoriety, Abel decided he would take the job, but first he would work on the already ample fee. Contract kills in America are a very difficult thing these days, and to go after someone like Mitch Rapp presents an entirely unique set of problems. Name your fee, Mr. Abel, the Arab said calmly. $20 million. 10 now, 10 on completion. Abdullah stuck out his hand. $20 million. Abel shook the man's hand. We have a deal. How long will it take? I will get to work on it immediately, but I wouldn't expect any results for at least a month. As soon as possible, Mr. Abel, the Arab said in a dire voice. His hatred of Mitch Rapp was palpable. Do you mind my asking, Mr. Abdullah, what Mr. Rapp has done to cause you such obvious pain? He killed my son. Of course he did, the German thought. Of course he did. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. Rapp called them at the appointed time and told them he was across the street. This seemed to both unsettle and irritate them, which was just fine with Rapp. The most difficult part had been deciding to sit down with him in the first place. And then there was trying to find a place they could all agree on. They wanted him to come to one of their offices. They were the type of men who were used to getting their way. And on top of that, Rapp trusted neither of them, so he flat out told them no. They wanted the meeting, which meant he would set the conditions, and the sooner he got it over with, the better. This was a favor to Kennedy and nothing else. It took little imagination to envision at least one of them trying to record the conversation. People bugging each other was a fact of life in Washington, D.C. The problem for Rapp was that he no longer trusted what little tact he had left. He'd grown so callous. He was capable of saying anything. The one man he was ambivalent about, the other he despised. With nothing to lose, Rapp knew the odds of things getting heated were better than even. In truth, the thought of getting a few things off his chest was what appealed most to him. That was more of an afterthought, though. The real reason he had agreed to meet these men was Kennedy. He'd called her first thing on Sunday morning and left her a message. The problem was no longer a problem. Nothing more specific than that. As of Sunday morning, there had been no news of Khalil's body. That was Sunday, however, and today was Monday. The story was everywhere now, and Kennedy wasn't happy. There wasn't much she could do, though, until he was standing in front of her in her spacious corner office in Langley. Things like this were not discussed on the phone, no matter how secure you thought your lines of communication were. So, in an effort to forestall that confrontation, and hopefully give her some time to cool down, he had called up the two men she wanted him to meet with, and here he was in a part of town that he rarely visited, getting ready to meet with two men he had no respect for. There was very little, if anything, that was soft about Rapp. His angular jaw was set in a very determined way, and his dark brown eyes could portray a frightening intensity. They were the type of eyes that missed nothing, and revealed, only to those alert enough, that the man behind them was extremely dangerous. His jet-black hair was starting to gray a touch at the temples, and his face was lined with a ruggedness that came from spending long hours outdoors exposed to the elements. A thin scar ran down his left cheek and along his jaw, a constant reminder of the dangers of his trade. He stood 6 feet tall and weighed 185 pounds, almost all of it solid muscle. He possessed the rare combination of strength and quickness that was usually reserved for strong safeties in the NFL, but instead belonged to a cunning and calculating killer. Rapp had no problem admitting it, even if those around him didn't want to. Contrary to what many might think, he slept like a baby. What he did was not complicated. He killed terrorists, plain and simple. Men who had either slaughtered innocent civilians or had very publicly sworn to do so. It was not a job he had sought. He didn't grow up pulling the wings of butterflies or torturing kittens. His life had been family, school, friends, lacrosse, football, and a suburban smattering of religion, which meant they went to church twice a year, Christmas and Easter. The thought of killing someone had never entered his mind until Pan Am Flight 103 was blown out of the sky over Lockerbie, Scotland. On that cold morning, 259 innocent souls had perished, 35 of whom were fellow Syracuse University students, and one of whom was the love of Rapp's life. Shortly after that, and unknown to him, his recruitment into this mysterious and treacherous world of international espionage had begun. Rapp was dressed in a gray flannel suit, white shirt and striped tie, all of which his wife had picked out for him. As always, he was armed. Rapp had gone over the room thoroughly with his BlackBerry. The small device doubled as a mobile phone and internet browser. In addition to that, the science and technology people at Langley had retrofitted the small black box to detect and scramble listening devices. The 8-by-12-foot room was clean. Rapp sat in one of the 6 wooden chairs, put his feet up on the table, and clasped his hands behind his head. The two men arrived 5 minutes late, which was good since Rapp had told them he would wait no more than 10 minutes past the appointed hour. Upon hearing the door handle turn, Rapp rose and casually slid his left hand under the fold of his suit coat. To the untrained eye, it looked as if he was smoothing his tie. The move was reflexive in nature and not done out of fear. In his line of work, you never knew who was coming through the door, and it was much easier to draw a gun standing than sitting. The two men were an unusual pair. One tall and bone-thin, with a hawkish nose, the other short and round, with the nose of a boxer who had lost one too many fights, which, according to his bio, Rapp knew to be the case. Senator Bill Walsh was 6.5 feet tall and hailed from Idaho. He was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. It was Rapp's guess that it was he who had requested this meeting. Though infinitely more appealing than the other man in his demeanor, he was also very difficult to get a good read on. His companion was Senator Carl Hartsburg of New Jersey. Barely 5 feet 8 inches, Hartsburg grew up in Hoboken, where at one point he was the local Golden Gloves champ. The story on him was that he wasn't that great a fighter, but he could really take a beating, hence the missing cartilage in his nose. Both men were in their mid-60s, almost 30 years Rapp's seniors. Hartsburg spoke first, and a bit testily. "The Congressional Library. We could have just as easily met across the street in my office." Rapp had picked one of the many study meeting rooms at the Congressional Library on Capitol Hill. "Neutral turf is more appealing," replied Rapp. Walsh extended his hand. "Thank you for taking the time to meet with us." Rapp shook Walsh's hand, and when he was done, didn't bother to extend it to the surly Hartsburg, who returned the favor. After taking a seat, Rapp pressed a series of buttons on his BlackBerry before laying it flat on the table. Hartsburg looked at the device. "What in the hell is that for?" "To make sure you're not recording me." "A jamming device?" Rapp nodded. "Good," Hartsburg growled, "because I can tell you right now, the last thing I want is a record of this meeting." Under his breath he added, "I'm not even sure I wanted this meeting, period." Rapp folded his arms across his chest and studied the senator, wondering if his grumpy mood was real or an act. Turning to Walsh, he asked, "So, why in the world would two big shots such as yourselves want to meet with someone like me?" Hartsburg frowned and said, "I keep asking myself the same question." "Carl," Walsh said in a disapproving tone to his colleague. Looking across the table at the no-nonsense Rapp, he cut to the chase. "We are concerned, Mitch. Concerned that with all of this rhetoric and the expansion of Homeland Security and the new Director of National Intelligence that we're not doing enough to protect America." "You won't get any arguments from me." "We didn't think so. That's why we wanted to meet with you." Walsh flattened his palms on the table and hesitated. "What is your frank opinion on the restructuring of the intelligence community and the creation of the new Director of National Intelligence?" Rapp took a moment to gauge the sincerity of the senator's question. He doubted they were going to get an honest answer from anyone else, so he said, "I think it's a misguided, ill-conceived overreaction brought on by a bunch of politicians who are in a hurry to act like they're doing something, anything, so that when the next attack comes, they can say they did everything in their power to stop it, when in reality all they did was get in the way of the people who were really defending the country." Hartsburg scoffed. "You think it's easy? Our job?" "Easy doesn't factor into it for me, Senator. I'm talking about right and wrong." "Well, I'd like to see you go on national television and stand up to pressure from groups like the 9/11 Widows. See how far you get with your black and white attitude." Hartsburg wagged an accusatory finger at Rapp. "The press would eat you alive." Rapp raised an eyebrow. "Did you bother to tell those widows that their husbands died because none of you had the balls to order Osama bin Laden's assassination? Did you tell them that your two parties have spent so much time trying to embarrass each other over the past 2 decades you've turned the CIA into another inefficient, money-sucking Washington bureaucracy?" Hartsburg glared at the man from the CIA. "That's a bunch of crap. You clowns out at Langley have squandered billions, and it sure as hell isn't our fault." "You think they died?" Rapp ignored the senator's attempt to shift. "Because we didn't have a Director of National Intelligence?" "The CIA," Hartsburg pointed an accusatory finger at Rapp, "and the rest of the damned alphabet soup is a disaster." "And whose fault is that? You two have each been in Washington 30-plus years. Your job is oversight. You know that little part in the oath you took to protect and defend? It's your job to lead and make sure the damn alphabet soup works, not to criticize them after the fact, especially when all you've done is distract them for the last decade and a half by forcing them to implement your politically correct social projects. Your corner of the universe is tiny." Hartsburg held his thumb and forefinger in front of Rapp like the pincers of a hermit crab. "You have no concept of the big picture." "That's where you're wrong, Senator," Rapp said with anger creeping into his voice. "There is no bigger picture than national security. You guys want to legislate social change? Go do it over at the Department of Education or Health and Human Services, but don't fuck around with Langley." Hartsburg tapped his finger on the table. "Have you seen Langley's budget lately? We're talking billions of dollars, and I'd like to know what in the hell we're getting in return." Rapp threw his arms up in frustration. "You guys amaze me. You bitch about the money that's being spent, and then your solution to the problem is to add more bureaucracy, more layers, slow things down even more. Spend more money, stovepipe the shit out of everything so 20 different supervisors and department heads have to sign off on each bit of intelligence before the president even has a prayer of seeing it. You think that's going to solve our problems? I think the CIA is a monumental waste of federal tax dollars, and something has to be done to wake them up. A sudden calm came over Rapp's face. He leaned back and said, "Senator, this might surprise you, but I couldn't agree with you more." Rapp's admission left both men silent. The two politicians shared a brief expression of confusion, and then Walsh asked, "What's your biggest beef with Langley?" 3,000 people are killed in one morning, and no one loses their job. Are you fucking kidding me?" Rapp looked at one senator and then the other. Guilty or not, people should have lost their jobs. And I'm not just talking the CIA. I'm talking FBI, Pentagon, National Security Council, White House, Capitol Hill, across the board. The entire cover-your-ass culture you guys and your politically correct cronies have created needs to be turned on its ear. Well, now it's my turn to agree with you, Hartsburg said to Rapp, giving Walsh an accusatory look. "We made a decision," said Walsh defensively, "that we weren't going to scapegoat anyone for what happened. 9/11 was a long time in the works, and both parties share the blame." "I'm not talking about your precious political parties. I'm talking about the dead weight who got in the way of the people trying to do their jobs." "I know that, and I know you don't have any stomach for politics, but that deal had to be made, or the two parties would have destroyed each other in the aftermath." Rapp frowned. "And that would be a bad thing?" "Contrary to what you think, Mr. Rapp," said Hartsburg, "we care about this country. I can assure you that is the only reason I'm sitting in this room with you right now." "If you could right the ship," said Walsh, sounding more eager than when the meeting had started, "how would you do it?" Rapp studied the senior senator from Idaho with suspicion. "You're asking me? A person who has absolutely no experience in management and no desire to join the club?" "Yes, but you've got more practical experience in the field than perhaps anyone else in Washington." Rapp considered the question carefully and said, "Well, it's not very complicated. You've got a top-heavy bureaucracy over there. An inverted pyramid. Less than 1% of the people on the payroll do real field work. Hell, before 9/11, you had more people working in the Office of Diversity than you had on the bin Laden desk. So what's the solution?" Rapp shrugged. "You do what IBM or GE or any other well-run corporation does. You get rid of the dead weight. You tell every department head their budget is going to be cut by 10%. You offer early retirement, you give people severance packages, and you wish them good luck. And then you start to rebuild the clandestine service from the ground up. As much as it pains me to admit it, you and I," Hartsburg said as he pointed at Rapp and then himself, "see more eye to eye than I would have ever liked to admit. So what's holding you guys up? You run the damn committee, you hold the purse strings. We're working on it, but trying to change an entrenched Washington bureaucracy is not easy," Walsh said. "In the meantime, we're more concerned with a short-term solution. A stopgap measure, if you will." "Like what?" Walsh shared an uncomfortable look with Hartsburg, started to speak, stopped, and then made one more effort at it before he looked again to his more blunt colleague for help. Hartsburg retrieved a copy of the Washington Post and laid it down on the table. Beneath the fold on the front page was a story about the brutal murder of an Islamic cleric in Montreal. The senator stabbed his stubby finger at the article and asked, "Did we have anything to do with this?" Rapp's face didn't change a bit. "Not that I know of." Hartsburg leaned in, and with a look of fire in his eyes said, "That's too bad." Rapp didn't show it, but he couldn't have been more shocked by the senator's words. Chapter 7. Langley, Virginia. Kennedy was standing by the conference table, her arms folded across her crisp white blouse, one leg in front of the other, her front foot tapping the floor like a Geiger counter. The closer he got, the faster the foot tapped. He closed the heavy soundproof door. This was not good. Kennedy was by far the calmest person he knew. She was unflappable, professional to the core. This was the way his wife greeted him when she was mad. Rapp decided to start the conversation out cautiously. "I went and met with those two like you asked me." He stopped well short of where she was dug in. He unbuttoned his suit coat and put his hands on his hips. The black handle of his shoulder-holstered FN pistol was visible. "We'll talk about that later." She gestured to the conference table. Rapp looked at it. 4 newspapers were spread out on the shiny surface of the wood table. The New York Times, the London Times, the Montreal Gazette, and the Washington Post, which he had already seen. The murder of Khalil was on the front page of each newspaper. What in the hell happened? Rapp read the bold headlines. This was better than he had hoped. The Montreal Gazette says he was nearly decapitated. Rapp glanced at his boss. "That's an exaggeration." "And how would you know?" Kennedy had ordered Rapp that others were to do the dirty work. Rapp decided that to say nothing was his best move. "Left in plain sight for all the world to see," she continued. "Well, that's true." Rapp nodded. "I'm confused." Her face twisted into an uncharacteristic frown. "I thought we had come to an agreement. This," she opened her hand and gestured toward the newspapers, "is exactly what I wanted to avoid." "I know that. But let me explain myself." She crossed her arms and began tapping her foot with renewed vigor. "I'm waiting." Rapp let out a sigh and looked back at the papers. "The only one I've read is the Post. It didn't say anything about us. Made some reference to him being an international terror suspect and serving time in France, but that was it. That was today. Trust me, tomorrow morning we'll be mentioned. The phone over in Public Affairs is ringing off the hook. I've already fielded 5 calls relating to it. This thing is going to mushroom." "I don't think so." "And why is that, Mr. Media Expert?" "Because the press is playing catch-up right now. The Montreal police are keeping their mouths shut, but that won't last long. In fact, I'd be willing to bet the specifics on the scene of the crime are already being leaked. This story is going to end up nowhere near us." Her brow furrowed, and she studied him for a moment. "What did you do?" "Let's just say we made it look like a crime of passion, rather than a professional hit." "Details." It was a command, not a request. "What the press doesn't know yet was that Khalil was found with a wad of cash stuffed in his mouth, and the word Munafik scrawled in his own blood on the wall of the building he was propped up against." "Hypocrite." Kennedy translated the word aloud. "I don't get it." "Coleman found out some interesting stuff last week. Not all of Khalil's worshippers were happy with him. There was a growing dissent in the community over his call to jihad and his recruiting of young men to go overseas and fight. And there was one other thing, something Muslims, among other people, find deplorable." "What's that?" "He was a porn freak." "What?" Rapp pulled the memory stick Coleman had given him out of his pocket. Scott snuck into his apartment and copied his hard drive. The thing was filled with porn. A lot of bondage, S&M, and some underage stuff that could have got him in major trouble. "You're not serious." "Of course I am." Rapp held out the stick. "Plug it in. Take a look at it." Kennedy closed her eyes. "I'll take your word for it." "He also had magazines, a lot of really sick stuff." "And you think the police and the press will automatically roll us out because of some porn fetish?" She shook her head. "I don't know, Mitchell. It sounds pretty thin to me." Rapp glanced at the floor and then looked out the window. "There's one more thing." "What's that?" "His body was, Rapp let out a sigh. "Hacked up a bit." Her hands moved to her hips, and a deep frown covered her face. "Why?" "I didn't want it to look so professional." She shook her head. "Irene, trust me. I know how cops think. This thing will be classified as a revenge crime. They're going to think that asshole defiled some guy's daughter, which, by the way, he probably did. We stuffed the money in his mouth and left him there with multiple stab wounds. Details like that will eventually get leaked to the press, and no one in a million years is going to think we had anything to do with it." Kennedy turned and walked to the seating area at the far end of her office. A long couch and 2 armchairs were arranged around a rectangular glass-top coffee table. Rapp waited a bit and then followed. She stood with her back to him, looking out the window at the bright fall colors of the Potomac River Valley. After a long moment, she shook her head and asked, "How was your meeting?" Rapp, relieved that they were off the subject, said, "Unusual. Why didn't you tell me what they wanted?" "I wanted your honest reaction." "You wanted them to catch me off guard," Rapp corrected. "You could say that," replied Kennedy. "You seem unusually calm. I half expected you to come marching in here and bite my head off." Rapp was looking out the window, staring off into space. The fact that he and Senator Hartsburg had agreed on a pivotal issue was enough for him to question his senses, but that was only the beginning. The proposal that the 2 men had floated his way was mind-boggling. It had been the last thing he'd expected. "You don't think they're trying to set you up?" she asked. "No." Rapp kept staring out the window. "They might hate me, but I can't imagine them going through all of this just to take me down." He paused and then added, "Plus, they know I'd kill them before I'd ever let them string me up at some hearing." Kennedy wasn't sure if he was kidding or not, which she supposed suited Rapp's purposes perfectly. The urban lore regarding Rapp's exploits had grown far beyond reality. "I could maybe see Hartsburg being zealous enough to set me up, but not Walsh." "I agree." She set her cup down on the coffee table. "I know what you're going through. I went through the same thing last week when they came to me. You spend all of this time in an adversarial relationship with them, and then when you end up on the same side of an issue, it causes you to stop and question your own judgment." Rapp looked at her. "That's exactly it. Kind of a thanks but no thanks. Do me a favor and get off my team." "There's a key to understanding their motivations. Have you figured it out yet?" "No." Kennedy had seen it right away and was surprised Rapp hadn't. "I'm guessing you had a nice, quiet drive from Capitol Hill out to Langley. What have you been thinking about?" "How to structure it, how to fund it, how to kill them if they double-cross me." She nodded slowly, deciding he really did mean that he'd kill them if they set him up. "I don't think they're going to double-cross any of us." "I wish I could share your confidence, but I just can't bring myself to trust Hartsburg." "The bomb changed everything, Mitch." Rapp gave her a skeptical look. The bomb she was referring to was part of a plot by Islamic radical fundamentalists to incinerate Washington, D.C. If it hadn't been for Rapp and a handful of dedicated government employees, Senators Walsh and Hartsburg and the majority of their colleagues would have been killed by the detonation of a 15-kiloton nuclear weapon. The tumblers fell into place for Rapp, and he said, "Self-preservation. It's their strongest instinct." Rapp thought about that for a moment. Politicians were an amazingly resilient breed. He supposed on some Darwinian level she was absolutely correct. "Whatever works. I just want them 100% on board." "So, what do you think of their proposal?" Kennedy picked up her cup for another sip. "It's basically an expansion of the Orion team, which, as we've discussed, has been greatly underused." The Orion team was a covert operations unit that had been founded by Kennedy's predecessor, Thomas Stansfield, some 20 years ago. The idea was that the unit would operate in secret, independent of the CIA or the rest of the national security apparatus. The team allowed Stansfield to circumvent the leviathan of politics and get around small impediments like the executive order banning assassinations. It allowed him to do things that the more civilized crowd didn't have the stomach for. Rapp had been the group's star operative almost from the day he started at the age of 22. He'd spent significant amounts of time in Europe, the Middle East, and Southwest Asia collecting intel and, when the situation called for it, dealing with threats in a more final manner. Except this time we would have them on our side. By them, Kennedy meant Hartsburg and Walsh. I might be missing something here, but explain to me why that's a good thing."
"I was part of the Orion team," Kennedy began, "for 18 years, 6 of which I spent running it." She gave him a forced smile. "In addition to spending most of my time trying to keep you out of trouble, the next most difficult task was trying to scrape together the money to sufficiently fund the operations. With Hartsburg and Walsh on board, the funding will no longer be an issue. And more importantly, we won't have to worry about them launching any investigations. Your job will be much easier."
Rapp nodded. "I see your point. I just want to make sure they're beholden to us and not the other way around."
"Absolutely."
Kennedy brushed a strand of hair back behind her ear.
"Any ideas?"
"Yeah, one." Rapp held up his BlackBerry. "Mutually assured destruction."
"Mad."
"Exactly." Rapp pressed a few buttons and began replaying the conversation that had taken place in the Congressional Library. After a few seconds, he stopped the recording and smiled. "I hope you're not disappointed."
"I would have been disappointed in you if you hadn't."
Rapp snapped the BlackBerry back onto his belt clip. "And I don't want any armchair quarterbacking."
"I already explained that to them."
"And how do they take it?"
"Listen, Mitch, you have a certain reputation in this town that has grown beyond even your own remarkable achievements. The secrecy regarding your past, the untimely death of 2 politicians who were involved in blowing your cover, it has all added up to an almost mythical reputation. When people mention your name, they do so in whispers, and then only after they've looked over both shoulders. You get credit for things I know for a fact you had nothing to do with."
"How can you be so sure?" Rapp gave her a devious look.
"Because I know you weren't even on the same continent, let alone in the same city, when some of this stuff happened. But nonetheless, people like a good conspiracy, and you play into that perfectly."
Kennedy rolled her eyes.
"Rugged good looks, a beautiful wife who works for NBC, and none other than the President of the United States as your biggest champion. Add to that the aforementioned deceased politicians, and what they leaked to the press referring to you as an assassin, our first line of defense, and there isn't a person on Capitol Hill who doesn't get a little nervous around you."
Good. Rapp far preferred his old anonymity. But if some of the less than savory politicians in this town were afraid of him, that wasn't such a bad thing. "Here's the bottom line. I'll do this, but I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to pick the targets of opportunity, and I'll take suggestions from you and only you. If they have any suggestions of their own, they can give them to you, and I'll take them under advisement. But I will hold veto power. If I think something is too risky or not important enough, I'll pull the plug."
"I can make them live with that. What else?"
"I'm going to handpick all my people." Kennedy nodded. She had assumed he would make both requests. "And we're going to do more than just take out known terrorists."
"How so?" Kennedy asked curiously.
Rapp smiled. "I've been working on something, but I'm not ready to show you yet."
"Would you like to give me a hint?"
"Let's just say that I'm planning on fighting this war on more than one front, and I don't plan on playing by anyone's rules."
"Like your little operation you just ran north of the border?"
Rapp nodded.
Kennedy knew him better than anyone, and that included his wife. She gave him a concerned look and said, "Let me give you some advice. Be very careful about what you do when it involves our allies. Nothing short of getting caught here in America by the FBI will get you in trouble quicker than raising the ire of one of their foreign intelligence services."
Rapp grinned. "I don't plan on getting caught."
"No one ever does, Mitch." She shook her head. "No one ever does."
I know, but I've managed to get by all these years. I don't plan on screwing up now."
"Just be careful, and move slowly."
Rapp shook his head. "Time is a luxury we don't have. Senator Hartsburg is a hack, but he's right about one thing."
"What's that?"
"We have to hit them before they hit us." Chapter 8. London, England. The identification in his wallet said his name was Harry Smith. It was not his given name, simply a standard precaution. He'd watched the target for the last 48 hours, day and night. He slept after the man went to sleep, and woke up before the target got out of bed. He was younger,
in far better shape, and had the element of surprise on his side. He'd trained himself to last days on end with little or no sleep. He was acutely aware of his physiological needs, and this job wasn't even close to taxing them. The job, in fact, was beginning to bore him. The target was a Turkish financier with a penchant for high-risk ventures, especially those involving illegal arms sales. He owned several banks in his native country and held minority interests in another half-dozen banks around Europe. Lately, the man had been spending a lot of time in London, and the assassin had a pretty good idea why. There was barely a street corner left in the increasingly Orwellian city that wasn't monitored by a camera. In the world of contract killers, a business where your anonymity was your currency, London was a town that was bad for business. This particular part of London had an unusually high concentration of surveillance cameras. The Hampshire Hotel was situated on Leicester Square, just a short hop from a cluster of government buildings with serious security needs. They included the National Gallery, the Ministry of Defence, Parliament, and Westminster Abbey. He reasoned that Turk had picked this hotel for that very reason. The area was saturated with police and other security types. The assassin, however, was not deterred for even a second. The men and women charged with securing these sites were worried about terrorists, not businessmen. All he had to do was look the part, don the urban camouflage, and he could come and go unnoticed. His partner didn't quite see things his way. She wanted to turn down the job, but he had been insistent. Virtually every city of note in the world was adding security cameras by the droves. To survive in the industry, they had to adapt. She preferred retirement to adaptation, but they were too young for that. Harry was 32, and Amanda was just 30. Amanda was not her real name, but for the sake of operational security, it was the only name he'd used for the last week. The key to longevity in their line of work was the details, little things like high-quality forgeries, dummy credit card accounts, and the discipline to stay in character whether you were alone or not. At the current pace of business, it would take another 5 years before they reached the financial level he deemed appropriate for retirement. They already had several million, but he was not interested in merely getting by. He got into this line of work because he was drawn to it, because he could be his own boss, and because, if he played it smart, he would make a lot of money. He had the talent, but talent alone was never enough. When the stakes were this high, skill had to be accompanied by an ardent drive, a need for perfection. He was not only drawn to this work, he enjoyed it. Yes, he enjoyed it, and he had never admitted that to anyone, not even her. When talk turned to getting out of the business, he always stressed that they needed to make more money first, but he knew a big part of it was that he wasn't willing to let go. His greatest fear was not of getting caught. He was too confident in his talents for that. His greatest fear was of losing her because he wouldn't be able to walk away. Like a gambler drawn to the craps table, he had become a slave to the thrill of the hunt. Excluding the current job, there was normally an exhilaration to stalking a man that was unmatched. The sheer level of training and expertise it took to even enter the arena at this level was mind-boggling. He was an expert marksman with both the short and long barrel. He knew exactly where to stick the blade of a knife to obtain the desired result, which was usually death, but occasionally his contract called for maiming the person and nothing more. He knew how to use his fists, elbows, knees, feet, and even forehead to incapacitate or kill. He could fly both fixed-wing and rotary aircraft, and he was a predatory genius when it came to surveillance and counter-surveillance. Now, here he was, standing across the square from the Hampshire Hotel, bored out of his mind. A $200,000 contract was on the table that he was an hour or less from fulfilling, and he was yawning. He looked at the front entrance of the opulent hotel, stifled yet another yawn, and said, "Come on, fucker, let's get this over with." He spoke with a British accent, even though he wasn't a subject. The fucker he was referring to traveled extensively, and he appeared to have no problem spending money. He did, however, have a problem paying his bills, which the assassin reasoned was why a price had been placed on his head. For a man who had pissed off the wrong people, he was acting unusually calm, especially when the people he had offended were Russian mafiosi. The assassin had been working on his Russian over the last several years and found the language by far the most difficult of the 5 he spoke fluently. He did not prefer to operate in the former Soviet Union, But the old communist country and its satellites were the largest growth market in his line of work. They were ruthless bastards, willing to kill anyone who screwed them on a deal, no matter how illegal or legitimate it may have been. They wanted a guaranteed return on their investments. And when a deal didn't perform, the paranoid thugs immediately jumped to the conclusion that they'd been double-crossed. He guessed that was what had happened with the Turk. He didn't know for sure. To find that out would have involved asking a few questions, and, as a general rule, he asked only what he absolutely needed to know. He and his partner had used a medium-range parabolic microphone to listen in on the Turkish man's phone calls as he went for his mid-morning walks. The man had told a friend yesterday that the Russians were simpletons, but that they weren't crazy enough to try to kill him in London. The comment struck the assassin as pure idiocy, and it caused him to wonder how the Turk had lasted as long as he had. The man was 58 years old, and had been involved in this type of stuff for 20-plus years. Underestimating one's enemy was a classic tactical mistake, one that was usually born out of stupidity or arrogance, or both. He leaned against the street lamp and checked his watch, careful to keep his head tilted down. There was a camera pod mounted on the light above him. It was 20 after 10. He was dressed in business attire, with a long black trench coat and fedora. His black hair had been lightened to a sandy blonde. Special contacts made his brown eyes appear hazel, and they were further concealed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses with clear lenses. An umbrella dangled from the crook of his left arm that held a twice-folded copy of the Times. The sky was gray and looked as if it might bring rain at any moment. 2 days in a row, the Turk had appeared at 10 in the morning to take his walk to the park. He donned an earpiece, and the entire trip, there and back, he talked on his phone and smoked cigarettes. He was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched, which, when one looked at his comments, was not surprising. Like the majority of the men the assassin had killed, the Turk was a man of habits. He always stayed at the Hampshire when in London, and, weather permitting, he took daily walks to St. James's Park, went back to the hotel for lunch, then to the bank, where he kept an office, and then afternoon tea at Brown's. Something was throwing him off his normal schedule this morning, and the assassin was beginning to worry. Yes, it looked like it could rain at any moment, but the weather was no different than the previous 2 days. There was a fine line between rushing a job and sitting on it too long. Long surveillance periods could lead to boredom, hesitancy, and sometimes inaction. They also increased the chances that someone would notice you. On the other hand, rushing a job before you had a complete sense of the overall tactical situation could be even more disastrous. Maps had to be memorized, schedules scrutinized, and multiple modes of transportation put into place. And in London, one could never forget about the omnipresent security cameras. The assassin was beginning to doubt that the Turk would show. He would either have to dispatch him when he was coming out of his afternoon tea, or wait another day to kill him in the park. As he was weighing his two options, the Turk stepped out under the wrought iron and glass canopy of the hotel, and the doorman handed him an umbrella. Pleasantries were exchanged, the Turk lit a cigarette, and he was on his way. The assassin had thought about this part very carefully. He was already positioned in front of his subject. If the police ever got around to reviewing the tapes, they would be looking for someone who had followed the Turk to the park, and in all likelihood would not bother to see if someone had been in front of him every step of the way. The assassin had also found a hole in the way the security cameras were set up. He would take a slightly different path to the park and avoid having his movements recorded. The park itself was a bit of a problem. There was usually a bobby or two loitering about, a fair amount of state workers, and one particularly pesky camera pod that was in close proximity to the spot where the hit would take place. He was disguised enough that the cameras would never get a clear shot of his face, but they could begin to build a profile. In addition to that, he would prefer the act itself not to be recorded. Such footage had a way of galvanizing those who were in charge of solving violent crimes. The assassin had been struggling with this problem the day before when a solution popped into his mind. He reached up and touched the side of a tiny wireless Motorola headset affixed to his right ear. A second later, he could hear her phone ringing. "Amanda Poole speaking." The voice had a crisp British accent. "Amanda, I'm going to take a walk. Would you swing by and see if our friend is going to join me? I'd love to, Harry. The assassin rounded the corner, careful to keep his chin down. There was a tendency in his line of work to overthink things. Much of this stemmed from the fact that most of the people were either former intelligence operatives or military. In Harry's case, it was the latter. When you worked for a big government, the resources were vast. Field equipment was tested and retested under every conceivable condition. Billions of dollars worldwide was put into the development of new ways to communicate and better ways to encrypt. The problem, as Harry saw it, though, was that as much or more money was spent on new eavesdropping technology and vastly powerful and complex decryption systems. The National Security Agency of America alone had dozens of satellites circling the planet that were designed to do one thing: record people's conversations. They had the world's most powerful computers ensconced in football field-sized subterranean chambers under their headquarters in Maryland. These Cray supercomputers churned away day after day, night after night, sifting through emails, radio transmissions, and phone intercepts. Highly specialized programs were written so the computers could home in on key words: bomb, gun, kill, and assassinate in every foreign language of interest. Certain types of transmissions were prioritized. For America, anything coming out of Iran, North Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, or Pakistan, for example, was kicked to the top of the queue. Anything intercepted in those countries via secure and encrypted modes was further kicked up the queue. And so it went, with the programs designed to focus on the methods used by people who were trying to keep secrets. All of this left Harry with a simple question. If superpowers with nearly unlimited financial resources and brainpower could not keep secrets from each other, what hopes did a two-person operation have to stay up on the technology and out in front of those spending billions? The answer was easy. He couldn't. So the only solution was to go in the opposite direction. The spy agencies around the world didn't care about inane conversations by business associates or lovers. The trick was to stay with the herd, use the same mode of communication everyone else used, and stay away from any discussion of the real business at hand. Consequently, upon arriving in London, they had purchased new phones. They signed a year-long contract, even though the phones would be used for a week at the most. He walked quickly but calmly down St. Martin's Street and then cut over to Whitcomb. A few minutes later, he was walking along the north end of the park. The Turk would be a few blocks behind him at this point. They would enter the park from different spots and meet where the older man liked to stop and feed the ducks while chattering on his phone. At Marlborough Road, he came upon a small black delivery van, which his partner was driving. He stuffed his folded copy of the Times under his armpit and popped the back cargo doors. Reaching in with a gloved hand, he grabbed a sash of balloons and closed the door. The delivery van drove off without a word, while he crossed the street to the park. This part made him a bit nervous. A man dressed in business attire, with a long black coat and hat, carrying a cluster of balloons, was not your everyday sight. He was sure to catch a few stray glances, but like most things in life, it was a trade-off. He kept the collar of his coat turned up, his chin tucked against his chest, and his shoulders hunched. All he had to do was make it one block with the balloons. His eyes swept the surrounding landscape, looking out from under the brim of his hat for the bulbous cap of a bobby or any other patrolman that might be about. The light post he was interested in was situated just past a park bench. It offered a commanding view of the park, and it was easy to see why the authorities had decided to mount cameras on it. As he neared the device, he slowed a bit, and then extended his left hand far above his head while letting the helium-filled balloons rise into the air. They were tied off in a concave shape so that the middle balloon was shorter than the other 6. They formed a perfect basket and settled in gently around the tinted shield of the camera pod. The assassin never broke stride, never looked back. The Turk was already in sight, coming toward him from a little more than 200 meters away. Harry reached the main path that ran east-west and turned to the left. The Turk was now less than 200 meters away, and he was stopping to buy some warm pistachios from a street vendor. Harry watched him take a stale bag of crackers to feed the ducks, just like he'd done the 2 previous mornings. Good, he thought to himself. keep your routine, and everything will turn out just fine." Sure enough, the Turk continued on for a bit and then left the path for the lake. He stood near a willow tree and began spreading the stale crackers about, popping pistachios into his mouth and talking on his phone. Harry reached up and tapped his Motorola earpiece once, which redialed the last call he'd made. Several seconds later, his partner answered. "Amanda Poole speaking." "Amanda, it's Harry. How is everything?" "Everything is just fine. Your party favors came in, and they work perfectly." That meant the balloons had stayed in position. "Good." He stole a peek over his left shoulder. "Is anyone else coming to our gathering?" "Everyone who was invited has replied." The distance was now just under 100 meters. He turned off the path and started walking toward the lake. "What about crashers?" "Not a one on the horizon, but if I hear anything, I'll let you know immediately." "Good." As he ducked around a hedgerow, his left hand slid between the folds of his coat and retrieved a silenced Walther PPK 9mm pistol. The weapon was quickly placed inside the folded newspaper. He clutched the paper and covered gun to his chest, and with his right hand slid one rubber band and then another over the outside of the paper. The assassin started his turn before he reached the water's edge and brought the newspaper up as if he were reading it. "Any other calls this morning?" The woman responded, "None that I can remember. The rest of the morning is wide open." "Let's hope it stays that way." He looked over the top of the newspaper and sighted the Turk a short distance ahead. His heart was not racing. His gloved hands were dry, and his senses were highly alert. He heard every noise, saw everything 90 degrees in each direction, and had a complete mental picture of what was going on behind him. The distance was now less than 20 meters, and no one else was near the target. His pace quickened slightly to take advantage of the man's isolation. At 10 meters, he could hear the Turk clearly. He had decided on this angle because he wanted the Turk to see him coming. This would seem normal, whereas if he sneaked up behind him, he could end up alerting his quarry. He glanced over the top of the paper and made brief eye contact with the man he was about to kill. Casually, he pretended to return his attention to the paper. He glanced across the lake and then to the left. There were a few people about. None of them were close, and he doubted they were paying attention. He was now only steps away, and he could see from his peripheral vision that the target was turning away from him. Humans, the only animal in all of nature who willingly turned their back to a potential predator. Harry was almost disgusted with how easy this was going to be. Stepping toward the target, he followed him quietly for a few steps as the man walked toward the weeping willow. This was turning into a joke. The tree, with its drooping, wispy branches, was the closest thing the park had to a dark alley, and the Turk was headed right for it. He stopped just short of the outer ring of branches and started to look toward the lake, undoubtedly expecting to see the pedestrian who had interrupted his privacy continuing on his way. The assassin did not extend the newspaper-encased weapon. He was too practiced for anything so obvious. He merely tilted the paper forward until the angle matched the trajectory that he wanted the bullet to travel. He squeezed the trigger once and stepped quickly forward. The hollow-tipped bullet struck the Turk directly in the back of the head, flattening on impact, doubling in circumference and tearing through vital brain matter until it stopped, lodged between the shredded left frontal lobe and the inner wall of the skull. The impact propelled the financier forward. The assassin had his right hand around the man's chest a split second later. He glanced down at the small, coin-sized entry wound as he went with the momentum of the Turk's dying body. The newspaper-laden hand cut a swath through the dense branches of the weeping willow, and 2 steps later he laid the dead man to rest at the foot of the tree. Harry quickly checked himself for blood, even though he was almost positive there would be none. The bullet was designed to stay in the body and cause only a small entry wound. With everything in order, he left the dead body and the shelter of the tree and began retracing his steps. 100 meters back down the footpath, he asked his partner, "Are you free for an early lunch?" "I am, as a matter of fact." "Good, I'm done with things here. I'll meet you at the usual spot in a quarter of an hour." "I'll see you there." On the way out of the park, Harry walked past 2 of London's finest. They were standing under his bouquet of balloons, staring up in consternation and talking with some higher-up back at the station house via their shoulder-mounted radios. When the taller one of the two tried to jump up and grab the strings, Harry had to stifle a laugh. It was the most amusing thing he'd seen all morning. Chapter 9. Chesapeake Bay, Maryland. Rapp sat in a worn leather chair, his mutt, Shirley, at his feet, and a pen in his left hand. He'd been writing furiously for the past hour, page after page, idea upon idea. Many were crossed off, others were circled and connected like some strange flowchart. The dry birch in the fireplace crackled and popped as he jotted down his 6th page of notes. At least as many pages had already been torn from the pad and thrown on the pyre. He was not writing down his thoughts for the sake of keeping a record, but rather to help play out the potential pitfalls of the job that lay ahead. The opportunity he had been given was fraught with potential problems, but the prospects were impossible to resist. Like everything else he did, the key was to not get caught. The difference this time, though, was that everything was on a much bigger scale. Instead of targeting individuals, he would be targeting groups. The expanded operation needed to be approached like a battle plan, looked at from every vantage point, and then tested and retested to make sure he hadn't missed something. And there could be no hard copy of anything. That's what Thomas Stansfield had taught him. The deceased former director of the CIA was famous for not carrying a pen and was known to admonish subordinates who took notes during high-level meetings. He liked to tell his people, "We're in the business of collecting secrets, not giving them away. If your mind isn't sharp enough to remember what was said, you're in the wrong line of work." Stansfield didn't really fear America's enemies. He respected them for their tenacity and despised them for their ruthlessness. But he always knew capitalism would defeat communism. What Stansfield feared were the opportunists on Capitol Hill, the politicians who eagerly awaited any chance to take the stage and act out another drama. They were the real enemy, the enemy from within. Men who could ruin your career and reputation with one theatrical soundbite. Stansfield had many maxims, and one of them was that it was impossible for a man with an inflated hubris not to have an Achilles heel. Rapp had heard a rumor once that Stansfield used a network of retired OSS and CIA people to run surveillance on key senators and colleagues. These were men who had fought alongside Stansfield against the Nazis, and then the Russians during the height of the Cold War. Men who hadn't lost an ounce of their conviction and were bored with retirement. Men who were happy to practice their trade on such easy targets. The files that Stansfield had amassed were rumored to be extremely damaging. They were his insurance policies against those who chose to put their own careers ahead of national security. Rapp made a note to talk to Kennedy again about their old boss's files, and a separate note to take out a similar insurance policy. Stansfield's other precaution involved eliminating any paper trail. When conducting operations that ran afoul of the American legal system, he liked to tell those around him, "Notes are the noose that will be used at your execution. If possible, record nothing and burn everything." Rapp took those words to heart, and many others that the World War II vet had handed down. Stansfield had been a member of the famed Jedburgh teams that were infiltrated behind enemy lines in Norway and France in order to collect intelligence and harass the Nazis. That was exactly what Rapp planned on doing. They needed to adopt a more multi-pronged attack, direct action, assassination, seizing funds, placing pressure and demands on states that were less than vigilant in the fight. That was all fine, but to truly confuse and harass the enemy would require a full-blown clandestine operation, an operation that only Rapp would know the full extent of. He tore off another sheet, crumpled it in his hand, and tossed it into the fire. Not even Kennedy would be fully briefed on what he had in mind. It was time to knock the enemy off balance and get them to doubt themselves, get them to turn on each other. An extension of what they'd just done in Canada, expose the pious hypocrites for who they were, undermine the authority of the zealots, and get them to think they had spies in their own camp. Shirley lifted her head from the rug, and a second later Rapp heard a noise outside. He checked his watch as Shirley ran over to get a look at the source of the noise. It was a little before 8 in the evening. That would be his wife, returning home after one of her marathon workdays. As the NBC White House correspondent, she started her days early with the morning news and ended late with the evening news. As long as nothing dramatic was going on at the White House, the middle of her day tended to be pretty easy. She usually took an hour to work out and wasn't afraid to take long lunches that usually involved shopping. Rapp didn't think it possible for one woman to own so many pairs of shoes, handbags, outfits, necklaces, and anything else to do with fashion. But then again, he'd never known anyone quite like Anna. She was the most beautiful bag lady he'd ever laid eyes on. The closet in the guest room was overflowing with purses designed by people with foreign names that he'd grown to think of as fashion terrorists. He'd asked her once the price of one of the bags, and she replied a bit defensively, "I don't ask you how much your guns cost, do I?" Rapp had responded that, unlike her, he used his guns more than once, and unlike the purses, the guns tended to stay in style for more than a season. He remembered being very proud of himself right up until she gave him that look. Anna Riley had the greenest eyes he'd ever seen. They could be as calm and enticing as a mountain lake on a hot summer day, and as angry and violent as a rogue wave bearing down on an unsuspecting boat. Her father once told him it was her Irish temper. Whatever it was, Rapp liked receiving the first look and dreaded the second. It didn't take long for him to figure out that his wife didn't think him anywhere near as funny as he found himself. He'd also learned that winning these little skirmishes with witty lines inevitably led to him getting his ass kicked in the major battles. This conclusion brought about a new creed. When Anna was happy, he was happy. When Anna was mad, life was less fun. When Anna was mad at him, life was miserable. Rapp glanced over his most recent page of notes and stabbed his pen at a certain line, tapping it over and over. He heard the key in the door, but didn't look up. He could tell by Shirley's soft bark and the excited tapping of her paws that it was Anna. Tomorrow morning he had a meeting with Kennedy, and he wanted to get this figured out before she began dissecting his operational plan. He heard the handle turn and looked up in time to see his wife enter with her large, striped Kate Spade shoulder bag. It was the only bag she used on a regular basis, which was a good thing because it cost more than any handgun he owned, even the custom-built ones. In her other hand was a purse and a shopping bag. "How was your day, honey?" he asked. "Fine." She dropped her large bag on the floor and stuffed the shopping bag in the front hall closet. Rapp shook his head. He could tell by the pastel color of the bag that whatever she had bought wasn't for him. "Got a little shopping in?" "No." She took off her jacket and gave him a wry smile. "Kill anyone?" "Not today, honey, but I've got a few hours left. What's in the bag?" He pointed toward the closet. Rapp wasn't going to let her lame attempt at hiding her habit go unnoticed. She was already halfway into the living room. She stopped and gestured at the front hall closet. "That bag?" She folded her arms across her chest. "I called you 2 hours ago. Why didn't you answer your phone?" Changing the subject was the first sign of guilt. He knew because he did it all the time. "I've been working on something." Rapp pointed at the legal pad on his knee. "What's in the bag?" "Did you forget that we had a meeting tonight with Philip?" Philip was their interior designer. A confused expression fell across Rapp's face. "I didn't know we had a meeting tonight." Even as he said it, he began to have a faint recollection of some such thing. She put her hands on her hips. "For a spy, you're a terrible liar." Rapp felt the table being turned. "Anna, I'm not lying. I didn't know." "Don't say you didn't know. It's on the calendar." She pointed to the kitchen. "I told you before I left this morning, and I left you a message on your phone an hour before the meeting." Now he remembered. Oh, that meeting. She gave him the look. "I'm sorry," he said sincerely. They were building a house in Virginia, just outside the Beltway, on 2 very private acres, and it had become a full-time job that he didn't have the time for. "What did I miss?" "Carpet selections. That's what's in the bag, by the way." Rapp stood. "Sorry." His instincts had failed him. He walked over and gave her a kiss. "You know I'm not very good at that stuff. I trust you. Whatever you and Philip think is best, I'll go along with it." She gave him a doubtful look. "Like the tile in the bathroom you hated? And the paint color for the dining room that you said reminded you of vomit?" Rapp looked up at the ceiling as if the whole thing sounded very unfamiliar to him. "You don't need to say anything. As your loving wife, I'm going to tell you how we're going to proceed. You are going to open a bottle of wine for us, because I need to drink something fierce. Then we are going to go through the carpet samples, and you are going to help me make a decision. And then we're going to sit down in front of the fireplace, and you're going to rub my shoulders." Rapp put his hands on her shoulders and said, with a mischievous look, "And then we're going to have wild sex." She shook her head. "I am tired. My feet hurt. I feel gross. I have to get up at 5, and I'm not so sure I should reward your forgetful behavior." "I'll make it up to you." He started kissing her neck. "We'll see. Now go get my glass of wine." Rapp continued to work on her lovely neck until she pushed him away, laughing. He grabbed a bottle of Cabernet from the wine rack and began opening it. As he looked up, he saw his wife standing in front of the fireplace, holding his legal pad. Her expression was intent as she tried to make sense of his notes. He'd have to start writing in Arabic. That would drive her nuts. He calmly walked back into the living room and yanked the notepad from her hands. "I was reading that," she said in an indignant voice. "Really? Did you ever think it's none of your business?" Anna smiled. "But we're married, darling. We're not supposed to keep secrets from each other." "You are so full of it." Rapp tore off the top sheet and threw it in the fire. "When was the last time you let me look at your notes for a story? You're in the wrong line of work. You should have been a spy." "Really?" she said in a hopeful tone. "There's still time for a career change. I'm young." Rapp went back into the kitchen and finished pulling the cork from the bottle. He poured 2 glasses. "You'd hate it. You'd never be able to handle the scrutiny from those jackals in the press." "They're real bastards, aren't they?" "The worst." Rapp handed her the glass of wine. Anna swatted him in the butt and said, "You're bad. Now go get those carpet samples and get to work." "Only if it means I get a little love later." "You're on probation for the evening. Don't push it." Rapp walked to the closet, dreading the mundane task that lay ahead. His thoughts were already returning to his notes. There were a lot of things to consider. In a perfect world, it would have been nice to bounce a few things off Anna, but it just wasn't an option. Especially this stuff. Operations like this were designed to never see the light of day. That's why they were called Black Ops. The Freedom of Information Act would have no effect on them. No records would be kept, and the men and women who were involved would go to their graves silent to their very last breath. Chapter 10. Western Austria. Erich Abel drove his brand-new silver SL55 AMG Mercedes up the switchback road with a heavy foot. Abel had been eyeing the car for some time. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, it was just that financially he was an exceptionally conservative man. His BMW 7 Series had been only 2 years old, and he had decided to wait another year before trading it in. In his mind, delaying gratification was in many ways the ultimate form of self-discipline. His recent contract with the bereaved Saudi father, though, had changed all that, and after all, he spent a fair amount of time in his car driving back and forth between Zurich and Vienna. While in Riyadh, Abel had made precisely 7 phone calls. $10 million in cash, while it was very appealing to the eye, presented certain problems that Abel did not want to deal with. He instead told Said Ahmed Abdullah that he would prefer the funds wired to 5 separate banks in Switzerland. Abel wrote down the instructions and called his contact at each institution, telling them to let him know as soon as the funds were received. Within an hour, all 5 men had confirmed that Abel now had $10 million in very liquid assets to add to $1.4 million in cash he had strategically placed at various institutions around the world. There was another $2 million in real estate and securities, but in Abel's line of work, one always needed a stash to draw from in the event one needed to disappear for a while. The 6th call was made to the Mercedes dealership in Zurich. He didn't bother to haggle with them over the $125,000 price tag of the world's top performance sedan. Abel told them he would be in to get the car the next afternoon. The 7th and last call was to someone for whom he had great respect. Dmitri Petrov still lived in Moscow and still smoked 2 packs a day of his stinky Russian cigarettes. The smoking habit was the only thing Abel didn't like about the man. Petrov was a prince among thieves, a true professional who garnered respect from friend and foe alike, and, in all likelihood, the only fellow professional who Abel would talk to about his new business opportunity. It was noon in Moscow by the time he called his old KGB friend, and the Russian's voice sounded as if he'd awoken him from a dead sleep. The two exchanged pleasantries for less than 30 seconds, which for them meant they insulted each other. Abel used a more deft approach, while Petrov initiated a full-on assault that eventually ended in a stream of creatively linked obscenities. The brief discussion reminded Abel of how much he missed his old friend. Getting down to business, Abel told Petrov he needed to see him immediately. When Petrov hesitated, Abel assured him he would be plied with fine food, expensive wine, excellent cigars, and $10,000 for his time. Intrigue alone would have more than likely induced him to make the trip, but Abel was hungry to complete his task. There wasn't a day to be wasted. He sweetened the pot by suggesting they meet at his Alpine house near Bludenz, a little over an hour from Zurich, just across the Swiss border in Austria. Petrov loved its majestic views and solitude. The Russian mumbled something about his expenses. Abel assured him they would be covered and told him to catch the first flight out in the morning. Abel accelerated through another switchback and then pressed the gas pedal to the floor on the straightaway. The 493-horsepower engine launched the sedan up the mountain road like a rocket. Abel allowed himself a brief smile. The vehicle was a testament to West German engineering. More than a decade later, he still drew the line between East and West. The country he had grown up in could never have produced such an exquisitely powerful and utterly dependable machine. And it wasn't just an East German problem. There wasn't a single communist country capable of such greatness. Abel had abandoned his country of birth and tried his best not to return. There were a myriad of complicated reasons. First and foremost, he didn't like the constant reminder that he had been on the losing side of the 20th century's Great Cold War. Reunification had helped East Germany greatly, but it still had a ways to go before catching up. The scars caused by the neglect of communism ran deep. Years of tarnish had to be removed before the prideful luster and German efficiency could be fully restored. Abel had lived a lie the first 30 years of his life, and he refused to waste a single day continuing to do so. He was now a Swiss citizen, and like his new country, he had adopted a neutral, more businesslike attitude toward the world. Wars came and went. Commerce was constant. And when the two collided, great opportunity presented itself. Abel was simply a facilitator, a specialist in risk assessment and sometimes, when it was called for, like now, risk removal. Abel approached the second to the last switchback and slowed quite a bit. This one was sharper than the others. Through a gap in the lush spruce trees, he caught a glimpse of a local ski resort. It wasn't set to open for another month. From Abel's Alpine house, it was a 20-minute drive down into the village. The pristine, high mountain air was good for his asthma, and the solitude was good for both his mind and his business. He had hesitated just briefly before calling Petrov. In his line of work, everything had to be analyzed through the prism of risk-reward. There was always a trade-off. Abel had more than adequate resources when it came to the standard job, but this one called for something special. He needed fresh talent, someone who was extremely good, but not yet known to all the usual suspects. As a general rule, the fewer people involved, the better, but for a job of this level, he had no one in his Rolodex who he felt confident giving the assignment to. Petrov would know of someone, though. He was sure of that. Abel swung around the last switchback and then turned onto his driveway, which went back down the slope, slightly parallel to the mountain road. The long driveway was lined with tall, skinny spruce, and after a fairly steep initial descent, it leveled out. Abel swung into the parking area in front and parked next to a rental car. He noticed his friend's suitcase sitting on the porch next to the front door and got out of the car. He walked around the wrap-around porch to the left and found Petrov sitting in a chair, his eyes closed, basking in the sun. Without bothering to open his eyes, the Russian asked in mildly accented English, "How long were you going to have me wait, you ungrateful Nazi?" Abel smiled and noted the gray wool topcoat spread across Petrov's lap like a blanket. With his silver hair, he looked like a retired person on a sea cruise. A pack of cigarettes sat on one armrest and a well-used brass lighter on the other. "I have been watching you for over an hour, you old Stalinist dog.
I thought you were either dead or napping, which, considering your age, are both distinct possibilities." One of the eyes on the broad face shot open, and Pietrov began cursing Abel in Russian. Abel's Russian had never been great, and had gotten much worse, but he got the gist of what his friend was saying. There was something about dogs fornicating and his lineage, and then more of the standard Nazi stuff. He laughed enthusiastically and then said, "Are you so old you can't stand up to greet an old friend? Should I help you?" Abel put his hands out in an overly dramatic fashion. "Should I call a nurse?" "I will break your pretty little nose if you lay a hand on me." Pietrov growled and yanked himself from the chair with surprising swiftness. The two men embraced, and Abel once again tried to slap his Russian friend on the back as hard as he was being slapped. It was never enough, though. The two men were roughly the same height, both just under 6 feet, but the Russian had him by a good 50 pounds. Pietrov was 61 and didn't look a day under 70. His silver hair, smoking, love of food and spirits, and undoubtedly the stress of his job, had not been kind to him. "Come," said Abel, "let's go inside. I stopped at the market and got all of your favorite things." The two men walked around the porch, and Abel unlocked the front door. "You know where your room is. Go in and get settled, and I'll take care of everything else." Abel brought his own suitcase in, and then unloaded 3 bags from the trunk. The first thing he did was take the bottle of Belvedere vodka and place it in the freezer. There was a better-than-even chance that his friend would polish off the entire bottle before they went to bed. Always aware of his asthma, he cracked a few windows to let some fresh air in. Next, he threw a 6-pack of Gösser in the fridge, along with a 6-pack of Kaiser. If that didn't keep Pietrov busy, there was a well-stocked wine cellar in the basement. He then placed the pickled herring, smoked ham, sausages, vegetables, and cake box in the fridge. Pietrov appeared right on cue, and Abel handed him a bottle of Gösser. He grabbed himself a Kaiser and held up his bottle for a toast. "To old friends and free markets." Pietrov nodded and took a big swig. He was about to say something, but decided to take another drink. "I've been waiting for that all afternoon. Sorry I didn't get here earlier, but I just flew in this afternoon." Abel looked at the clock. It was almost 5. "Where were you?" asked the Russian in between swigs. The beer was already half gone. Abel was about to tell him, but caught himself. The better question would be, where haven't I been? He opened a container of mixed nuts and placed them in a bowl on the counter. The key with Pietrov was to keep feeding him. "You've been busy doing OPEC's dirty work." The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries was headquartered in Vienna and was by far Abel's biggest client. "Everybody needs to collect intelligence." Abel held up his beer. "Even the Russian mob." The comment was a direct shot at Pietrov's sometime employer. "Yes, well, the glorious experiment of communism has ended, and we are now left to fend for ourselves." "To freelancing and capitalism." Abel raised his glass. "I'll drink to freelancing, but never capitalism. Those pigs have flocked to my country like vultures to pick at its carcass and prey on the weak." Abel laughed. "And what did the communists do?" This was a common argument between them, and Abel had never lost it. Capitalism was far preferable. If it was brought up again later, after Pietrov was drunk enough, he could get him to admit it. The Russian would threaten to kill him if he told anyone, and then he would launch into a tirade about the corrupt communists and how they ruined a perfectly good idea. Pietrov was mumbling something about greed and the destructiveness of organized religion. Abel cut him off and said, "Go outside and have a cigarette. I'm going to get dinner ready. Here, take the herring. I brought it just for you." Pietrov eagerly took the jar of salty pickled fish, and then asked in a genuinely concerned tone, "What about cigars? Please don't tell me I flew all this way and you don't have cigars." "I have cigars. Don't worry. They're for after dinner." Abel shooed him away and began preparing the meal. Pietrov came in to check on him periodically and shouted insults at him from the open porch door. By the time they sat down to eat, the 6-pack of Gösser was gone. Pietrov had only 1 Kaiser and immediately announced it was a girly beer, too light. The bottle of vodka was placed in the center of the table, and the bet was on as to whether or not it would last to see the sunrise. Petrov said absolutely not, and Abel agreed. Abel was not a meek eater, but his Russian friend made him look like a sparrow. Soon all of the sausage and ham were gone, as well as the fried potatoes, and the lion's share had gone to Petrov. Abel placed the dobosh torta on a platter and watched as Petrov's eyes dilated as if someone had hit him over the head. The cake, a confection of layered chocolate sponge and chocolate buttercream covered with caramel, was mouth-watering. Abel had one piece to Petrov's 3, whereupon the Russian announced that if he didn't get up and leave the table, he would eat the whole thing. Abel was sure he'd be back in around midnight to finish the other half. Finally, they retired to the porch and a starlit evening. Abel brought out 2 heavy wool blankets to ward off the cool air. There wasn't a sound other than Petrov's various attempts at aiding his digestion. Abel broke out the box of Monte Cristo cigars. He kept one and handed the box to Petrov. "Yours to take home with you." Abel rolled the cigar under his nose, taking in the fine aroma. "Thank you, my friend." The Russian opened the box and looked eagerly at his bounty. Abel would only have 1 cigar, and he would smoke it very carefully. The only time he chanced it was when he was in the mountains, and even then he had to see how he was feeling. With his asthma, he had to be very cautious. He would savor the moment, smelling the cigar for up to an hour before lighting it. "I need some advice, Dmitri." Petrov snatched a cigar from the box, bit off the end, and lit it. After several heavy puffs, he said, "I was wondering when you would get around to business. Always after dinner. You know that." Petrov pointed his cigar at his German friend. "You should be careful. You're becoming far too predictable." Abel didn't like the sound of that, and made a mental note to review his habits. He withdrew an envelope from his jacket and handed it to Petrov. "Your fee." The Russian hesitated while grimacing. "I don't like this. I have done nothing." "I have confidence in you." $10,000. He shook his head. "We are friends." "Yes, we are." Abel slapped the money into his hand. "And I am being compensated very well. Think of it this way. It is not my money. It belongs to the man who hired me. You are a subcontractor." Petrov placed the envelope in his pocket. "Now that I have been hired, what is it you need?" "A name." "What kind of name?" Abel had already decided under no circumstances would he reveal the identity of his target. "I need someone killed." Petrov shrugged nonchalantly. "You know plenty of people who specialize in such things." "Yes, but this job requires someone who is better than your average plumber." Petrov's brow furrowed in thought. "Can you tell me about the target?" Abel shook his head. "You must give me something to work with. Do you need it to look like an accident? Do you care about collateral damage? What theater will they need to operate in? What fee will they be paid?" "I need the best. I need a real professional. Someone who looks at their craft as a higher form of art." "Ah," sighed Petrov. "You want one of the crazy ones. The kind that treat the kill like it is a religion. And you want the best." It was obvious that Petrov was thinking of some names. "Yes," said Abel, "I want someone who not only thinks they are the best, but someone who is hungry to prove they are the best." Abel had thought of this distinction carefully. There was a good chance that a seasoned contract killer would turn down the job as soon as he learned the identity of the target. He needed someone who was on their way up. Someone who would want to mount Mitch Rapp like that leopard in Abdullah's office. "Your target must be someone very important." "I wouldn't say that necessarily." "Someone who is well guarded." "Not necessarily." Petrov threw back a shot of vodka and puffed on his cigar. "I hope you are not working for those damn Saudis." "I never reveal my clients, you know that. But out of curiosity, why do you dislike the Saudis so much?" As bad as the communists were, they pale in comparison to the Saudis. Abel laughed. How so? The Saudis think that God is on their side. And people who think God is on their side are capable of the most inhumane acts. Abel was intrigued. He'd never heard his friend talk about religion this way. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the great leaders of Mother Russia, Comrade Lenin and Comrade Stalin, managed to kill 20 million people, and as far as I know, they were atheists. That number is greatly exaggerated. Cut it in half, then. A mere 10 million. I will not defend Lenin and Stalin. They were awful creatures. But these Saudis and their maniacal brand of Islam will be the end of us all. Abel did not want to wander too far from the task at hand. If there was time later, they could continue their jousting. I will tell you one thing and one thing only about my client. His motivation is as pure as it is rotten, and is as old as man himself. Your client is a prostitute? Abel smiled. No. Pietrov reached for the vodka. Revenge? Yes. After his glass was full, Pietrov asked, Revenge for what? Did someone dare gaze upon one of his daughters without her veil on? I never said he was a Saudi. Why does he want revenge? Someone killed his son. Someone important? Abel shook his head. Someone who is very dangerous. Ah, I think I see. You need a killer to kill a killer. Precisely. Pietrov seemed finally satisfied. Abel wondered if his old friend was getting a conscience in his old age. And this person is good? Yes. Anyone I've ever heard of? I am done answering questions. I've already told you too much. Give me my name, and then we can get back to talking about the atrocities committed by communism. Pietrov snarled at him like an old dog who had been poked by a stick. I have a name and a phone number for you. A woman will answer. She is French. I am told she is quite beautiful. She will act as the go-between. And the shooter? I know very little about him. I like it that way. And I assume so does he. My source tells me he is relatively young and very well-rounded with the various tools of the trade. Would you say he's aggressive or cautious? I would say aggressive, laughed Pietrov. He's done 3 jobs for me in the last 7 months, and God only knows how many others. Chapter 11. Langley, Virginia. The motorcade turned off the highway and passed the lone white guard post that had been added in 1993 after several employees were killed on their way into work. The 2 Suburbans and black armor-plated Cadillac limousine continued onto the narrow tree-lined drive and over a rise without slowing. They appeared to be in a hurry. Once over the rise, an intimidating security checkpoint came into view. All visitor traffic was directed to the right by large, easily readable signs. Other signs warned people that this was their last chance to turn around without risking arrest and prosecution. If they missed the signs, the men in black Nomex jumpsuits carrying submachine guns provided further warning that this place was not part of the local sightseeing tour. The motorcade stayed to the left and came to an abrupt stop in front of the yellow-painted steel barricade. Men with guns were everywhere, and there were more of them behind the greenish-tinted bulletproof plexiglass of the blockhouse. 3 of the guards who had been talking when the surprise visitors came over the hill immediately spread out. No one had to tell them. It was part of their training. Clusters made for easy targets. This wasn't Hollywood. There was no racking of the slides and flicking of safety switches. When these men were on duty, they were hot, which meant they had a round in the chamber, and the only safety was their forefinger. The motorcade was immediately flanked on one side by 4 of the black-clad men. Despite the gray, overcast morning, they were all wearing dark shooting glasses to cover their eyes. Their weapons remained pointing down, but fingers caressed trigger guards while eyes tried to peer beyond the heavily tinted windows of the vehicles.
These types of motorcades were commonplace, but they were always expected, on the list, and fully vetted. This one was not, and the men and women of the security force did not like surprises. A captain came out of the blockhouse with a look of slight irritation on his face and approached the passenger side of the lead vehicle. The tinted window came down only to reveal a tinted pair of sunglasses. The captain, an 8-year veteran of the force, asked in a not-so-friendly tone, "May I help you?" The man pulled out a black leather case and flipped it open to reveal his credentials. "Secret Service." He jerked his thumb back toward the limo and said, "We have Director Ross. He's here on official business." The captain nodded and folded his hands behind his back. "Did you guys forget your manners?" "Huh?" the agent asked, not getting the question. "Simple protocol. Call ahead. Let us know you're coming." The captain rocked back and forth on his heels while he assessed how far he should push this. The agent gave him the courtesy of lowering his glasses an inch so the top 2/3 of his eyes were visible. "The director is a busy man, but I hear you loud and clear. The problem is, we didn't even know we were coming out here until 5 minutes ago. We were leaving the new counterterrorism facility, and he told us to come straight here. I'm just following orders." The answer seemed plausible. "All right, roll the windows down, get your creds out, and we'll make this as quick and painless as possible." The captain pointed at the lead Suburban, and 3 men appeared from the blockhouse, one with a dog. The dog and his handler began circling the vehicle while the 2 men began inspecting credentials. The captain hesitated for a second and then went back to the limo. He waited patiently by the back passenger window for a 3 count, staring at his own reflection. He waited 2 more seconds and then rapped on the window with his knuckles. The window came down, revealing 2 white men talking on phones. One was in his 50s, and the other appeared to be about 10 years younger. The captain recognized the older man as Mark Ross, the new director of national intelligence. The younger man placed his phone flat against the lapel of his suit coat and said, "Could we speed this up? We're on a tight schedule." "Absolutely," replied the captain. "Who is the director here to see?" "I'm afraid that's privileged information." The captain could already see this suit was going to be real fun to work with. "I need to see IDs, and we need to check the trunk, then I'll have you on your way." The man gave him a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" "I said we're in a hurry." The captain stayed calm and polite. "If you'd called ahead, some of this could have been avoided, but unfortunately you didn't. Identification, please." The captain stuck out his hand and waited. He collected the younger man's ID and wondered whether or not to push it with Director Ross. He decided not to when he realized Ross was talking to the president. He took the single ID back to the blockhouse to make a copy and run a quick check while the men continued searching the vehicles. He didn't like any of this, but technically he supposed the new director of national intelligence was his boss. Less than a minute later he came back out, looked briefly at the limo, and then spoke to the agent in the lead vehicle. "You guys under high alert or something?" "Why do you ask?" "You've got a lot of muscle with you to be driving around D.C. 4 guys in each Suburban and 2 more in the limo. That's about what the president travels with when he comes out here." The agent pulled his glasses down again and said, "I don't ask questions. You know what I mean?" Smiling, the captain replied, "To a point. I'm going to have the Suburbans wait over here in this parking lot on the right, and the limo may proceed to the main building." "That'll work for me." Kennedy remained absolutely unreadable as Rapp went through his pitch. He had seen her stoic behavior unnerve subordinates, especially the younger ones, the ones who needed constant feedback and supervision. Rapp needed no cheerleading. He and Kennedy had been doing this for a long time. Normally, she would have been a bit more responsive to what he was proposing, but Rapp had brought someone to the meeting, so she remained her polite but professional self. "The Pentagon, State, they're all throwing money around like a sailor in a whorehouse. We need to do the same thing." Kennedy glanced at the other man in the meeting, who happened to be a retired naval officer, and then looked back at Rapp. "Throw money around like a horny sailor?" "Absolutely," Rapp smiled. "The more money, the better. That'll make it harder for the General Accounting Office and all those oversight pukes to track what we're really up to." "Could you possibly come up with a better metaphor than the sailor-hooker one?" "I agree," said the retired officer. "How about a marine in a whorehouse?" Rapp looked at the blond-haired man sitting next to him. "Does that work for you?" "Absolutely. Marines are pigs." Scott Coleman laughed. The former Navy SEAL was in an unusually good mood, and it had everything to do with what Rapp was telling them. Kennedy ignored the banter and got back to more pressing issues. So in essence what you're advising is that we take Scott's company and use it as a logistical front for the new and expanded Orion team? Yes. That's been tried before, and it blew up in the CIA's face. When? The Vietnam War. You've surely heard of an outfit called Air America? I was in diapers at the time. Different time, different war, different world. I'm not so sure, Kennedy persisted. Air America got busted because they got too big, and a couple of corncob generals at the Pentagon didn't like the CIA having their own Air Force. That, combined with the press, the general mood on Capitol Hill, and the public's attitude toward the war, it all contributed to their cover being blown. Kennedy raised an eyebrow. And how exactly has anything changed? Everybody, including and especially the Pentagon, are using civilian contractors, and they're not just hiring engineers to build bridges, schools, and hospitals. They're hiring firms left and right to provide diplomatic security, food prep services, cleaning services, trucking, you name it. If it doesn't involve actual combat, the Pentagon is using private contractors. Scott? Kennedy asked. I've seen my business grow from about $2 million a year to over 20. Tell her about Black Watch. Rapp was referring to the private security firm that had been started by one of Coleman's fellow SEALs. They're going to do over $250 million in business with the government alone this year. They have 6,000 acres down in North Carolina that they've turned into a Disneyland for shooters. They have a racetrack to teach defensive driving. They have a state-of-the-art sniping range and shooting house, their own airstrips, planes, helicopters, armored personnel carriers, you name it. They have equipment that is forward-deployed around the globe. They've even built a damn lake to train SEALs on the underwater delivery vehicles. Their philosophy, interjected Rapp, is that they can do it better and in a more cost-effective way than the federal government. That wouldn't be difficult. Well, they're the first people to really try it, and they're succeeding. Kennedy knew about Black Watch. The CIA already used them to protect certain assets abroad. There was a very liberal, anti-war minority in Washington who thought of the group as nothing more than a bunch of overpaid mercenaries who were eventually going to give America a black eye. Kennedy thought those people tended to have a naive view of the world. To them, anyone who carried a gun was bad, even cops. So where I'm going with this, said Rapp, is that we begin to use a series of companies to... Rapp didn't get to finish his sentence because the door to Kennedy's office opened. He turned to see two men entering. "Don't bother getting up," announced the new director of National Intelligence, Mark Ross. Ross was tall, thin, and well-dressed, and exuded an air of importance. He marched across the long office, trailed by a second, shorter man. Rapp looked over his shoulder with undisguised irritation. He'd been in countless closed-door meetings in this office, and when the door was closed, it was for a good reason, especially this morning. This was a first. People did not simply barge in on the director of the CIA unannounced. "Irene, sorry to intrude, but I was in the neighborhood and decided to drop by." Ross reached the area where they were sitting and let his gaze fall on Rapp. "Mitch," he said, placing his left hand on Rapp's shoulder and extended his right hand. "Good to see you, as always." Rapp nodded. He'd only met the new Intel Czar twice, both times when Ross was in the Senate. Kennedy had warned him to be cordial to their new boss. Rapp recalled her being unusually cautious about the former senator. Kennedy had explained that it wasn't Ross as much as it was his new job. No one in Washington was quite sure how the new position of Director of National Intelligence was going to play itself out, and that uncertainty had caused the political gamesmanship to begin. At the mere mention of politics, Rapp tuned her out. He was more concerned about who Ross was and where he'd come from. If Ross was going to politicize intelligence, they would butt heads big time. The skinny on Ross was that he had a firm grasp on national security issues and knew how to motivate people. It also helped that after graduating from Princeton, he'd actually worked at the CIA in the Directorate of Intelligence. His claim to fame at the agency was that right before leaving to get his law degree at Yale, he prepared a report on a fringe Iranian religious figure known as the Ayatollah Khomeini. Ross predicted that Khomeini's religious fervor and growing following was likely to lead to a full-blown revolution in Iran. He was one of the only people in the government who read the tea leaves correctly. On the surface, Ross had an outgoing manner about him that was interpreted by some as self-assured and by others as arrogant. Rapp assumed that, like most men who had been members of America's most exclusive club, the U.S. Senate, Ross was a bit of both, depending on the situation.
Now Rapp sat uncomfortably in the chair with the man's hand still on his shoulder, wondering if the former senator had any idea how much he hated being touched. He glanced down at the offending hand and briefly envisioned snapping one of the fingers. "I see that pretty wife of yours on TV every day," Ross continued. "You're a lucky guy." He took his hand off Rapp's shoulder and looked at the third party in the room. It was obvious by the square jaw and athletic build of the man that he was not your average Langley bureaucrat. He appeared to be a Nordic version of Rapp, and Ross suddenly found himself wondering what he, Rapp, and Kennedy had been discussing. "Mark Ross," he introduced himself to the blond-haired man, "Director of National Intelligence." Coleman nodded. If he was impressed, he didn't show it. "Scott Coleman. You work here at Langley?" "No, my IQ is too high." Coleman gave him his best shit-ass grin. Ross laughed. "I don't think there are too many people in this town with an IQ as high as Dr. Kennedy's, but I'll go along with your explanation for now. You look ex-military to me. What branch?" "Navy." "SEALs?" "That's classified." Ross hesitated for a second, and Rapp thought he noticed a flash of anger just beneath the surface. Ross quelled it and looked to Kennedy. "Definitely a SEAL. Nowhere else in the military do they breed such contempt for authority." Rapp was the only one in the room who laughed. Kennedy never found such banter very funny, and Rapp knew Coleman well enough to know he was having an internal monologue as to the merits of blindly respecting authority versus real leaders who earned respect. Before Coleman could respond, Ross placed his hand on the back of the man he'd come in with and said, "This is Jonathan Gordon, my new deputy. He's going to be my point man on all coordination between Langley and National Intelligence." "Nice to meet you, Jonathan," replied Kennedy. She took off her glasses and set them on the leather folder in front of her. Her body language revealed nothing. Gordon was a half-head shorter than his boss and looked to be in his early 40s. Rapp tried to size him up, but got nothing. "Again, sorry for interrupting," said Ross as he clapped his hands together. "I'm trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. I'll let you three get back to whatever it was you were discussing. I'm going to go check in on a couple of my old intel buddies, and then I'll pop back up here in about 30 minutes. Ross checked his watch. "Will that work for you, Irene?" "If you give me a few minutes to finish up here, I'll show you around myself." "No, don't bother," Ross insisted. "I still remember my way, and besides, you're too valuable to be giving tours." He started to back away, and in a quieter tone said, "I'll stop back up in a bit. There's a few things I'd like to discuss with you." Ross and Gordon then left the corner office as quickly as they'd arrived. When the door was closed, Rapp turned to Coleman and asked, "Why do you have such a problem with authority?" Kennedy shook her head. "Mr. Pott, leave Mr. Kettle alone, and let's get back to where we were." Ross, Gordon, and the two bodyguards approached the bank of elevators. Ross stopped and folded his arms across his chest. He looked back toward Kennedy's office and appeared fixed on a particular thought. As the elevator doors slid open, Ross whispered to Gordon, "I want you to find out everything you can about Mr. Coleman." Ross stepped into the elevator. "I'm already on it." Gordon retrieved a Palm Pilot from his suit and went to work. Ross stared at the backs of his thick-necked bodyguards and then tilted his head toward Gordon and, still whispering, said, "Rapp makes me nervous enough as it is. I don't think there's a person in this town who can control him. Not even the president? Especially not the president. Rapp saved the man's life twice." Ross held up 2 fingers to punctuate his point. "You remember Valerie Jones, the president's chief of staff, stepping down this past summer?" "Yeah?" "That was Rapp. He and Jones were like a frickin' ferret and a snake. I mean, they hated each other. Rapp gave the president a choice, me or Jones, and the president chose Rapp." Gordon appeared impressed. "I've heard the man is very talented at what he does." "He is. Don't get me wrong, he's the best. But guys like that need to be kept on a short leash. No, strike that. They need to be kept in a cage in the basement, and the only time you let them out is when there's a murderer in your house." Gordon flexed his knees. "He doesn't strike me as the type who's going to let you put him in a cage. There lies the problem, my friend. We have to rein in all these damn agencies, most of whom can't stand each other, and get them to cooperate. I need them to follow my orders. I need everyone playing off the same sheet of music and looking at me, the conductor. I can't have Rapp running around banging on his war drums, doing whatever the hell he wants." The elevator doors opened. "There are people in this town, Jonathan, who would love to see me fail. People who would give a lot to see me embarrassed, and I don't like to be embarrassed.
Rapp makes me nervous, and if you can't figure out how to put him in a cage, you better at least find a way to put a leash on him." They exited the elevator and started down the hall. "And find out the bona fides on that smart-ass Coleman. There's no way he and Rapp are up to anything good." Chapter 12. Paris, France. Erich Abel leaned against a light post and stared at the pretty woman sitting across the street. He'd arrived early and walked the neighborhood, doubling back from time to time and making sure he was familiar with at least 2 potential escape routes. He made a few small purchases, a gift card and an antique pen. Both stops allowed him to pause and make sure he wasn't being followed. The gift card would end up in the garbage, but the pen he would keep. It was an ivory Mont Blanc fountain pen with inlaid silver bands and shirt clip. It would be the 56th pen in his collection. He doubted he had anything to fear this afternoon, but discipline was what kept a spy alive. That and the ability to deal with boredom. The truth about spycraft was that 90+% of it was utterly mundane. It involved a lot of standing around and waiting, just like he was doing now, but with his new millions spread across a series of banks, he felt more secure than he should have, and he allowed his mind to wander. Abel was wondering why one of the world's most beautiful and dynamic cities gave him a sense of melancholy. He thought perhaps it was because Paris was the heart of France, and he had some time ago come to the conclusion that France was a country whose greatest moments had come and gone. Their embarrassingly futile effort to defend themselves against the Germans at the start of World War II had left a permanent scar on the country's identity. The tiny country of Finland, after all, had stopped Stalin's Red Army for 3 months at the onset of the war, while France had barely lasted 2 weeks against the Nazi blitzkrieg. In the end, it took foreign armies to win their own country back for them, and while it was preferable to living under Nazi occupation, their national pride had been dealt a serious blow. This was, after all, the country of Napoleon, who had once dominated all of Europe. In less than a century they had gone from one of the world's preeminent powers to a country incapable of putting up a fight. The French were a proud people, and Abel reasoned that to protect their collective psyche from the truth, they had decided that leisure and intellectual refinement were more important than economic and military might. Abel could not deny the worth of intellectual and artistic pursuits, but they were nothing without secure borders and a strong economic engine to fund such lofty endeavors. The government had instituted a 35-hour work week, and 2-hour lunches were a coveted tradition. On top of that, almost all workers were guaranteed 9 weeks of vacation every year. The country was inching closer to socialism with each election cycle, and the disincentive to work was beginning to take its toll. If you can't or won't create on your own, the next best thing is to steal what someone else has created. Abel had seen firsthand how the Soviet bloc countries had used industrial espionage to try and keep up with the West. Similarly, the French intelligence services had become notorious for picking the pockets of visiting executives. So much so that many foreign companies had a standing order forbidding their executives from taking laptops or any other crucial data with them while doing business in France. Abel came to the sad conclusion that he was watching a once great civilization slide toward the abyss. The masses wanted the state to provide for them in every way, and the politicians who promised the most largesse were the ones who were elected. They in turn gave the people what they wanted, which then placed an ever-increasing burden on the most productive members of society. This was, he supposed, democracy's Achilles' heel. It struck him at that moment that socialism was far more insidious than communism. In East Germany there had been nothing voluntary about communism. It was simply the only option. But the people of France, through their own selfishness, were choosing this road to ruin. Abel wondered if there was an investment opportunity to be exploited, possibly a long-range trend in the financial markets. He made a mental note to talk to several of his clients about the possible implications. The dirty work he performed for his clients was extremely lucrative, but it was also inherently dangerous. In light of the advance for the Rapp job, Abel had started to think about shifting his focus to more legitimate work. Abel looked across the street at the woman and smiled. He was fooling himself. Going legitimate would be boring. Besides, spying was one of the fastest growth industries in the world. And if Abel was to be honest with himself, There was no other professional fraternity that he would rather belong to. One thing he would like to partake more in, though, was the company of women. The problem was that he was both too busy and too choosy. He liked intelligent women, but not too bookish, beautiful but not gorgeous, confident but not too extroverted, and they absolutely had to be classy in an austere way. He also wanted a woman who could enjoy silence. Talking was overrated, and Abel believed less was almost always more. The woman he was currently eyeing seemed to fall into many of his favorite categories. She was average in height, with black wavy hair down to her shoulders, an oval face with a delicate upturned nose, and a clear, milky complexion. He wished he could see her eyes, but she was wearing large black sunglasses, the type worn by movie starlets in the 60s that had recently come back in style. She was in designer black from her coat to her form-fitting spike-heeled suede boots. Her style was fashion-savvy without being ostentatious. It was the perfect form of urban camouflage for Paris in the fall. Abel was standing off to the side of a newsstand where he had just purchased a copy of the French magazine Nouvel Observateur. He was wearing a dark brown three-piece suit and had a reversible trench coat draped over his left arm. The woman was sitting at an outdoor cafe across the street. Abel had spoken to her only once, and it had been brief. She'd been polite, but had asked him immediately for an email address. Abel complied and then waited patiently by his computer for 2 hours before her email arrived in his inbox. The first thing she wanted to know was how he had heard about her. Not wanting to name names, he gave her a description of Pietrov and vaguely referenced the work she and her partner had done for him over the past year. She asked a few more questions that might trip him up, but Abel knew Pietrov too well. Once she was satisfied that Abel was serious, she put forth her terms. Her firm, as she called it, charged a non-refundable retainer of $25,000 to get things started. For that initial payment, they would consider any job transmitted to them via email. If he'd like to conduct business via a dead drop, it would cost him $50,000, and a face-to-face sit-down would run him $100,000. All retainers, she reiterated, were non-refundable. This woman was no socialist. Negotiating a job like this via email was out of the question. While the dead drop was tempting, there was simply too much on the line. A sit-down was the only prudent way to handle it. Abel wired the money to the offshore account, and she gave him a specific list of instructions which he had followed with only one exception. Those instructions led him to where he was now, standing next to a newsstand on the Rue du Mont-Cenis in the Montmartre neighborhood of Paris. He had come alone, as instructed, and had purchased the magazine she'd specified. She was sitting at the designated café, just as she said she would, with her Burberry umbrella saving his seat. She'd been sitting there for 15 minutes, and Abel was enjoying making her wait. That was part of his plan. He would only go so far in letting them set the tone and tempo of this new and hopefully successful business relationship. They had $100,000 of his money. They could wait a little bit. If she got up and left, that would be even better. That way he could follow her and learn a bit more before he set up a second meet. The most dangerous part of this was not the initial meeting, but rather the moment he chose to reveal the target. That was the point of no return. Once Abel told them the target was Rapp, they would be locked in. Abel turned the page of his magazine and looked over the top of it at the intriguing woman he was to meet. 5 more minutes, he told himself, and if she didn't get up to leave, he would go over and proceed as planned. He watched her look at her watch, and he wondered what she looked like naked. He doubted she would disappoint him. Abel let out a sigh of expectation, and just when he was ready to inhale, he felt something pressed against his lower back and a warm breath on his neck. A man's voice whispered in his ear, "Elle est belle, n'est-ce pas? She's beautiful, isn't she?" Abel started to turn around, but was stopped by a gloved hand that clamped down on his neck with an alarming firmness. The man was so close he could smell the coffee on his breath. Abel started to bring his right arm up so he could strike a blow and pivot free. "Don't!" The grip tightened. "Not unless you'd like me to sever your spinal cord." Abel felt the blade against the small of his back. He struggled to remain calm. The man's English was perfect. For a split second, Abel was confronted with the horrible image that it was Mitch Rapp himself who was holding him at knife point. He managed to take another breath and, in an embarrassingly unsteady voice, said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Erich," the man grunted, "you are not dealing with amateurs. Don't play games with us, or I swear I'll bone you like a fish, and you'll spend the rest of your days with a limp prick." Despite the cool autumn air, sweat began forming on Abel's upper lip. "How in the hell do they know my name?" he thought to himself. "I am merely trying to be careful. I appreciate professionalism, but don't toy with us. I followed you here and have been watching you for the past hour. In case you doubt me, I saw you buy both the card and the pen." Frown lines creased Abel's forehead. He'd taken the metro and 2 separate taxis to the meet. He had diligently checked to make sure he wasn't being tailed. How in the hell had this man followed him so closely? "I think you've made her wait long enough." The man leaned in, so his lips were just inches from the German's neck. He knew his warm breath would further unnerve his prospective business partner, which was his intent. Fear was the only thing that kept people honest in this business. "Get going, and don't even think of turning around. You'll be dead before you see my face. Do you understand?" Fearing his voice would fail him, Abel decided to nod in reply. The pressure of the hand on his neck relaxed, and he was nudged toward the café. Abel's knees were weak, and he staggered a bit. It was 3 steps to the curb where he stopped and started to check for traffic. He abruptly checked himself, fearing that the man would think he was trying to turn around. Moving only his eyes, he looked in each direction like an accident victim wearing a neck brace. When it was clear, he stepped off the curb. His stride was almost robotic as he crossed the street. In his mind, he started going over all his movements since he'd left his hotel. The man knew he'd purchased the card and the pen, for Christ's sake, and his English was perfect. Pietrov had said the man and woman were French. Could there be a third person? Abel did not like to be so caught off guard. These 2 were either really good, or he was getting really sloppy. Chapter 13. He approached the table, his legs still unsteady. The attractive brunette looked up at him from behind her dark glasses and asked, "Ça t'amuse de faire attendre les gens?" "Do you like to keep people waiting?" Abel cleared his throat and tried to look relaxed. "J'ai un contretemps." Something came up. "Really?" she said in a doubting tone. "Like standing across the street pretending to read a magazine?" "I was merely trying to be cautious." Abel wondered how in the hell they knew what he looked like. "Not cautious enough." She tilted her head. "I noticed you met my business associate." Abel glanced back at the newsstand. The corner wasn't crowded, but neither was it empty. People were coming and going in all 4 directions, but no one was standing there looking back at them. Abel was still a bit off kilter, and all he could manage to say was, "So that was your partner?" "Yes," she smiled. "He's a rather resourceful man. Not the type of person you want to upset." Abel recalled the man's hot breath on his neck, and he suppressed a shiver. He composed himself and gestured toward the chair with the umbrella on it. "May I sit?" "By all means." She grabbed the umbrella and hooked it to her armrest. She didn't bother to introduce herself. If they agreed to proceed to the next step, she would provide him with an alias. In an effort to lighten the mood and get beyond his own professional embarrassment, Abel said, "I apologize for making you wait, but I am always a bit jumpy during these initial meetings." "You do this type of thing often?" The dark sunglasses made it impossible to get a complete idea of the woman's face, which he supposed was intended. "Often enough, but I have a short list of contractors that I usually use." "If you have other skilled people, why are you talking to me?" The waiter approached before he could answer. Abel ordered a cup of coffee, and when the waiter was gone, he said, "My services have been retained by someone who would like a problem to go away. A very interesting problem, one that I'm not sure I'm comfortable using any of my ordinary contacts on." She studied him from behind her one-way glasses. "If things don't go as planned, You don't want anyone tracing the job back to you. She was a smart woman. Abel conceded the point, saying, "That is part of it. And the other part?" Abel put on a humble face. "Some jobs require nothing more than brute force. I have many people who fit this profile, and to be honest, I do not enjoy doing business with any of them. Other jobs require a bit of cunning and deceit." Abel shrugged. "I have a few people who aren't so rough around the edges and are competent enough. Still, other jobs require a true professional, someone who is creative with solutions and adept with follow-through. I have maybe one man whom I would put in this category." "So why not use him?" The waiter appeared with a fresh cup of coffee. Abel held his answer until they were alone again. "I considered it, but in the end I decided there was one limitation that might prevent him from succeeding." "What, may I ask, is that?" There was a line that Abel had predetermined he would not cross. This bit of information fell just shy of that line. "We are nearing a juncture in our conversation that I like to refer to as the point of no return." She nodded, but offered nothing more. "I will answer this one question, and then it is my turn to do some asking." "You may ask all you'd like." She pushed her chair back slightly and recrossed her legs. "Some jobs require that nothing is left to chance. This is one of those jobs, and whoever takes it must be fluent in English. My man is not, and I feel that this could be a potential problem either before or after the job." "Is your target British or American?" Abel ignored her question and instead asked, "Can your partner speak in both the British and American dialects?" "Yes." "Good. Now I would like to go over your resume." She put her hand up to stop him. "Before you go any further, I need to lay down a few rules. First, no heads of state. We don't care how much money you're willing to pay. We have no desire to spend the rest of our lives living under a rock. Second, we will set the terms and conditions. You will have nothing to say, operationally speaking. The only thing we will allow you to do is set a deadline." "And pay you, of course." Abel smiled. She smiled back. "Of course." Abel was struck by how beautiful her smile was. He desperately wanted to reach out and take her sunglasses off so he could complete the picture. "Now, onto your resume. I forgot the last point, and I doubt you will like it." She folded her arms across her chest. "We reserve the right to back out at any time prior to the deadline. You will, of course, receive a full refund, with the exception of the $100,000 retainer that you have already paid." Abel kept his cool, even though his German temper was bubbling up just beneath the surface. "I have never heard of such a preposterous thing." "I'm afraid those are our conditions." "You cannot conduct business this way." Abel pushed his cup and saucer away. "I have proceeded in very good faith. I have paid an obscene retainer for which I have received nothing in return other than a list of your conditions. I need to be protected just as badly as you do. And I must tell you that if you insist on being so one-sided in this negotiation, I will be forced to look elsewhere." "Herr Abel," she began, "you can look all you want. But if you need something done in Britain or America, you need to look no further." She opened her purse and fished out a cigarette. "We are not in the business of sharing secrets. We are a fee-for-hire service, and our reputation is everything." She lit the cigarette and pointed it at him. "Things come up in this line of work. Unexpected things that we cannot control. A true professional knows when to walk away. I can guarantee that we will do everything possible to fulfill the contract. But in the end, if we decide to walk away, that will be the end of it. You will get your money back, and we will take your secret to our graves." Nothing was going as he'd planned. These two had done their homework. They had allowed him to think he was the smarter man, and then they had knocked him off balance and set the entire tone. He was the one supposed to be doing the interviewing, not them. As much as he wanted to stay and continue chatting with this lovely woman, he needed to show at least one sign of strength. Abel pushed his chair back and stood. "I am sorry we have wasted each other's time. The fee you stood to earn was extremely large." He extended his hand, more in hopes that he could touch her skin than as a courtesy. She did the same, and he held her hand delicately. "If you decide to be more flexible in your negotiations, I will reconsider doing business with you." He gave her a curt bow and left. A block away, a man stood leaning against his motorbike, pretending to read a copy of Rolling Stone. Gnarled dreadlocks cascaded down to his shoulders. He had a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, and his helmet was hooked onto one of the handlebars. Clipped to the strap of the messenger bag was a two-way radio. A wireless earpiece was linked to the radio via Bluetooth technology. For the last 15 seconds, there'd been nothing but the background noise of the city. Finally, her voice asked, "As-tu tout compris? Did you get all of that?" "Yep." "You don't sound very concerned." "Nope." He glanced sideways at his rearview mirror, and just as he expected, he saw the German walking in his direction. "What are we going to do?" "Give him a little private audition, I think." She sighed. "Why do you always insist on taking risks?" He began tapping his foot and singing a Peter Tosh song, replete with Jamaican accent. Once the German had passed, he said, "We're in the risk business, my darling. I'll see you back at the place. Give me a 10-minute start." He closed the magazine and shoved it in his saddlebag. After strapping on his helmet, he started the bike and raced out into traffic. Chapter 14. McLean, Virginia. Rapp pulled into the parking lot, shut off the car, and got out. He walked to the asphalt curb and looked out across the playing fields. His mood began to change almost immediately. It had been more than 15 years since he'd been back, but the place was more familiar to him than perhaps any in the world. It was pretty much as he'd remembered it. Some of the trees were bigger, some were gone, and there were a few new ones planted near the parking lot. But other than that, it was the same old place, the place of his youth. The view, the smell, the weather, all brought back a deluge of memories, most of them good, but not all. This was where he'd broken his arm at the age of 7. He'd gone running home bawling, only to have his father enforce his no blood, no tears rule. After a brief check, his father, who was fond of the phrase, "suck it up," told Mitch it was just a sprain. When young Mitchell awoke in the middle of the night, soaked in sweat, and his arm twice its normal size, his mother intervened, and Mr. Suck-it-up was ordered to take his son to the emergency room. It was not their first trip to get x-rays, but it was their last. The next year his father died of a massive heart attack and left behind a relatively young wife and 2 kids, Mitch and his younger brother, Stephen. Rapp didn't think of his dad often, other than the brief periods when he lamented the fact that they never really got to know each other. They'd been together for just 8 years, the first 4 of which Mitch had no real recollection, and the next 4 which were pretty vague. His dad, like most dads back in the 70s, wasn't around much. He was a lawyer and worked long hours. He played golf on Saturday mornings, rain or shine, so Sundays were really the only time they spent together as a family. What he did remember about his dad was that he was a firm but decent and fair man. His mother, a deeply religious and eternally optimistic person, made it very clear to her boys just how responsible their father had been, both alive and from beyond. Like the good attorney that he was, everything had been in order when his heart stopped pumping. The estate planning was all up to date, and their father had purchased more than enough life insurance to take care of them. The mortgage was paid off, and money put aside for college. Financially speaking, his mom never had to worry. Mitch never heard his father raise his voice other than the few times that he or Stephen had done something really bad, like the time Stephen almost burned the house down, or the time Mitch got the ladder out of the garage and got up on the roof with Stephen. Mitch jumped and landed in a pile of leaves, and Stephen, who was only a year and a half younger, but considerably smaller, didn't quite make it. Little Stevie, as he was known by the entire neighborhood, landed instead on the sidewalk and ended up in the emergency room with 2 broken legs. Mitch actually got slapped upside the head and spanked for that one. It was the only time he ever remembered his dad laying a hand on him, and even all these years later, he still felt like shit about it. Not because his dad had hit him, but because he'd let his father down. Stephen was the miracle baby. Born 5 weeks early, he'd spent the first 3 months of his life in the hospital clinging to life. Mentally, Rapp's kid brother was a phenom. But on the athletic fields of their youth, Stephen was a runt. He was extremely small for his age, and to draw further attention to himself, he was topped with a shock of blonde, almost white hair. He and Mitch could not have looked more different. Where Mitch had black hair and olive skin, Stephen had light hair and fair skin that would turn pink inside 15 minutes if a liberal coating of sunscreen wasn't applied. Mitch spent summers in swim trunks or shorts, and Stephen spent them covered with light-colored clothes or in the shade. Mitch took after his dad, and Stephen took after their blonde-haired, blue-eyed mother. Rapp looked over at the baseball diamond and remembered how Stephen used to bellow out the pitch count, number of outs, and runs after every pitch. For a little kid, he had an unusually deep voice, and he used it to great effect. Even back then, the little genius had a thing for numbers. Because nobody wanted him on their team, he was designated permanent catcher and scorekeeper. In addition to his ability to never lose track of the score, he was also perfect for the job because he was incapable of telling a lie. There was no favoritism when he was behind the plate. It was also decided, at Mitch's urging, that Stevie didn't need to tag the runner. All he had to do was catch the ball and touch the plate. This way, there'd be no collisions with kids twice his little brother's size. Everything had gone fine that summer until Bert Doozer, the fat neighborhood bully, decided to steamroll the minute and neutral catcher. Mitch had caught a fly ball on the run in shallow center field, and one hopped it on a line to home plate. Doozer was on third and tried to tag. In direct relation to his size, Doozer was very slow. Knowing he was out with a good 10 feet to go, Doozer brought up his elbows and nailed little Stevie. Rapp remembered his little brother's black athletic glasses flying up in the air and the tiny white-haired catcher going ass over tea kettle into the backstop. What happened next became the stuff of neighborhood legend. Mitch was 10, Doozer was 12. Doozer was a half a head taller and at least 20 pounds heavier, and no one ever challenged him, but on this sunny summer day none of that mattered. After his father's death, Mitch took his oath to protect his little brother very seriously. Overcome with rage, he broke into a full sprint. Somewhere between second base and home plate, he threw his glove to the ground. He didn't remember this, but it was recounted to him in great detail later. He also didn't remember screaming like an Indian on the warpath, but that's what his friends told him. He did remember leaving his feet and hitting Doozer like a human missile. After that, there was a flurry of punches thrown, all by Mitch, and then there was a lot of blood, all of it Doozer's. It ended with Doozer running home in tears, and Mitch getting grounded when Mrs. Doozer showed up on their doorstep with her bloodied son. Mitch didn't argue with his mother much, but he remembered saying some pretty mean things that day, most of it having to do with how his dad would have handled Mrs. Doozer if he'd still been around. Not Mom, though. She was a Jesus-loving, turn-the-other-cheek Lutheran. Dad, on the other hand, had been an eye-for-an-eye, God-fearing Catholic. Mom was New Testament, and Dad was Old Testament. Mitch was decidedly more in his father's camp than his mother's, and rather than suffer an unjust punishment, he ran away from home. The next morning, a Fairfax County deputy found him sleeping in Turkey Run Park and brought him home. When he saw what he'd put his mother through, he was sufficiently shamed to stay put until he graduated from high school. Rapp shook his head. That day had been the start of it all, his first fight, and the first time he ever truly challenged authority. He wondered briefly if Doozer turned out all right or if he was still a prick. Rapp looked over at the practice fields where he'd learned to play football and lacrosse, and where he'd first laid eyes on Maureen the Dream Elliott. He fell for her hard, and she ended up being the real reason why he decided to take a lacrosse scholarship at Syracuse rather than the one offered by the University of North Carolina. Maureen wanted to get into broadcasting, and Syracuse was the best. Looking back on it now, it seemed foolish, but the two of them believed with all their hearts that they would get married one day. Rapp honestly believed they would have, but unfortunately, they never got the chance because on December 21st, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 was blown from the sky on its way back to America with 259 passengers on board. Maureen had been one of 35 Syracuse students returning from a semester abroad. What Rapp didn't know at the time was just how deeply that terrorist act would change his life. Maybe it had changed before that, when he was 15 and he saw Maureen for the first time. Maybe it had changed when he felt the undeniable satisfaction of pounding the crap out of a bully. It was strange, standing here, looking back on his youth and the decisions he'd made at such a young age. Decisions that eventually led him to where he was today. It made him wonder how things would have been if he'd never met Maureen and fallen in love with her. In the wake of the catastrophe, he'd asked God 1,000 times why couldn't she have missed that plane. He'd analyzed all of the choices she'd made. If only she'd stayed at Syracuse instead of spending a semester overseas. If only they'd gone somewhere else to school. He'd done the same things people always do when they are visited with such unexpected tragedy. He asked why, and wondered endlessly how things could have been different. It wasn't until almost a year after the tragedy that he was approached by someone who got him to look at the disaster in an entirely different way. A woman from Washington came to visit him, and after a lengthy discussion she had asked him, what if someone could have prevented the attack in the first place? That was the first carrot that had been dangled in front of him. The first trip was followed by a second, where an even more enticing question had been asked. How would you like to track down the people who did this and kill them? Rapp had the talent and the drive, and the CIA wanted him. Only 21 at the time, and awash in a sea of self-pity and despair, he found the idea of retribution powerful. Desperate people need a cause, and this was a cause that spoke to him. The week after graduation, he threw himself into the dark world of counterterrorism and clandestine operations. The CIA did not run him through their standard training program at the farm outside Williamsburg, Virginia. They had other plans for Rapp. For a year straight he was shuttled from one location to the next, sometimes spending a week, sometimes a month. The bulk of the training was handled by Special Forces instructors who taught him how to shoot, stab, blow things up, and yes, kill with his bare hands. Endurance was stressed. There were long swims and even longer runs. He'd always been in good shape, but these sadists had turned him into a machine. Between all of the heavy lifting, they worked on his foreign language skills. He'd been an international business major at Syracuse and had minored in French. Within a month at the CIA he was fluent, and then it was on to Arabic and Farsi. They taught him how to operate independently, how to blend into foreign environments, and how to cross international borders without being noticed. But most importantly, they taught him how to kill. Rapp remembered a conversation he'd had with one of his Special Forces instructors. The man's name was Mike. Mitch had asked him one time if he'd ever killed a man. Mike grinned and asked him, "What do you think?" The question had come up while they were having beers at a dive bar near Fort Bragg. Mike had spent the entire day teaching Rapp how to kill people with everything from a pen to a stick to a knife. Mike had more intimate knowledge of the human anatomy than most doctors, and he knew the body's weakest points. The last move they'd worked on involved grabbing a man from behind and shoving the knife up through the base of the skull at the point where the spinal column connects to the brain. As with everything Rapp did, Mike insisted he master the move with both hands. This particular move was punctuated with a quick twist of the wrist once the knife was all the way in. Mike informed Rapp that most people referred to this move as scrambling the brain, but he called it pulling the plug. He then described in great detail what the victim would be experiencing at this point. Yes, Mike had most definitely killed men before. Rapp asked Mike if it ever bothered him, if he ever regretted the killing. Mike looked into his beer for a long time and then said, "Listen, we're all wired differently. Some people aren't cut out for this, but I was born for it, and I can tell you were too. Maybe we were warriors in a previous life. I don't know. But there's a general rule out there: don't kill kids and don't kill women, and you'll be fine. Kill a man who wants to kill you, and it's the most healthy primal feeling you'll ever experience." Rapp asked him, "If you could do it over again, would you choose a different line of work?" Mike laughed and said, "Hell no. This is the best damn job in the world. Your government gives you the consent to go out and kill terrorists. For guys like us, it doesn't get any better than that." Chapter 15. Paris, France. Dinner was lonely. Normally, Abel didn't mind eating by himself, but tonight he felt restless. He was staying at Hotel Balzac, a small, luxurious establishment only a short walk from the Arc de Triomphe. He had decided to dine early in the hotel's restaurant and miss the rush. He was given a small but satisfactory table, and he was immersed in the menu when a couple about his age were seated within perfect view. He watched as they held hands and spoke intently. They appeared to be in love. About the time his main course arrived, another couple was seated. They were a little younger than Abel, and it was soon obvious that they were also in love. She reminded him of the woman with the large black sunglasses who he had met earlier in the day. She looked roughly the same age and had a similar hairstyle. Abel was haunted by the mysterious woman from the cafe. She exuded a quiet confidence more powerful than any aphrodisiac he could imagine. She had dealt with him from a position of strength from the moment he'd sat down. She'd known he'd been watching her from across the street. He cringed to remember how smug he had been. She'd even learned his identity in advance, and God only knew what else. The entire experience was very unnerving for Abel. He was the one who was used to negotiating from a position of strength. He was supposed to be the unflappable professional who saw all and gave away nothing in return. Having lost his appetite, he decided to go for a walk. After retrieving his black trench coat and new cashmere scarf from his room, he left the hotel and began walking south toward the Seine. There was a chill in the evening air, but Abel didn't mind. It felt good to get out and stretch his legs, and the bite of the air seemed to help clear his mind. Something told him this strange couple Pietrov had recommended were the perfect people for the job, but he needed to make sure. Abel had stopped at a payphone after the meeting and called his old Russian master. Hours later he was still replaying the conversation in his mind. After some brief banter, he had casually asked Pietrov, "Did you give this couple my name?" "They called to make sure we knew each other," Pietrov admitted. "I told them we did, and that you were someone who could be trusted." "Nothing else?" Abel asked. "Not a thing. What is wrong? You sound troubled." "They tailed me to the meet," Abel admitted, uncomfortably. "What else?" "They knew my name." "I told you they were good." Pietrov laughed loudly. "Hire them and be done with it. They will not disappoint you." Abel got the distinct impression that Pietrov was enjoying his discomfort. "They are a bit inflexible in their demands." "Sounds like a certain German I know." "Yes, well, I'm the one doing the hiring." "And they will be the ones risking their hides. I'm telling you, hire them and get out of their way." Abel considered telling him about the man, and how he'd threatened to sever his spine, and then thought better of it. Pietrov would only laugh at him. "What can you tell me about the woman? Did you meet her?" "Yes." "Ha!" Pietrov bellowed. "I have heard she is beautiful, very mysterious. Do you agree?" "She is an attractive woman," Abel admitted while trying not to sound too interested. "What do you know about her?" "Get her out of your mind. I have heard that they are more than just business partners, and trust me, this man is not someone you want to upset." "I gathered that. Where does he come from?" "I do not know, and I do not care. I'm telling you for the last time, hire them and be done with it." The Russian hung up on him. Abel didn't like feeling like a fool, but that was exactly the way he felt as he walked the streets of this old city. By the time he reached the river, he realized he would probably hire these two, but not yet. Pietrov was getting old, and the vodka had softened his normally keen intellect. There was too much at stake to simply hire them without having a say in how things would proceed. It was tempting, though. There was another 10 million waiting for him as soon as Rapp was dead. 20 million on the table, minus the fee he would have to pay the killers. Abel had a number in his head. There were many variables to consider, but typically the going rate for killing an intelligence officer was in the low to mid 6 figures. This wasn't just any intelligence officer, however. This was Mitch Rapp, A spy's spy who had the very nasty habit of biting back. They would have to track him. If they got lucky, they might catch him traveling. Getting him off American soil would help greatly. Very few contract killers liked working in America because of the increased security with facial recognition systems at virtually every port of entry and the fingerprinting of certain visitors. The cost of doing business in America would more than likely double the fee. He turned east and began walking toward the Louvre, racking his brain to come up with his best contacts in France. He needed to send these two a message that they were dealing with a professional, not someone who they could toy around with and scare like an amateur. Unfortunately, he didn't trust the people he knew in France enough to get them involved in this. On the other hand, there were some Hungarians he knew who were excellent at surveillance work, and they were cheap. It was a whole family for the price of one: grandparents, parents, children, even some uncles. When he got back to the hotel, he would call and see if he could get them here first thing in the morning. He would wait a day to see if the woman contacted him, and if not, he would email and request another meeting. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. He did not want to look desperate. He left the river and started back to the hotel. When he turned onto the Champs-Élysées, he was faced with a cold breeze. Abel turned up his collar and quickened his pace. He decided that by ending the meeting himself and getting up and walking away, he may have saved enough face to get them to come back to him. They were business people, after all, and he had been very clear that there was a large fee to be earned. When they called, he would be prepared. He would have the Hungarians in place. They would get photographs for sure, and possibly a thumbprint from her coffee cup if they met at a cafe again. The Hungarians could trail her back to an address that would provide more information. The man would be about, undoubtedly, and maybe they would spot him. All he needed was a single thread, and then from there he could begin unraveling. He would learn everything there was to know about the two, and then he would shock them into dealing with him from a position of mutual respect. Abel arrived back at the hotel refreshed and invigorated. He had a plan, and he was hopeful that they would call him back and renew negotiations. He took the elevator up to his suite, and after taking off his coat and scarf, he went into the bedroom to open the safe and get his PDA. He turned on a table lamp near the closet and punched in his 4-digit code. He listened to the whirl of the locking mechanism retracting, and then opened the small, heavy door. The safe was empty. Abel reached in and felt around to make sure, and then placed his hands on his hips. He was certain he had put the small, handheld computer in the safe before he'd gone to dinner, but with the way the day had gone, he was already second-guessing himself. Maybe he'd left it in his briefcase. He turned to head back into the living room, and out of the corner of his eye he thought he saw something in the shadows. Abel froze when he zeroed in on a pair of shoes that he immediately knew were not his. He followed the legs up to the dark, barely discernible outline of a man sitting in a chair. For some inexplicable reason, his mind jumped to the conclusion that it was Mitch Rapp himself who had broken into his hotel room. It was the second time in a day that Abel had been surprised and overcome with this dreadful, portentous feeling. "C'est ça que tu cherches? Are you looking for this?" asked a low voice. A gloved hand emerged from the shadows. In it was Abel's PDA. Abel looked past the hand at the man. His eyes had adjusted just enough that he could see his visitor was wearing something to cover his face. The voice, unfortunately, was familiar, and it made Abel think of coffee and warm breath on the back of his neck. Straining to appear calm, Abel said, "I see you have lowered yourself to thievery." The gloved hand reappeared and flicked the PDA across the room. It spun through the air and landed in the center of the king-size bed. "I have stolen nothing. A man in your line of work should know better than to trust hotel safes." Abel listened to the man's words and decided he must be American, but he couldn't quite place the dialect. "You have a nasty habit of sneaking up on people. Maybe I can return the favor someday." The man scoffed. "That would be stupid." "And why is that?" Abel was proud of himself for not sounding too nervous. "If I returned to my hotel room and found a man sitting in the dark, I would put a bullet in his head." Abel had been around some very unsettling individuals. But this man was in a league of his own. He was beginning to give Abel a feeling of inadequacy. "What if you didn't have a gun?" "I always have a gun." "But if you didn't?" "I would still kill the man. It just might take a split second longer." "So what do you think I should do?" asked Abel. "I have just returned to my very expensive hotel and have discovered a burglar in my room. Should I kill him?" The man laughed in a very low, almost snickering way. "Impossible. Please tell me why." Abel folded his arms across his chest. "For starters, you do not have a gun, and I do." "How do you know I don't have a gun?" "I watched you eat dinner. You looked very lonely, by the way." The man added, "I watched you put on your coat before you left for your walk. I can tell if a man has a gun on him. You do not." Abel conceded the point with a nod. "Continue." "I am a trained assassin, and you are not, Herr Abel. While I know you are not a stranger to violence, you do not strike me as the type of person who gets his hands dirty." "Don't be so certain." Abel held his ground. "Any other reasons I might be missing?" "Yes, as a matter of fact, one very obvious operational detail. You have registered under your real name and put the room on your credit card. If you were to succeed in killing me, which you wouldn't, you would have a mess to deal with." "I have many contacts." Abel paused in search of a name. "What should I call you?" "We'll get to that later." The man crossed his legs and placed both hands on his knee. "You were saying?" Abel noticed for the first time that the man was holding a silenced pistol in his other hand. "I have many contacts. I could easily make a phone call and have your body disposed of in a very discreet manner." The man did not answer right away. "I suppose you could, but I don't see you as that type of a risk-taker. It would be too impulsive. You're a man who must analyze every detail before you move to action." "And you?" asked Abel. "I am a killer. That's what I do for a living. And I live in such a way that the decision to kill or not to kill can be made instantaneously, without having to worry about how it will affect my life." Abel was starting to enjoy this. With a slight smile, he asked, "And how does one live their life in such a way as to be able to make such decisions instantaneously?" "By any reasonable standard, I am a wealthy man. But unlike you, I own nothing. I am tied to nothing. You, on the other hand, own significant real estate in both Switzerland and Austria. If you have to run, those assets will be seized. Bank accounts will be frozen. You have too many routes to kill a man where I have none. I'm like the wind, here one moment and gone the next." "I have taken certain precautions," Abel said with a tight voice. "I have no doubt that you have. But the vast majority of your net worth is tied up in hard assets that are owned under your name. You're also a very meticulous and prudent man. You will not throw away the fruits of your labor so lightly." Abel hated being wrong. He conceded the last point with another nod and announced, "I need a drink." He turned for the other room. Over his shoulder he asked, "May I get you one?" The man followed him. "No, thank you. I never drink when I'm on the job." Abel opened the mini-bar. "That's a very American sentiment. Are you American?" "I am American. I am British. I am Canadian. I am French. I am German. I am Russian. I am whatever I need to be." Abel grabbed a bottle of Remy Martin VSOP. "How about German?" Abel poured the cognac into a snifter while he listened to the man talk about the weather in absolutely perfect German, spoken with a slight Rhineland dialect. He picked up his glass and turned around. It was the first time he'd actually gotten a look at the man, and unfortunately there wasn't much to see. His head was covered in a black hood, with slits for his eyes, nose, and mouth. He guessed him to be about 5'10", but couldn't be sure since the man was already sitting on the armrest of the salon's couch. How about Russian? This time he broke into a scathing rebuke of Lenin and Stalin. He spoke so rapidly that Abel had a hard time keeping up. He was so pleased, however, that the man shared his hatred for two of the last century's biggest thugs and mass murderers that he actually flashed an approving smile. Abel held up his snifter. "I will drink to that." He went over to the other couch and sat. "I assume I won't be able to talk you into taking that mask off." The man shook his head. "Trust me, it is as much for your safety as mine." "Fine," Abel thought to himself. "I will know what you look like, sooner or later." "What should I call you?" "What would you like to call me?" Abel was beginning to relax. "Come, now, you must have an alias that you use. Never more than once. Pick a name." Abel smelled the cognac and tried to come up with something significant. He decided to toy with him. "How about Hector?" The man thought about it for a second. Bad name. He was killed by Achilles. "How about Achilles, then?" Abel smiled, proud of himself for trapping the man. The man shook his head. "Nothing Greek. Far too much tragedy with the Greeks. Let's start over. Who is the target?" Abel shook his head vigorously. "I need to know more about you before we get to that." "Fine. I will be satisfied with his or her nationality and city or country in which I will be operating." Abel set his glass down. "As I said, I need to know more about you before I start getting into details." The man hesitated before answering. "I'm in the business of killing. Have I ever turned down a job before?" he asked himself. "Yes, but not because I had a moral dilemma over ending an individual's life. I have turned down jobs because I did not feel the person with whom I was dealing was being honest with me." "How long have you been doing this?" "Long enough." "This will not work for me," Abel said as he shook his head. "I need to know more about you. This is a 7-figure contract we are talking about. I will not simply hire someone without knowing their history." The man sighed and said, "Listen, I know this is hard for you to understand. You are a German. You are organized. You are anal retentive. You worked for the Stasi for 10 years, and you like to keep records, but trust me when I tell you, this is as much for your own good as it is for mine." Abel made a sour face. "I don't see how knowing nothing about you benefits me." The man raised the silenced pistol and pointed it at Abel. "This interview will conclude shortly, and I must stress one thing above all. If you try to find out who I am, if you try to follow my business associate, I will kill you. This is your first and only warning. And don't let your thirst for details get the best of you. Think of it as a simple mathematical equation. A plus B equals C. A is your curiosity, B is me, and C is you, lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, knowing for only the briefest of seconds that I have just ended your life." He lowered the weapon. 2 plus 3 equals 5, and you trying to find out who I am equals death. They are both mathematical certainties. Abel picked up his glass and took a sip of cognac. His hand was shaking slightly, so he lowered the glass and clasped it in both hands, hoping his visitor didn't notice. After clearing his throat, Abel asked, "How am I to trust you if I know nothing about you?" "You shouldn't trust me," he said flatly. "I am a contract killer, an assassin. You act as if you are dealing with someone who should be virtuous. Still, before we come to an agreement on the terms, we must reach some level of trust. Don't take it personally, but I don't trust you. I never trust the people who hire me, and I never lose sight of the reason why you are hiring me. You want someone killed. I don't ask why, I just do it. But at the same time, I am very aware of the kind of person who pays for this type of work. A few are practical, but many have serious psychological problems. They are often sociopaths who must have their way in everything they do in life. They like all the loose ends tied up and everything tucked away neatly in a box. And, for some of them, that means getting rid of the man who pulled the trigger." He pointed the gun at himself and said, "That would be me." Abel could not disagree with a single thing the man had just said. "So there is no trust?" "None. Just professionalism. You watch your back, and I'll watch mine." He held up his glass. "I can drink to that." "Good. Now I will give you my terms. You tell me the target, and I will tell you my fee. If you agree, you will wire half of the money as a deposit and the other half upon completion of the contract." "What if you turn down the job after I have given you the name?" The man waved Abel off. "As long as you agree to my fee, I will not turn down the job." "But your associate earlier today told me no heads of state." "As a general rule, yes." He shrugged. "But for the right price, I will kill anyone." Abel thought that sounded promising. It was the moment to decide. If he had one flaw, he knew it was overanalyzing. He had not gotten what he wanted from this man, but it was hard to argue with his logic. Abel thought of the other 10 million that was waiting for him, and then thought of starting over and trying to find someone as talented as the unidentified man sitting across from him. It was time to jump in with both feet. Abel drained the rest of the cognac and bit down hard as the liquid burned his throat. He held up the drained glass, exhaled, and asked, "Have you ever heard of an American named Mitch Rapp?" The man did not answer for several long seconds. "Yes," he said, finally, in a tone that was anything but enthusiastic. Abel was overcome with a horrible feeling that the two men knew each other. "Please, tell me you don't know him." "No, only of him." The man's voice had taken on a brooding tone. "Will you take the job?" The man appeared to be studying Abel through the two openings in his mask. After what seemed like an eternity, he said, "That depends on how much you are willing to pay." Abel relaxed a bit. "The fee is substantial. I'll be the judge of that. How much?" Abel had gone over this 100 times already. The trick was to start off the negotiations at the low end, but not so low as to insult the other person. $1.5 million US. "Don't insult me." Abel looked at his watch. "I do not consider $1.5 million an insult." "I have no doubt you could find someone who would take the job for $1.5 million, and I also have no doubt that Monsieur Rapp would kill that man before he got anywhere near him. There are plenty of good people out there who would jump at this chance." The man laughed at him. "You are going to send a good killer to dispatch a man with Mitch Rapp's skills? Do you know anything about Rapp? Are you a fool?" Abel felt uncomfortable. "This is a negotiation. $1.5 million is a starting point. Tell me what you think the job is worth." "Who wants him dead?" Abel shook his head vigorously. "You know I will not tell you that." "Fine," said the masked man, fully expecting Abel to refuse. "I know how the business end of these things works. I'm guessing that you are taking a fee off the top of anywhere between 10 and 33%. Knowing you're a greedy man who likes the finer things in life, I will grant you 1/3 of the contract, but not a penny more. Have you already negotiated the contract?" "No," Abel lied. "Have you been given a budget?" "In a manner of speaking, yes." The man thought about it for a while. He knew of Abel's connections and could hazard a pretty good guess at who had hired him. He decided to shoot for the stars. "The price is 10 million. And since I like round numbers, you will cut your fee to a flat 30%. The number was at the high end, but within what he thought would be asked. "I will have to check and see if they are willing to pay that much." The man got off the couch and started for the small balcony. "Email my associate in the morning with your answer." The man opened the French door. They were on the 8th floor, and Abel was about to ask him how he was going to leave, but decided not to. The man made him curious, though. He was different. "Tell me, why did you get into this line of work?" He looked over his shoulder and said, "Because I'm very good at it." With that, the man was gone. Abel stared blankly at the closed door for almost a full minute, resisting the urge to go look. During that time, he was left in a strange state of limbo, wondering if he'd just made the best or worst decision of his life. He decided he needed another drink. Abel refilled his snifter and let the smooth cognac envelop his tongue before swallowing it. The man was talented. He had to grant him that, and he was correct that Abel could not simply send one of his regular people to take care of this. In the end, he would just have to take some comfort in the knowledge that he was about to make $13 million for what would likely be less than a week's work. Abel smiled and held up his glass in a toast to the man who had just disappeared into the night. To the death of Mitch Rapp and $13 million. Abel threw back the rest of the cognac and went to bed. Chapter 16. McLean, Virginia. A big Ford Excursion rolled into the parking lot and parked one spot over from Rapp's car. Scott Coleman got out. He was wearing a blue polo shirt that was a little on the tight side, a pair of jeans and black boots. The blonde-haired former Navy SEAL looked more like a construction worker than the head of a private security firm that was now billing the federal government more than $20 million a year. Rapp didn't see a gun on him, but he had no doubt there was one within reach of the driver's seat, and probably an entire arsenal in the back cargo area. "What's with all the cloak and dagger shit?" Coleman asked. He sounded irritated. "I thought we had friends in high places these days." "Yeah, well, we also have enemies in high places." "Fuck 'em." Rapp scanned the parking lot. "You sure you weren't followed?" "No." He looked at his vehicle. "You think you'd have a hard time putting a tail in this thing?" Rapp looked at the 9-passenger truck. "You get married and have a bunch of kids I don't know about?" "No, I've got a lot of shit I have to haul around," the former SEAL replied a bit defensively. "The environmentalists must love you. What's that thing get, about 2 miles to the gallon?" "The environmentalists can go fuck themselves," growled Coleman. "There isn't a bigger group of brainwashed dipshits on the planet." "Come on, Scott. Tell me how you really feel about them." "The same way you do," snarled Coleman. "Now, I didn't drive all the way across town and meet you in some high school parking lot so you could give me shit about my truck." Rapp held up his hands. Coleman was normally a pretty cool customer. "Calm down. What in the hell is wrong with you?" "I haven't killed anyone in a while. What's wrong with you?" "God," Rapp moaned. "You SEALs are a weird bunch." "Oh, and you're the picture of mental health." "Good point," Rapp laughed. "But seriously, what's up? You just find out you have testicular cancer or something?" "Worse. A fucking IRS called me this morning. They want to see all my records, personal and business." Rapp didn't like the sound of this. He got noticeably more serious. "Have you ever had any problems with him before?" "Hell no. I was an officer in the Navy for almost 20 years. We don't make enough money for them to mess around with." "And now that you're getting all of these government contracts—" "Shit, I suppose. I mean, Mitch, we're billing 7+ figures every month. I've had to hire 5 people just to handle all the paperwork." "How are your records?" "How the fuck would I know? I'm not an accountant." Rapp stared at him with his hawk-like eyes. "Do you have anything to hide?" Coleman looked down and kicked a rock. "I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an accountant." "Scott, it's me, Mitch. If I'm going to help you out here, you have to be straight with me." "Can you make this go away?" Coleman asked hopefully. "As long as you haven't fucked up too bad, yeah." Coleman kicked another rock. "As far as I know, all the domestic stuff is in order, but I've got an offshore company that I run most of the foreign contracts through." "And you keep the money offshore?" "Yeah." He looked up at Rapp uncomfortably. Rapp nodded. "Don't worry, you're not alone. Anything else happen in the last few days?" "Like what?" "Anyone poking around asking questions? Anyone from your past try to contact you? Any new unexpected business come in?" Coleman thought about it for a moment. "No." He studied Rapp. "Why?" Rapp leaned against his car and put his hands in his pockets. "I got a call from a source over at the DOD this morning." By DOD, Rapp meant Department of Defense. "You mean a mole?" "I wouldn't call the chairman of the Joint Chiefs a mole." "General Flood called you?" "Yes." "What did he want?" asked Coleman. "He didn't want anything. It was a courtesy call. It appears someone in Washington has a real hard-on for you this week." Coleman closed his eyes. please tell me the IRS didn't call the Pentagon and ask to review my contracts? No. Someone else called and asked for a copy of your personnel file. They can look all they want. That file is clean. They called back and asked for your classified file. They wanted to know how many times you've been sheep-dipped by the CIA and if you've ever worked with yours truly before. Rapp pointed to himself. They asked General Flood this? No. They tried to browbeat someone much further down the totem pole. It got kicked up to the Joint Special Operations Command, who in turn called Flood. So who's asking? Someone who works for the Director of National Intelligence. Why would they give a rat's ass about me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think it has something to do with our meeting the other day. In Irene's office? Yeah, that was a mistake. Hold on a minute. We haven't done anything wrong. You're kidding, right? Rapp looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Well, nothing recently. I mean, for Christ's sake, we're on the same team, aren't we? That doesn't always matter with these pricks. Rapp shook his head. It was stupid to meet at the CIA the other day. You're telling me that's what this is all about? Mark Ross didn't like my smart-ass attitude, so he's going to have the IRS bend me over and give me an exam? Scott, we're in the middle of the biggest power grab this town has seen in 50 years. Mark Ross is trying to exert his new authority over the CIA and the rest of the intelligence community, and the billions of dollars that goes along with their budgets. And I'm guessing he wants full disclosure by everyone under his command. And what does that have to do with me? He's not stupid. He wants to know what we were talking about with Irene. He called her the next day and asked her to brief him. What did she tell him? Asked Coleman. We're looking at using your firm for some of our overseas security needs. Well, you are. And we're also thinking about using you to do a few other things. Yeah, but he can't know that. He suspects something. And I'd say based on your audit and the request for your jacket at the DOD, he's not satisfied with the answer Irene gave him. Fucker! Coleman's fists were clutched so tight the veins on his forearms were bulging. Don't worry. I'll figure out a way to make this go away. How? I'm not sure, but I'll figure something out. The IRS is coming by tomorrow. I know a lawyer. Rapp smiled. A real bastard. He specializes in this stuff. They hate him at the IRS. I'll have him call you. He'll have no problem putting them off until I can call off the dogs from the other end. In the meantime, keep working on what we talked about. I don't want this to slow us down one bit. I'll have you all freed up by next week, and then we can get moving. Coleman nodded. Anything else? Yeah. Anything else unusual happens, I want you to call me right away. The former SEAL nodded. Chapter 17. Paris, France. The assassin had been wandering the streets in a seemingly aimless pattern for over 2 hours, which was about how long it had taken him to sort things out. He could be an exceedingly patient man when the situation called for it, and this was one of those times. The first thing he had to do was dump the motorcycle. It had been waiting for him 2 blocks from the hotel. He would miss the agile, high-powered Ducati, but scooters and motorcycles in Paris were like beautiful women. They were everywhere. He would find another motorcycle in the morning, and he was done chasing beautiful women. He no longer considered himself a Frenchman. He was a man without a country, but he supposed if there was any place that he had to call home, it would be France. He knew Paris very well, and had a network of motorcycle and scooter garages that specialized in servicing the underbelly of Paris. They sold new machines, but always had plenty of used bikes, and preferred to deal in cash, which suited him perfectly. When he was actively engaged in new business, like now, he sometimes changed bikes daily, and even resorted to stealing them himself. Among his many skills, he was a mechanic. He knew how to take a pile of junk and turn it into a dependable machine in a matter of hours. If it had an engine and 2 wheels, he could fix it. He drove all the way out to the Grand Arch, turning sporadically, doubling back, and, in truth, not paying too much attention to whether or not he was being followed. That would come later. If they'd found the bike while he was in the hotel, they could have concealed a transmitter. These types of devices kept shrinking in size and increasing in sophistication. He didn't have the wherewithal to keep up with such things, so he had to take other countermeasures. As he drove through the city, he was in no rush to finish the first act. There would be many tonight. It would all depend on what his very acute sixth sense told him. For this leg of the journey, he went through the motions and thought more about the contract he'd been offered than the real or imagined people who might or might not be following him. He parked the bike near the Victor Hugo metro stop in the Chaillot quarter and left the keys in the ignition. It would be stolen within 30 minutes. He took the blue line clear across town. From there, the assassin found his way up the steep steps, took in a few breaths of the cool night air, and lit a cigarette. He was a handsome man in a very masculine way. He was of average height and build, standing 1 inch shy of 6 feet and weighing 172 pounds. His longish dark hair was the color of his black leather motorcycle jacket and was tucked behind his ears. He hadn't shaved in 2 days, and his face was covered with a thick, dark stubble. He had the uncanny ability to blend into a crowd when he wanted to, which was strange when one considered the fact that he was quite striking. He finished the cigarette, flicked it end over end, and then ground it into the sidewalk with his boot. While he did this, he looked around, noting any parked cars and people who seemed to be standing about. As soon as he had a complete picture in his mind, he went back down into the metro. It was now that he went on full alert. The subterranean tunnels weren't very crowded at this time of night, so it was relatively easy to catalogue the various faces. He timed it just right and at the last second jumped onto a departing train. 5 minutes later he got off at the Saint-Ambroise station, where he took a casual 5-block walk to the Saint-Paul station and descended once again. And so it went for nearly an hour. After that he walked a while, stopping at a few off-the-beaten-path taverns where he had a beer and thought about the turn his life had just taken and how she would react when she heard the name. He had a pretty good idea. He knew her well enough. As the clock struck midnight, he decided he couldn't put it off any longer. He was confident he had not been followed, so he drained his glass and went to the apartment. She was up waiting, as she always was. Beneath her calm demeanor, she was as taut as a wire. She knew he wasn't reckless, although he walked a fine line. It was just that they did not lead an average life. She cast her book and Afghan to the side, revealing a silenced Glock pistol. She was in tactical mode, just like he had taught her. They had been through this drill so many times, it had become second nature. At this late hour, she should have been in bed, or at least in her pajamas, but she wasn't. She was dressed in a pair of jeans and a tight black sweater. 2 backpacks, loaded with only essentials, sat ready to go by the door. They always had to be prepared to run at a moment's notice. She stood and walked over to him, raising her arms and enveloping him in an embrace. In French, she whispered in his ear, "Louis, why must you always make me wait?" She rested her head against his shoulder and breathed a sigh of relief. He had many names, but the one given to him at birth was Louis-Philippe Gould. That part of his life seemed like ancient history now. She was the only person who ever used his given name. He gently placed one hand on the back of her head, while his other hand found the familiar exposed skin of her bare hip. His groin began to swell almost immediately. He had been with many women, so many, in fact, he had lost count, but she topped them all. "How did it go?" she whispered. He kissed the top of her head and smelled her freshly washed hair. "I think we need to open a bottle of wine." The sex would come later. She lifted her head and took a step back. "That bad?" He shrugged. "I wouldn't say bad, just—" He didn't bother to finish the sentence. Taking him by the hand, she led him into the tiny kitchen. She was a good listener. "I'll get the glasses. You get the bottle." The 1-bedroom apartment came furnished, and they'd paid for the first 6 months in cash. They'd only been there 8 days, and they would leave in the morning. The chances of them returning were slim. There was some cheap art on the walls, a couch, a chair, and a color TV that didn't work. The bedroom consisted of a bed barely big enough for the 2 of them and a rickety dresser. The kitchen hadn't been remodeled in 30 years, but none of this bothered them. They were used to living a life void of material possessions. They had traveled the world together, staying in cockroach-infested hostels and war-ravaged villages. Hot water and indoor plumbing were luxuries. The rest of the stuff was mere distraction.
He was 32 and she was 29. They were still young. Someday they'd spoil themselves with the finer things in life, but not yet. Luxury softened the primal instincts, and they needed every last ounce of those instincts to do their job. She sat on the couch while he opened the bottle of red. The path that led Louis to his current profession was unusual, but he doubted no more unusual than the road taken by his colleagues. One did not simply wake up one morning and decide to become a paid assassin. His father had come from old money that had been derived from old connections and knowing how to curry favor among France's often-changing ruling groups. The Goulds were professional diplomats who could trace their service all the way back to the coup d'etat by Louis Napoleon in 1851. 5 generations of Gould men had attended l'École Polytechnique, France's premier technical university that specialized in preparing young French citizens for a life of civil service or military duty. With 3 daughters and only 1 boy, all his parents' hopes of continuing the tradition were on young Louis's shoulders, and indeed he looked forward to following in his father's footsteps. More than half of Louis's youth had been spent overseas while his father rose through the ranks of the French Foreign Service. There had been postings in French Guiana, New York, London, Berlin, and Washington, D.C., where his father served as France's ambassador to the United States of America. It was a life filled with excitement and privilege. Louis enjoyed every minute of it, embracing the language and culture wherever the family went. He himself could think of nothing he'd rather do than become a career diplomat. That was right up to the point where he learned of his father's rampant infidelity. At 17, he lashed out at the man he had spent an entire life idolizing. When Louis found out about his father's inability to stay faithful to his mother, he surreptitiously applied for and received a scholarship to l'École Spéciale Militaire, or as it was more commonly known, Saint-Cyr. The institution was France's equivalent of West Point. On the surface, it may not have seemed much of a protest, but the Goulds had a long history of contempt for the French army. Professional diplomats to the core, they believed most, if not all, of France's great failures of the last 2 centuries to be the fault of the army. When his father found out, he nearly lost his mind. But with his youngest child now legally of age, there was nothing he could do. After Louis left for Saint-Cyr, things worsened between his mother and father. The secret out of the bag, his father became more brazen in his philandering, and his mother, a proud and deeply religious woman, retreated within the walls of the family's estate in the south of France. During his final year at Saint-Cyr, Louis's mother took her life, and the heart and soul of the entire family was ripped from them. Devastated, Louis blamed it all on his father, and decided to never speak to the man again. She held her glass while he poured. "Did they try to follow you?" "No." She frowned. "What took you so long?" "Just being careful." He poured his own glass and sat next to her on the tattered sofa. "Herr Abel, did he wet himself when he discovered you in his room?" "He was calmer than I would have expected." Louis held up his glass. "To what just might be our last job." She wasn't sure she liked the sound of this, and did not raise her glass right away. She stared at him with her piercing eyes. He prodded her by extending his glass further, and after a moment she relented. They had met when Claudia Morel was just 18. He was a 21-year-old second lieutenant in the French Foreign Legion when he'd laid eyes on her in the village of Aubagne. He fell for her almost immediately, and over a 2-month period their romance intensified. Then one day in early July he was called in to see his commanding officer. It turned out Claudia was the daughter of a certain Colonel Morel, a highly decorated legionnaire. The colonel had just returned from a 6-month deployment in Bosnia and had been promoted to brigadier general. It appeared that the general was rather upset that someone under his new command was attempting to deflower his precious daughter. Gould's transfer to the island of Corsica and the 2nd Foreign Parachute Regiment set a record for expedited paperwork. He was literally gone that very morning on the first transport out, with nothing more than a rucksack and a change of uniform to his name. There had been no chance to say goodbye to Claudia. The transfer was bittersweet. The bitter part was leaving the lovely Claudia. The sweet part was getting a transfer to the Foreign Parachute Regiment, the elite of the French Foreign Legion.
Once he arrived on Corsica, there was little time to feel sorry for himself. Word had been passed down from on high that this particular legionnaire was to be worked to the bone. For months on end, he rappelled down cliffs, shot everything in the Legion's arsenal, went on grueling hikes in the hot summer sun wearing a 50-pound pack, jumped out of planes, and swam for miles in the Bay of Calvi. The paratroopers bought into Nietzsche's creed, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. He looked back on it now and knew that the time he spent with the paratroopers had turned him into the man that he was today. Several months into his banishment on Corsica, he found out that the general's decision to have him abruptly transferred had come back to bite him in the ass. His very beautiful but very stubborn daughter was making him suffer for his insensitivity to her emotions. She wrote to Louis under a pseudonym and explained that she had moved to Paris and was refusing to speak to her dictator of a father. On the rare occasion that he received a leave of more than 2 days, Louis began visiting her. Gould, however, had found a home with the paratroopers, and as much as he missed Claudia, there was no abandoning this elite band of warriors. Over the next 4 years he traveled the globe, going from one hot spot to the next, honing his skills and discovering that he was exceptionally good at killing other men. He and Claudia remained in contact, but as she entered university life, they began to drift apart. Her new friends, a bunch of socialists, had great disdain for the military, and he, like all soldiers, found it very difficult to be around people who had no concept of the sacrifice made by a professional soldier. He was not asking for gratitude, but he was not about to tolerate outright contempt. So after one long weekend in Paris that involved far too much drinking and not enough sex, all hell broke loose. The signs that her deep love for him was beginning to wane were clear. Her appearance had changed, and she'd gotten involved with a particularly rabid clique of anti-establishment types. The male leader of this tribe was hell-bent on inserting his pompous ass in between Claudia and Louis every chance he got. The last straw was when he draped his arm around Claudia and, with a glass of wine and clove cigarette in the other hand, asked Louis, "Is it true that homosexuality runs rampant amongst you legionnaires?" He probably would have let the comment pass. But when Claudia began laughing, that sealed the deal. The punch wasn't too vicious, nothing more really than a snap of the fist, but it was well placed. It broke the twit's nose and sent a deluge of blood cascading over his upper lip and past his blabbering mouth. It could have ended there. He had nothing more to say to Claudia. Just being in her presence now disgusted him. He was turning to leave, and then some fool jumped on his back. Like most bar brawls, what happened next was a little confusing, but it didn't change the end result. Elbows snapped, fingers were bent in directions they weren't meant to go, and noses were flattened and bloodied. Louis ended up in jail, and 5 of Claudia's male friends ended up in the emergency room. In the aftermath, she told him she never wanted to see him again. He asked her if that was a promise. That set her loose on a diatribe against the French Foreign Legion. He listened passively, and when she was done he calmly told her he wished that someday she could put aside her pettiness and recognize the fact that her father loved her. It would be years before their paths crossed again, and it would not be under the best of circumstances. "What makes you think this will be our last job?" she asked. "Because the payday is huge." She looked into his eyes and said, "You are making me nervous." "Wait until you hear the name of the target," he thought. Without really believing it this time, he said, "You worry too much." "You," she said with an edge, "do not worry enough." "That is why we are the perfect team." He leaned in and kissed her. She pushed him away. "Do not try to distract me. Why do you think this will be our last job?" "Because the contract is worth $7 million. $7 million, she repeated with a little gasp. Claudia liked the independence wealth offered, but any job worth that much money had to be exceedingly dangerous. "The dollar amount impresses you?" Louis asked with a raised eyebrow. "It scares me, and it should scare you too." He shrugged. "It's just another job. For $7 million, I doubt it. Who does he want you to kill?" Louis took a gulp of wine and then said, "An American." She crossed her legs. "Please tell me we do not have to travel there. You know I do not like working in America." "Don't," he corrected her. "Remember, Americans don't say do not. They say don't." Her nostrils flared ever so slightly. "This is not a time for you to lecture me about syntax or idioms or whatever it is you call these things. Answer my question." "We will, more than likely, have to work in America." She closed her eyes and shook her head. "Who is the target? And don't say the president." "No, it is not the president." He laughed. She was running out of patience. "Name. I want a name." "Shh." He tried to place a hand on her knee, but she slapped it away. "Tell me right now." "Mitch Rapp." She blinked once, and then twice, and then slowly set down her glass. She stood and walked to the window. She checked the street, and then came back, and, in a voice barely above a whisper, asked, "Why?" "I didn't ask him why. It's not my place." She folded her arms across her chest and said, "I thought you admired this man, Rapp." "I do." "Then why do you want the job?" "You don't think $7 million is a good enough reason?" "You have to be alive to enjoy $7 million. I am not going to get killed." "You do not know that. This isn't some banker like the other day in London. This is Mitch Rapp. He bites back." "He will never see me coming." She walked from one end of the tiny apartment and back. "Who wants him dead?" Abel was not about to tell me. "I bet it's the Saudis." He didn't say. "I'm not asking," she snapped. "Abel has been doing dirty work for them for some time." She blew a loose strand of hair from her face and said, "I'm not crazy about the idea of working for them. Mitch Rapp happens to be on the side I believe in. As you like to say, he's one of the good guys." "I've told you, I don't know how many times, leave politics out of this. But as long as you're on the subject, I find it interesting that you would label Rapp one of the good guys. I can think of about 1 billion Muslims who would disagree with you." Her face flushed, and she pointed her finger at him. "Don't start this with me. You hate the Catholic Church because of your father. It's a religious war," she mocked him, "that goes back thousands of years, and the Catholic Church has been wrong more than it has been right. And I still stand by that. You are naive, Louis, just like I was when I grew to hate my own father. We are in the here and now, not 1,000 years ago. The Catholic Church has nothing to do with this. This is about a bunch of racist, bigoted, sexist, small-minded men trying to hold on to their arcane way of living as the world passes them by." She pointed to herself. "And I, for one, have no desire to help them." He almost told her to relax, but then thought better of it. That would only upset her further. "I wouldn't argue with the thing you just said." "Good. Then we are going to tell the German no." "I did not say that." "I thought you agreed with me." "I do, but there is a lot more to it than what you just said." "Like what?" She began tapping her foot. "Like settling down and having a baby." He could see the mere mention of offspring stopped her in her tracks. He was right, but for the wrong reasons. Claudia desperately wanted to talk about this, but now was not the time. Not while they were angry. "How do I have your baby if you are dead?" He stepped around the table and grabbed her hands. "I know this isn't easy for you, but I promise I will be careful. If it takes 6 months, I will wait. He doesn't know I'm coming. The German has no idea who we are. Rapp will never see me. I will kill him, and we will be done." She was tempted, but something told her they should run from this job as fast as possible. "I don't know." "That's fine. Sleep on it. Think about finally being done with looking over our shoulders, moving every month, finally settling down. Think about a house on the beach, filled with little kids." He took her in his arms and held her tight. "I promise you, nothing bad will happen. I will be extra careful." She looked up at him. "You really think you can walk away from this lifestyle?" It was a subject they had visited on more than one occasion. He smiled and said, "Yes," even though he wasn't sure he meant it. She looked into his eyes. They were intelligent, caring eyes, but she knew what lurked just beneath. She had seen him kill, and it had shocked her how little it affected her. It was even beautiful to watch. He was so skilled and effortless in his actions. She rationalized her feelings by hanging her conscience on the fact that the men he killed were guilty of some crime or transgression against humanity. But Mitch Rapp was a different matter. He was someone she admired. This one would be hard to rationalize. In the end, though, it was the promise of walking away from it all, once and for all, that tempted her forward. Things were coming to a head whether Louis wanted them to or not. Their life was moving ahead, and it was time for them to put all of this behind them. Chapter 18. Washington, D.C. Traffic was light, but Rapp nonetheless drove aggressively. It was a little after 6 in the morning, and they were making good time. There was no reason to rush, but Anna wasn't about to tell him to slow down. They'd been down that road before, and he had been characteristically inflexible. Whenever possible, Mitch liked to drive her to work. The 30-minute commute without traffic was a nice way for them to spend time together, and since they were both headed in the same direction, it made sense. They had settled into a routine. Mitch drove fast, his head on a swivel, checking his mirrors constantly, noting the faces of drivers as he passed them, and trying as much as possible to vary the route they took. It was all second nature to him, ingrained from years of living in hostile environments. Anna, for her part, kept her face buried in the New York Times and the Washington Post. Her job required a heavy dose of reading. As a White House correspondent, she had to not just follow the goings-on at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, but keep an eye on all things executive branch. In addition to that, she had to, at a bare minimum, be aware of what the president's opposition was up to. There was a lot to keep up with, and the dirty secret of most TV journalists in D.C. was that they relied heavily on print reporters to do their work for them. The Post and the Times were a must. Read both, encapsulate, and take to the air with a 30-second blurb about whatever scandal was brewing at the White House. In theory, if there was time, and if you could get anyone at the White House to talk to you, you would ask a few questions. In reality, however, the stay-on-message attitude of the White House and time constraints meant that more often than not you encapsulated and regurgitated. So, while her husband drove like a bank robber fleeing the feds, she tried her best to ignore everything that was going on outside the armored vehicle that was their family sedan. The customized silver Audi A8 weighed approximately 30% more than the factory model. Almost all of the increase in weight came from the bulletproof Kevlar fabric that lined the doors, floor, and ceiling of the vehicle. The bulletproof windows added a bit, as did the run-flat tires, but it was the bullet-stopping density of the double layer of Kevlar that added an additional 1,400 pounds to the vehicle's gross weight. The sedan had more than enough horsepower to handle the extra weight. The only noticeable difference was in the gas mileage. "There's a good article in the Post about your new boss," she said without looking up. "You should check it out." With a frown on his face, Rapp accelerated and changed lanes. "What are you talking about?" "Ross, the new director of national intelligence." "I wouldn't call him my boss." Anna glanced over at the speedometer and resisted the impulse to look beyond the dashboard. They were on Highway 50, and to be honest, she didn't know if the speed limit was 50, 55, or 65, but she knew it wasn't 80, which was what the speedometer read. Such was life with Mitchell Rapp. It had taken some time, but she was finally learning to sit back, trust, and relax. "According to the article, he's your boss," she said. Rapp hadn't thought of it that way, but he supposed if he ever bothered to pay attention to those worthless organization charts that came across his desk from time to time, they would indicate that Ross probably was his boss. "He's a paper pusher, honey. Just another layer of bureaucracy to add to the top of the inverted pyramid." This time she looked up at him with her stunning green eyes, smiled, and said, "And you're Atlas, right, honey?" She reached out to put her hand on the back of his neck. He blinked but didn't flinch, which was good. It had taken many months to get him to trust her. Like a dog that was beaten as a puppy, Mitch did not like people touching him. Why are you trying to be hurtful? This was his new ploy with her. Throw the PC mantra back in her face and act like a victim. I thought we were on the same team. She rubbed his neck. We are, honey. I just like teasing you. So have you met him yet? Who? Ross. Rapp was paranoid for a variety of reasons, but he tried to limit it to his professional life. There were times, though, when his very nosy wife liked to blur the line between their personal life and their jobs. He glanced over at his Anna to see if she knew more than she was letting on. I've met him a few times. And? And what? What's your impression of the guy? I don't know. Rapp shrugged unconvincingly. Do I sense dissension in the ranks? Her index finger had found a curl, and she began wrapping it around her finger. Easy, Lois Lane. Do tell, she pressed. The article makes it sound like everybody likes the guy, Republicans and Democrats alike. And you believe everything you read in the paper? Until I have proof otherwise, yes. She turned a little more in her seat so she could face him. Are you mad because Irene didn't get the new top job? No, he frowned. I like Irene right where she is. She keeps people off my back and makes sure I get what I need. Besides, it remains to be seen how much of the new job is just window dressing. Anna raised one of her thin eyebrows. Is Irene going to be able to keep Ross off your back? Rapp glanced over at his wife and smiled. Not bad for a talking head. I'm very proud of you. They passed the National Arboretum on their left and entered a run-down part of the city. Anna gave his hair a quick yank. Why did I ever marry you? Rapp kept his eyes fixed on the road. Because you have serious control issues, and you like a challenge. I'm your Mount Everest, and you want to summit me. He smiled to himself and looked mischievously at his wife. I like the sound of that. How would you like to summit me tonight? Not with that line. Honey, I think our love is a beautiful thing, and when I express that love, I'd appreciate a little reciprocation. You know, I have feelings, too. You're unbelievable, she laughed. I have no doubt that I have a few issues, but you saying that I have control issues is like Donald Trump telling someone they have a big ego. Darling, Rapp's voice took on a softer, decidedly NPR-esque tone. Remember, any comment that isn't a positive comment is a cry for help. He reached over and patted her knee. When you're ready to talk, I'm here for you. Anna had 3 brothers, and she was no wilting flower. She wound up and punched him in the shoulder. Rapp began laughing uncontrollably. Spousal abuse! Help! She hit him twice more in the arm and was about to hit him for a 4th time when she had a flashback to playing slug bug with her brothers when they were kids. She was in her early 30s, for Christ's sake. Oh, Mitchell, why do I let you get to me? Rapp was still laughing. Because you love me. I swear, sometimes I think I'm married to a child. She sat back in her seat and folded her arms stubbornly across her chest. He was still laughing and reached over to place his right hand on her thigh. I'm sorry, honey. Even as he said this, though, he was planning to torment her further. He slid his hand down to her knee, where she was deathly ticklish, and clamped down hard enough to send her through the roof. She slapped his hand twice and then began clawing at his fingers while alternating between cries of laughter and pain. Her husband finally relented, and she sat there in her seat, giggling, her shoulder-length auburn hair covering her face. After a good 10 seconds, she sat up and flung her hair over her shoulder. I'm going to get you. You know that, don't you? Rapp nodded. I'm sure you will. Just when he was congratulating himself for getting her off a subject that he didn't want to talk about, she said, And don't think I don't know what you were doing back there. Back where? When you decided you didn't want to talk about your new boss, so you turned everything back onto me. Would you like to tell me why you don't like him, or should I spend the day on the phone asking other people why they think you don't like him? See? There you go again. They were nearing the White House. Slow down and don't change the subject. You know I'll spend the whole day working the phones if you don't answer me honestly. He knew she was dead serious. Fine, you big bully. I'm not sure how I feel about the guy. I don't know a lot about him, but I have some reservations. Like what? I think he's screwing around with someone I know. Rapp was thinking of Coleman's IRS troubles. How so? He looked at her.
I'll know more by the end of the day. I hope.
They pulled up to the Northwest Vehicle Checkpoint, a block away from the White House. Rapp put the car in park. She leaned over, her emerald eyes locking onto his dark brown ones. You'll fill me in tonight. Rapp pointed to himself.
Right after you summit me.
She tried not to smile, but couldn't help it. Maybe.
He leaned in and kissed her. I love you, honey.
I love you, too. Anna got out of the car with her purse and shoulder bag. She walked around the front of the car and gave him a final wave and the $1,000,000 smile that made her so perfect for TV. Rapp rolled down his window. Be safe. I will. You too. She waved to the uniformed Secret Service officer behind the greenish bulletproof plexiglass. She would have to show her credentials at the next checkpoint. Rapp sat there, one hand on the gear shift, the other on the steering wheel, admiring the view of his wife's slender yet curvaceous figure. She turned around and gave him one more smile. Rapp waved and yanked the gear shift into drive. He pulled away with a smile of absolute contentment on his face. Things just kept getting better between them. They were hitting their stride, and to be honest, he'd never been happier. Chapter 19. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Abel stepped from the terminal and paused to take in a full breath of the hot, dry air. He had mixed feelings about coming back to the kingdom so soon, and hoped the prince would not require more than a few days of his time. He understood, however, that the delicate nature of this business meant talking on the phone, no matter how secure they might think the line, was not wise. As much as he didn't want to leave the Alps, he knew he must. The fall colors would be blazing near his mountain retreat, and the air would grow crisper with each day. This was the best time of the year to hike. The summer months were still a bit too humid for his asthma, and heavy exercise could be a problem. Now that everything had been set in motion, he had a second reason to long for his tiny alpine village. His survival instincts were kicking in. Sequestered in his mountain retreat, he could think clearly and plan for the proper contingencies should things go wrong. So he would, as politely as possible, tell Prince Mohammed that he had pressing business to attend to in Zurich, and with any luck, the sociopath would grant him leave. Prince Mohammed bin Rashid had sent his minions to whisk the German through customs. A white limousine was waiting for him just outside the door with a security detail of 2. Another man was placing his carry-on bag in the trunk as if it was a fine piece of art. The fourth and final man was holding the door open for him, gesturing with an upturned palm for him to enter the air-conditioned chamber. For a fleeting moment, Abel had the ominous feeling he was being invited to his own funeral. He hesitated briefly, and then got in the vehicle. Why he didn't turn around and take the first plane back to Europe, he did not know. It was not because he trusted Prince Mohammed. He did not. It probably had more to do with the difficulties that would have been caused by not getting in the car. It was quite possible he would have been forcibly removed from the airport, and there were also the inherent risks, occupational hazards, if you will, that came with the territory. Things he had grown callous to after 2 decades of deceit, subterfuge, and murder. He doubted Rashid would kill him, but it was not out of the question. In Abel's astute opinion, the man was a narcissistic sociopath. He lived literally behind fortress walls, surrounded by bodyguards and the opulent wealth that his billions provided. His contact with the real world was severely limited. The royal family had a schism running through its heart. One side looked to the future, while the other clung to the past. It was pitting brother against brother, and before it was over, there would be a bloodletting. Rashid was a thorough man, a man who liked to cover his tracks. What was it that the assassin had said to Abel in Paris? I am very aware of the kind of person who pays for this type of work. A few are practical, but many have serious psychological problems. They are often sociopaths who must have their way in everything they do in life. They like all the loose ends tied up and everything tucked away neatly in a box. And for some of them, that means getting rid of the man who pulled the trigger. That pretty much summed up Prince Mohammed. The assassin was a smart man. He still had been given no name by which to call him, but the woman had told him to call her Marie. She had done that right before she told him they were backing out of the deal unless he raised the fee from 7 to an even 10 million. Abel had begun to argue, and she hung up on him without bothering to reply. He waited frantically for the next 3 hours for her to call back. When she finally did, he was forced to use every ounce of restraint he could muster to keep his cool. He'd never dealt with anyone like these two before. They were like a beautiful woman who told you no and slapped you in the face. For some inexplicable reason, he kept coming back for more. Rather than start the search over, he acquiesced to the new number, and just like that, $3 million was yanked from his pocket. They had kept him off balance every step of the way, and in the process had proven to him that they were more than up to the task. Now he just had to sit back and let them do the heavy lifting. That was, of course, unless Rashid planned on having him killed. Abel looked out the heavily tinted window and decided he would have to subtly indicate to the prince that his death would be a mutually disastrous event. The palace was massive and looked strikingly similar to a 5-star resort Abel had once visited in Arizona. It occupied 225 acres and contained thoroughbred stables, 6 outdoor pools, 3 indoor pools, a 9-hole golf course, and a small amusement park. All 4 of Rashid's wives lived on the property in separate mansions, as well as many of his 21 children and his quickly growing brood of grandchildren. The large metal gate opened, and the limousine rolled up the palm tree-lined cobblestone path, past a colossal fountain, and pulled under the huge portico of the main palace. It wasn't always easy keeping Rashid's dwellings straight. There was the one in Mecca, one in Jeddah, on the Red Sea, a home in Zurich, and an amazing villa outside Granada, Spain. The prince did not like to travel abroad very much, but his villa in Spain was his pride. It was one of his stated goals to see Islam once again take its rightful place on the shores of Spain. Abel was often amused by this. Spain was an overwhelmingly Catholic country, and Islam's reign in the southern part of the country was very short-lived by historical standards. Prince Mohammed and his cabal saw no inconsistency in their position on Spain and their desire that Israel be wiped off the map. Abel, being German, felt he was in a unique position to understand the Zionist movement and the desire of the Jewish people to have a state in their historic homeland. By any fair historical standard, the Jews had a far better case in their quest for a secure homeland than the crazy Wahhabis had in their desire to re-import Islam to Spain. For obvious reasons, Abel chose to keep his mouth shut rather than point out this flawed line of thinking to Rashid. Prince Mohammed was waiting for him near his main pool, which was built in the shape of a camel. Every time Abel came here, he got the feeling that the place had been decorated by a 10-year-old boy. The prince was situated under a large khaki-colored tent, dressed in full tribal regalia, which was his custom. 2 of his ever-present bodyguards hovered nearby. Abel stepped under the tent and bent slightly at the waist. "Good afternoon, Prince Mohammed. How may I be of service to you?" "Come, sit, Eric. We have much to discuss. I hope you are hungry." "Yes, I am." A servant stepped forward and held a chair for Abel. The German noted the chair was situated right next to the prince, which was unusual. Rashid must be in an extra conspiratorial mood. They made small talk while they drank, Rashid coffee and Abel iced tea. After about 5 minutes, the prince dismissed his bodyguards, and Abel immediately relaxed. If Rashid had any thought of killing him, he would never dismiss the 2 bookends. Rashid offered his visitor a bowl of fruit. "How are things going with my old friend?" Abel assumed he was talking about Saeed Ahmed Abdallah. "I met with him as you asked, and I am in the process of helping him solve his problem." The prince nodded thoughtfully. "You understand, he is not well." "In what way is he ill?" "His heart aches for his son, and I'm afraid it has made him crazy." Abel nodded that he understood. "My friend is not stable, but he is someone to whom I owe a great deal." Abel was at a loss for words. "I appreciate you helping him with his problem," continued Rashid. "I do not know who he wants killed, but I have my suspicions. You know I will tell you if you'd like, Prince Muhammad." Rashid held up his hand and shook his head slowly. "No, I do not want to know such things. I would agree that it is very important that as few people as possible know about this. I instructed your friend to speak to no one. I stressed the same point with him, but still I worry." The prince fingered a grape and regarded it while he tried to decide what to say next. "The man Abdallah wants you to kill, if it is who I am thinking of, you must be extremely careful. He is not just any man. If you fail, he will come after you, and he won't stop until he has your head on a spit." Abel had considered this. "The person I have hired is exceptionally good." "You have seen him in action?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. He is very capable, and I suspect the perfect man for the job." The prince popped a grape into his mouth. "How well do you know this person?" Abel regarded the question cautiously. "In my line of work, we try not to get to know each other too well." The prince stared off in the distance for a moment. "There is much at stake here. I cannot be associated with any of this, and neither can you. You are far too valuable to me." "What do you have in mind?" "I would like you to make sure there is no way you can be linked to any of this. If this man you have hired succeeds, there will be some very upset, very powerful people, and they will want to find out who was behind it." Abel considered himself an expert at risk assessment. "The man who your friend wants killed, he has many enemies. Without any hard evidence, the U.S. will have a very hard time tracking down who was behind this. And if they get evidence, if this man you have hired makes a mistake, or even worse, if he fails and gets captured, there are no guarantees, Prince Muhammad. All of that is possible, but unlikely. The man I have hired is very good. The odds are in our favor that he will succeed, and no one will ever link him to us." Abel noticed the doubtful look in Rashid's eyes. In an effort to further assure him, he said, "I have covered my tracks. Even if my man fails, it would be exceptionally difficult for them to trace it back to me. I do not share your confidence." Abel exhaled a tired sigh. He didn't know what else to say. "If the man you have hired is captured, the U.S. authorities will find out it was you who hired him. The man has no idea who I am, other than a vague description of me and an alias I used." Abel could tell where this was going and felt it necessary to lie to the prince. "The U.S. has gotten much better with their interrogation techniques. I assume this man has a way of contacting you?" Abel nodded. "All they need is a phone number, an email address. You have paid the man, undoubtedly, through electronic transfer?" "Yes." "They will get it out of him, and they will trace the money all the way back to Abdallah." Abel disagreed. "I used a network of banks that are known for honoring the confidentiality of their clients. Even with the new terrorist banking laws, I am protected." A cynical smile formed on Rashid's lips. "I have heard rumors. The U.S. no longer bothers going through the Swiss courts. They simply hack into the banking networks and get the information they need. They come and go with impunity, and the banks never even know they are there. With all due respect, Prince Muhammad, those rumors are grossly exaggerated. You have your sources, and I have mine," the prince said with a mischievous smile. They were at a stalemate. Abel didn't know what else he could say to assuage the prince's concerns, so he gave in to the inevitable. "What would you like me to do?" "I want you to cover your tracks." I told you I have already done that. Prince Mohammed looked at the German with the stern look of a wise father who had grown tired of debating a point. I will say this only once more. I want you to make sure there is no possible way for the Americans to trace any of this back to you or Abdallah. Abel looked away from the prince and let his eyes settle on the shimmering surface of the ridiculous camel-shaped pool. He knew all too well that Prince Mohammed really meant he didn't want the Americans tracing any of this back to him. Abel was in a tough position. If he continued to resist the prince on this issue, he might find himself at the bottom of the camel-shaped pool, staring up at the surface with a couple of lungs filled with heavily chlorinated water. There was no other option at the moment other than submitting. Once out of Saudi Arabia, he would have to sort things out. For now, he would have to make the best of a bad situation. He looked back at the prince. It can be done, but it will not be cheap. How much? The truth was, he was not so sure it could be done, but Rashid would not be satisfied with that answer. He had no idea who the man was, and there was so little to go on where the girl was concerned. Add to that the explicit warning from the assassin that he would kill him in a second if he caught him trying to find out who they were. Maybe Pietrov knew more about them. Maybe he could bribe the old communist into setting them up. Abel thought about what that would take and said, 5 million, maybe more. Rashid looked at him with his best poker face. Unlike Abdallah, whose judgment was clouded by the murder of his son, Rashid was not going to simply open the vault and hand him over a mound of cash. Do you take me for a fool? No. 5 million is far too much. With all due respect, Prince Mohammed, it might not be enough. I will need to hire a small army to go after this man, and I will have to bribe many officials to get the information I need to find him. 5 million is the minimum. Rashid did not speak for a long time. His brown, almost black eyes stayed locked on the German. Abel, for his part, held his ground. He did not look directly at the prince, for that would have only provoked him, but he kept his mouth shut, which was the number one rule of negotiating. After a full minute, Rashid relented. Not a penny more. I will do my best, replied Abel in a voice void of any sign of victory. Yes, you will. Rashid fingered another grape. You always do. I expect you wish me to get started on this immediately. Yes, I have a plane waiting to take you wherever you need to go. Abel thought about it for a second and then said to the prince, Moscow. The prince smiled cynically. So, you are working with your old friends, the Russians. That is good. They will do anything for money. They are like whores that way. Abel decided not to comment. He wondered if Prince Mohammed had any idea how the Russians felt about the Saudis. It was tempting to tell him, but then again, he had no desire to end up in the pool. He stood and gave the prince a curt bow. Thank you for your hospitality, Prince Mohammed. I will keep you informed of my progress. I will have your money waiting for you on the plane. No more wire transfers. However you wish to handle it. A member of the prince's vast staff appeared as if out of nowhere and gestured for Abel to follow him. As soon as the two were out of sight, a stern man dressed in white robes stepped from behind a curtain and joined Prince Mohammed. He remained standing with his arms folded across his broad chest. "What do you think?" asked the prince. The man sneered and said, "I do not trust him. I have never trusted him." The prince smiled. Colonel Nawaf Taib had served under Mohammed when he'd been the Secretary of the Interior. Taib worked for the Saudi intelligence service and had been one of the prince's most trusted officers. He was an extremely efficient man who was not afraid to use force to get results. "What should I do with him?" asked Mohammed. "I think you should let me deal with him." Mohammed nodded. This was the answer he had expected. "Keep a discreet eye on him. When the time is right, you will know." Chapter 20. Langley, Virginia. Rapp pulled into the underground parking garage beneath the old headquarters building at Langley and parked next to Kennedy's armored Lincoln Town car. The spaces in this relatively small underground garage were highly prized. One of the misfits in the counterterrorism center had informed Rapp of this a few years ago. Apparently there was some recently promoted deputy director over in science and technology who was furious that Rapp was using his executive parking spot. Rapp couldn't care less about the parking space or the upset bureaucrat, for that matter. He did care, however, about the private elevator that allowed him to bypass the main lobby and people who might want to bend his ear. That was one of the first things Rapp had noticed when he was brought in from the field. People worked at a different pace at headquarters. They had a lot of time to talk, attend meetings, and surf the internet. Rapp's loner attitude was directly at odds with anything that involved socializing. He prided himself on spending as little time as possible at headquarters, and when he was there he did his best to avoid conversation. The private elevator that went directly from the garage to the director's office suite helped significantly. Rapp got in and slid his ID into the card reader. No buttons needed to be pressed. The elevator either went all the way up to the 7th floor or all the way back down to the garage. The elevator started to move, and Rapp looked up at the tiny camera mounted in the corner. He held his right hand up in front of his face and flipped the bird. Just before the elevator stopped, Rapp stepped to one side and grabbed the butt of his shoulder-holstered pistol. The doors slid open, and Rapp was confronted with a mirror image of what he might look like in another 15 years. The man was even standing, like him, with one hand resting on his own holstered pistol. His name was Vince Delgado. He was the head of Kennedy's security detail, and he and Rapp loved to give each other crap. "Good morning, Vanessa," Rapp said crisply. "Good morning, Michelle." "Is she in her office?" "No, she's up on the roof having tea and crumpets, you dumbass." "Cranky this morning, you old codger. Still not getting any?" The 52-year-old Italian-American from Philadelphia laughed loudly. "Now that's not true, Mitch." He stepped closer to Rapp, and after looking over both shoulders said, "You should have seen me last night. There's this new gal I met at the club. I was like a rock star. I'm amazed I can walk this morning, because I'll tell you right now, she's in traction." He looked once again toward Kennedy's office door and stepped even closer to Rapp. "Listen to this." Rapp's arm shot out like a traffic cop. "Stop." He closed his eyes and shook his head in an attempt to erase the picture big, hairy Vince Delgado was attempting to scar him with. Rapp walked toward Kennedy's door and then knocked on it. "Hey, are we still shooting this afternoon?" Delgado was a former recon Marine and phenomenal shot, which was in part how he and Rapp had got to know each other so well. "Yep," answered Rapp. "I'll see you there, too." Rapp entered Kennedy's office and found her sitting at her desk, focusing intently on an opened red file. "Morning." "Good morning," Kennedy answered, without taking her eyes off the top-secret document. "How's Tommy?" Rapp was referring to Kennedy's 8-year-old son. "He's busy, but he misses you, of course. He just asked about you last night." "Does he have a game Saturday?" Tommy was playing his first year of tackle. "Yes, 11 a.m. I'll be there." "Good." Kennedy took off her reading glasses. "Make sure you bring Anna with you. He likes to show her off." "Oh, he's getting to that age now." Rapp raised an eyebrow. "I don't think he's been the same since he saw her in a swimsuit last summer." "I don't think I've been the same either." Kennedy slid her chair away from her desk. "He's definitely changing. Very brand-conscious all of a sudden. He has to have his hair a certain way. This shirt is cool, this one is lame, and on top of all that, he's gotten quite mouthy." With a straight face, he asked, "Did you ever think maybe it's your management style?" "You're a very funny man." Rapp shrugged. "All kids go through phases." "Apparently. What's your excuse?" Kennedy looked at Rapp and thought, not for the first time, how nice it would be to have a man at home to help. Not Rapp, of course. They were more like brother and sister. But it was impossible to miss the way Tommy was drawn to him, or the tone Mitch would use when Tommy was out of line, and the way her young son would instantly react. Her prospects, however, were not good. Working 60-plus hours a week did not leave much time to date, and the fact that she was the director of the CIA tended to intimidate men a bit. "Now you're the comedian," Rapp said. Kennedy nodded. She was wearing a stylish yet conservative brown jacket with matching pants. She crossed her left leg over her right and asked, "What's on your mind?" Rapp plopped down in one of the side chairs. "I need you to talk me off the ledge." "Oh, no. What now?" "Ross." Kennedy closed the file on her desk. Conflict was a part of her job, especially post 9/11. A power grab was afoot, and she needed to be very careful. She had high hopes for a smooth relationship with the new Director of National Intelligence. She respected Rapp, but his insolent attitude and bull-in-a-china-shop demeanor could easily put her and Ross at odds. "I would think he hasn't been at the job long enough to cross you."
"Well, you're wrong."
"What did he do?"
"For starters, he had one of his people call over to the Pentagon and request Scott Coleman's personnel file."
"And?"
"The Pentagon sent over the sanitized version, and Ross didn't buy it. He or one of his deputies called back and tried to browbeat some captain into handing over the full file, especially anything involving any work he may have done for the CIA. The captain directed them to the Joint Special Operations Command, who in turn kicked it all the way up to General Flood."
"Did Flood give them what they wanted?"
"Are you kidding me? The only people who are more pissed than us about national intelligence is the Pentagon. Flood told them, in a not-so-polite way, that unless he got a phone call from the president telling him to release the file, they could go to you-know-where. Kennedy, in fact, did. General Flood was in his final months as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and he seemed to be taking great pleasure in telling certain people exactly how he felt about them."
"Did they go to the president?"
"Not that I know of, and I doubt they'll bother."
"Why would Ross be so interested in Coleman?" Kennedy set her reading glasses down on her desk. "Has he been up to anything that I don't know about?"
"No, he's clean."
"The timing of this is not good."
"I agree, and there's one more problem. The IRS showed up on Coleman's doorstep yesterday. They want to see all of his books."
Kennedy brought her hands together and formed a pyramid under her chin. The frown lines on her forehead deepened. "What in the hell is he up to?"
"He's either picked up some intel that we're reconstituting the Orion team, or he's on a fishing expedition." Kennedy's mind ran through a half-dozen possibilities. She wondered if Ross would be so bold as to have her office bugged. As paranoid as it sounded, it wouldn't be the first time that an intelligence overlord had decided to spy on the home team. Ross had been on the job less than a month. She doubted he could move that fast, but she still made a note to have Delgado's group sweep the office.
"My gut," she said, "tells me a fishing expedition."
"What if we're being set up?"
"By whom?"
"Senator Hartsburg."
Kennedy shook her head. "No. If Hartsburg wanted to fry us, he wouldn't go through Ross. I think it's a fishing expedition."
"Why?"
She thought about it for a while and said, "Mark Ross is a good man. He's not out to destroy us, or Coleman for that fact."
"You'll excuse me if I don't share your confidence."
"I think he has a natural distrust for the operations side of the business. He comes from the intel side, and guys like you and Coleman make him nervous."
Rapp frowned. "Why?"
"If I had to guess, I'd say he thinks you're going to embarrass him. He's the new guy in charge, and a lot of people are hoping he falls flat on his face."
"Again, what in the hell does that have to do with me?"
Kennedy sighed. Rapp was very good at his job, but he was a complete neophyte when it came to the politics of Washington. "Thank God much of what you've done is classified. You've had an amazing track record, but one of these times I fear you're going to have an operation head south, and you're going to land all of us in the middle of a monumental scandal."
"Thanks for the vote of confidence."
She shook her head. "You know you have my confidence."
Rapp nodded. "Well, if you want to win, you have to play the game. We can't just sit on the sidelines and hope they start liking us."
"I agree." She reached out and grabbed a pink message slip from her desk. "I'll figure out a strategy for Ross. In the meantime, we'd better put your project on hold."
This was not what Rapp wanted to hear. "For how long?"
"I don't know. Give me at least until the end of the week."
Rapp had no intention of slowing down. He would just have to be a little more careful. "What about the IRS?"
"I'll see what I can do, but once these audits are started, things can get tricky."
Rapp leaned forward, placing both elbows on his knees. "I want the IRS off Scott Coleman's back by tomorrow morning, or I am going to make someone's life miserable.
Every time we've needed him to handle some shitty job, he's been there for us, and he hasn't complained once." She knew Rapp was serious, and she knew better than to argue with him. "I'll do my best." She held up the pink slip of paper. "Onto another subject. I got a call from your old friend, Said." Kennedy was referring to Ali Kier, the head of the Jordanian intelligence service. Rapp immediately wondered what he had done wrong. Said knew how to get hold of him directly. If he was going over his head to Kennedy, there was a good chance he'd pissed someone off. "And how is my old friend?" Rapp asked cautiously. "He's fine. He sends his regards. He says you are no fun now that you are married." Kennedy's left eyebrow arched in a curious expression. "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means now that I'm married, I'm no fun anymore." "Lovely. It's good to hear you've settled down. Anyway, Said wanted to pass on a bit of intel. Apparently you're still very popular in Saudi Arabia." "Good. Are they planning a parade for me?" "Not quite. The opposite is more like it. A price has been placed on your head." Rapp leaned back and crossed his legs. "By who?" "We don't know. Said is looking into it." "Is that all?" "For the moment." Rapp thought about it for a few seconds while Kennedy observed him. This wasn't the first time he'd been on someone's hit list, and he doubted it would be the last. He looked at his watch. "I'd better get over to the CTC for the morning briefing." Kennedy tilted her head and regarded him. "Doesn't this news worry you?" Rapp shrugged. "Irene, there's always going to be some crazy fucker out there who wants to kill me. This is nothing new." Kennedy nodded. "Just promise me you'll be careful." "I always am," Rapp replied. "I always am." "And promise me you won't hesitate to ask for security if you notice anything out of the ordinary." Rapp stood and buttoned his suit coat. "Absolutely." He started for the door and then thought of something else. He stopped and asked, "Irene, would you do me a favor?" "Of course." "Would you let the Secret Service know about this? I'd appreciate it if they'd keep an eye on Anna as she's coming and going from the White House." She was already planning on it. "I'll call Jack Warch right away." "Thank you." Rapp left the director's office, his mind already jumping ahead, going into tactical mode. He'd feel much better when the new house was finished. The damn thing was going to be more secure than Fort Knox. The crazies could come after him all they wanted once he moved into the place. Unless they brought some heavy explosives, there was no way they were getting in, and if they did, well, he'd have a few surprises waiting for them. Chapter 21. Paris, France. He had made almost no effort to talk her into taking the job. Knowing any such attempt had the potential to drive her further away. That night he simply stopped talking and let her begin to sort it out in her mind. They'd made love, forgetting about Mitch Rapp and killing for a while. When they were done, there was no mention of the German or Rapp or anything else for that matter. They'd simply fallen asleep in each other's arms. The next morning they sat through a pot of coffee and some fresh fruit without a mention of it. They read the paper, smoked a cigarette, and literally didn't say a word. He recognized it for what it was. Claudia was not playing a game with him. She was not waiting for him to make the first move. She was simply thinking it through in a very thorough manner. That was Claudia Morel. She was the general, the field marshal, the tactician. Louis was good at the hunt and the kill. He was gifted beyond measure with the instinct to know when to press forward and when to retreat. He had a sense of the overall picture, but his attitude was inevitably one of invincibility. Claudia's strength was in the details. She was better at analyzing the risk, whereas Louis thought anything could be overcome with the right amount of skill and determination. She knew when to walk away, while he was sometimes driven by the challenge. A dark, mad part of him had actually hoped the German would ask him to kill the American president. He had no feelings about the president one way or another. It was simply a challenge, a test of his skill, something that would be discussed for hundreds of years and maybe longer. To kill the most protected man in the world and get away with it, that would be the ultimate test. He dreamt of it. He was an old man giving a deathbed confession, giving details that only he would know. Maybe even telling them where he'd hid the rifle. That was the only way to kill a man so heavily protected. That or a bomb, but bombs were clumsy and ended up killing too many innocent people. They were the easy way out, not the way of a talented assassin. Rapp, however, was an entirely different matter. Despite Claudia's worries, Louis knew he had a huge advantage, and there was nothing cocky about recognizing this. Surprise was on his side. He knew if the roles were reversed, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against a man of Rapp's talents and significant resources. Any disadvantage he was dealt by having to operate in Rapp's backyard was negated by the fact that he had gone to high school in Washington while his father had been ambassador. Louis's Americanized English was flawless. Despite Claudia's reservations, he was very optimistic about pulling off this job and simply fading away into early retirement. Well, he was a little less optimistic about the fading away part, but he hadn't shared that with Claudia. After she'd finished 2 cups of coffee, she closed the paper and said, "Do you want to know what I think? I've been waiting all morning. The German is working for the Saudis. That's where his contacts are. I don't like the Saudis, but I like the idea of settling down." She paused and fixed him with a very serious look. "But I'm not so sure you do." "That's not true." "What are you going to do? Lie in the sun every day and drink beer?" She shook her head. "I don't think so." "Claudia, we are going to be extremely wealthy. I will do whatever I want." She studied him with open skepticism. "I want you to really think about this. I want children, and I want to put all of this behind us. Killing people was not what I wanted to do with my life." She extended her arms and motioned toward the dirty walls of the run-down apartment. "No more assignments. No more moving from place to place. I want to stop." "So do I." Louis knew the important thing was to keep agreeing. Like an alcoholic, he had the desire to stop. The benefit was undeniable. But he just didn't know if he would be able to resist the call of the hunt. His answer, and her need to believe in the possibility of a different life, was enough for her. "Here's what we're going to do. I don't trust the German. He would throw us overboard in a second, and as far as the money goes, he is a shyster. We know he's acting on behalf of the Saudis, and it's my guess that he is not working for the government, but rather some individual or group. Either way," she shrugged, "they have deep pockets." "I would agree." "Good. I'm going to call Herr Abel and tell him our fee is 10 million. Louis didn't like changing the deal. "But I already told him 7. "I know you did. But Saudis are not rational when it comes to money. They are impulsive. If they are willing to pay 7, they are willing to pay 10. Trust me." "Why not ask for 15, then? That's too big of a jump." She reached out and patted his hand. "You're good, darling, but not that good. If we demand 15 million, Abel will go find someone else." "All right. 10 million is the number. What if they say no?" "They won't." She was right. Louis sat there at the kitchen table and watched Claudia turn on her phone and call Abel. It didn't go well at first. Louis could hear the German's voice bellowing from the tiny speaker of the mobile phone. They had a deal. 7 million was the agreed-upon sum. He said he would find someone else. Claudia wished him luck, pressed the end button, and turned her phone off. 15 minutes later, she turned her phone back on, and there were 3 messages from the German. She played them back and listened to Abel negotiate with himself. The first message, he agreed to go to 8. During the second call, he went to 9, and finally, on the third call, he agreed to 10 million, but not $1 more. Claudia called him back and told him she would email him the wiring instructions. As soon as the $5 million deposit was in their hands, they would start. By mid-afternoon of that same day, they received verification that $1 million had been deposited in each of the 5 separate banks that Claudia had requested. The German appeared eager for them to get the job done, and they were more than happy to oblige. Staying in Paris with the German there was not a good idea. Abel was too sloppy to be trusted, and if an intelligence agency was tracking him, they were only 1 step away from Louis and Claudia. So the first order of business was to sanitize, dismantle, and ditch both Claudia's phone and his, since they had made enough calls to each other that it would be easy to link the two. After the phones were disposed of, they collected their meager belongings and left the rented apartment, never to return. Claudia called the landlady from a payphone and told her there was a family emergency and they would not be returning. With any luck, the woman would have the place rented within the week. They then took the metro, zigzagging across the city until they arrived in the Montmartre neighborhood, where they had met the German only a day earlier. 6 blocks north of the famous Roman Byzantine Basilica of Sacré-Cœur, they separated. Claudia stopped at a small cafe for an espresso, while Louis started his sweep. After 10 minutes of walking the narrow streets and making a single phone call, he deemed it safe to enter the apartment. The 2-bedroom apartment was located on the top floor of a 5-story Belle Époque-era building. Louis had purchased the apartment through an offshore corporation 3 years earlier. He skipped the elevator and used the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Once in the apartment, he turned off the alarm and went straight to the kitchen. He placed a gloved hand on each side of the refrigerator and slid it away from the wall. White subway tile covered the wall down to the height of the countertop. Beneath that was plaster. Making a fist with his right hand, Louis hit the wall in just the right spot, and the plaster section popped out about an inch on the left side. Louis grabbed the corner and swung open the hinged door. Inside were 3 18-inch deep shelves. A single black duffel bag sat on each wooden plank. Louis grabbed the top bag, closed the door, and pushed the refrigerator back up against the wall. Emblazoned on the side of the duffel bag was the name of Peugeot, the French car manufacturer. Gould had a mind that was uniquely suited to breaking rules and not getting caught. He'd first noticed it during childhood. He had a friend who seemed to have a nose for trouble, both at home and at school. No matter how many times the boy was told not to do something, he did it. No matter how harsh the punishment, he persisted. The boy was oblivious to his surroundings, unlike Gould, who seemed to always know what was going on around him. Even at an early age, he instinctively knew the key was to understand the rules first, and then find a way to avoid detection while breaking them. There were a variety of ways to circumvent the ban against bringing weapons across international borders. Prior to the terrorist attacks against America in September of 2001, everything was much easier. A man of Gould's profession could even be brazen enough to carry the tools of the trade concealed beneath his own clothes, or in his suitcase. But those days were long gone. That left 2 options. The first was to acquire the weapons once you arrived in the country where you would be operating. Again, this had grown more difficult since 9/11, but it was still doable, especially in the old Eastern Bloc countries of Europe. He'd also done it once in America, but for this job, Gould wanted to be absolutely certain he minimized his exposure as much as possible. He had yet to decide how he would kill Rapp, but he would more than likely end up using either a silenced rifle or pistol. For that, he wanted to use weapons that he himself had already field-tested and zeroed in. Each of the 3 bags, concealed in the wall behind the refrigerator, contained a TTR 700 tactical sniping rifle that was designed with a collapsible buttstock, bipod and quick-release scope, silencer and barrel. Each bag also contained a Glock 17 pistol with silencer and a complete set of ID, including passport, credit cards, driver's license, and cash. Due to the new wave of screening machines that sniffed for explosives, the bags did not contain ammunition. Gould left the apartment with one of the bags and called Claudia, telling her he was clearing the area. They would meet at a predetermined location in 2 hours. He hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the Gare du Nord train station. From there, he took the metro clear across town. He was being more careful than normal, but it would be criminal to have come so far and get caught right on the verge of the biggest job of his career. His next stop was at a packaging store where he purchased a 3-by-3-foot cardboard box. He put a layer of styrofoam packing peanuts on the bottom, placed the black duffel bag in the box, and then filled the rest with the white peanuts. After taping the box shut, he walked 2 blocks to a FedEx office and filled out an international air bill. He showed the woman behind the counter a fake ID that matched the name on the air bill and explained that he was mailing sales samples to Canada for a convention he would be attending. It was a common practice, and the woman didn't even bat an eye. Chapter 22. Washington, D.C. The old bar was on Pennsylvania Avenue, just a few blocks from one of the world's most well-known buildings, the United States Capitol. The neoclassical seat of democracy was bracketed to the south by Independence Avenue and to the north by Constitution Avenue. The House offices ran along Independence Avenue, and the Senate offices ran along Constitution Avenue. As a general rule, representatives quenched their thirst at establishments located south of East Capitol Street, and senators dined at more upscale restaurants to the north. Certain representatives were fond of migrating north in hopes of someday joining the infinitely more exclusive club of the U.S. Senate, but rarely did a senator travel south. It was simply beneath them. None of this would have been known to Rapp, but then again he tried to spend as little time as possible thinking about politics and politicians. His source for tracking down this particular senator, however, was a political junkie and had found all these cultural tidbits extremely interesting. The source, who also happened to be his wife, couldn't get over the fact that a senator would go to the Hawk and Dove in the middle of the afternoon to be by himself. But that's what the senator's chief of staff had told her. Always inquisitive, Anna wanted to know why it was so urgent that he tracked down this particular senator. He almost told her he couldn't talk about it, but that would have likely ended in her refusing to help him. He was learning to trust her. She had an insatiable curiosity, but she had also proved to him that she could keep a secret when he demanded it. Rapp told her he didn't want to talk about it on the phone and that he'd fill her in over dinner. So for the second time in a week, Rapp found himself plugging a meter in a part of town he rarely visited. Automatically, he did a quick search of the area, locked his car, and reached around to the small of his back to give his H&K P2000 a quick check. The air felt heavy, and Rapp tilted his head skyward. It was overcast, and it looked like it might rain at any moment. It matched his mood perfectly. The bar was hard to miss. The Hawk and Dove was a Capitol Hill institution. Rapp had been there a few times during college, but hadn't been back in years. He stepped into the tiny entry and looked down the length of the bar. The place had a patina about it that could only be attained through lots of spilled beer, deep-fried food, and the residue left from a steady haze of cigarette smoke. The brick floor was chipped and uneven, and the once white grout was now as dark as asphalt. It was a real bar, not some cookie-cutter chain where the servers wore obnoxiously colorful outfits and sat down with you to take your order. It was a few minutes before 3 in the afternoon, and the place was nearly empty. At the far end of the bar, Rapp found his man. He was instantly recognizable by his ridiculous comb-over hairdo and oversized ears. Rapp wasn't surprised to see that he was sitting with his back to the door. Rapp walked the length of the old wood bar and nodded to the bartender who was watching him intently. The senator was perched on the last stool reading a book. Rapp stopped and delivered the rickety stool a good kick. Senator Hartsburg grabbed the bar to steady himself and turned with anger in his eyes and a French fry dangling from his mouth. "What in the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Not a bad idea, Rapp thought to himself. We need to talk. Hartsburg's perpetual scowl deepened. "Call my office and set up an appointment." He turned his back to Rapp. Rapp considered flicking one of the man's large ears, but thought better of it. "That's not going to happen. We need to talk now." Rapp was not a patient man. That was why he had come all the way across town. Kennedy didn't seem too excited about locking horns with her new boss, and Rapp had a feeling if they didn't get the IRS off Coleman's back pronto, they might be camped out on his doorstep for the next year. It was time to get something back from his new associate. The bartender showed up. "Is everything all right, Carl?" Before Hartsburg could reply, Rapp said, "I'll take a beer." The bartender checked with the senator to see if this was okay. Hartsburg mumbled something under his breath and returned to his book. "A Guinness, please," Rapp said with a forced smile. The bartender hesitated for a second and then left to pour the beer. Rapp peered over Hartsburg's shoulder and asked, "What are you reading?" "None of your business." Rapp glimpsed the title across the top of the page. 1984, George Orwell. He couldn't have been more surprised. "I'm impressed." "Don't be," growled Hartsburg. "I'm reading it again so I can better understand how your type thinks." Rapp laughed. "Well, when you're done, be sure to pick up Animal Farm so you can better understand how your type thinks." The senator closed the book. "Would you mind? I'm here so I can eat, have a drink, and be alone. If you want to talk, call my office." Rapp grabbed the next stool. "Relax, Carl." He figured if the bartender could call him by his first name, so could he. "Trust me, you don't want me calling your office." Rapp unclipped his BlackBerry, punched a series of buttons, and set it on the bar. The device seemed to get the senator's attention. Hartsburg pushed his plate away and said, "Why did you come here? I really don't want to be seen with you in public. And how in the hell did you find me anyway?" Rapp lowered his chin. "You're kidding me, right?" He wasn't about to tell him it was his wife who had tracked him down. It was better to leave him thinking he'd employed the vast resources of the CIA to find him. Hartsburg took a drink and looked up at the TV. He was more uncomfortable with this encounter than Rapp had expected. "Senator," Rapp leaned in, "you're the one who wanted to have our little off-the-record meeting. You're the one who proposed this new agreement. If you'd like to back out, I'll walk out of here right now, and believe me, I'll be a happy man if I never have to lay eyes on you again." An uncomfortable silence passed, and then Hartsburg said, "Just please not here. Don't bother me when I'm here. This is where I come to get away from everything." There was something oddly melancholy in the senator's tone. He began to nod slowly and said, "All right." The bartender showed up with the beer. "Put it on his tab," Rapp said as he reached for his wallet. "Just kidding." Rapp threw a 20 on the bar. "Take it out of that and get the senator another one." Hartsburg nodded his consent, and the bartender left. After looking at his book for a moment, he asked, "What's so important?" Rapp took a sip of his dark beer and asked, "Have you told anyone about our new arrangement? Are you out of your mind?" "You're sure?" Rapp took another sip. He doubted that Hartsburg had, but he wanted to get the man on his heels. The crotchety senator from New Jersey turned and faced Rapp. "I don't like repeating myself." Rapp watched him intently. "What about Senator Walsh?" Hartsburg's face twisted like he'd just bit into a lemon. "No, Bill's a vault. He keeps secrets better than anyone on the Hill. That's why he's chairman of the Intelligence Committee." "Neither of you consulted anyone further up the chain of command?" "Whose chain of command?" "Mine," said Rapp. "Dr. Kennedy, of course." "No one else?" asked Rapp. The bartender came back with Hartsburg's drink. From the color of it, Rapp guessed it was probably scotch. Hartsburg, like most senators, was a lawyer by training, and he did not like to be on the receiving end of questions. "Stop pussyfooting around and tell me what's on your damn mind." Rapp admired the man's tenacity. "Mark Ross is on my mind." "The new director of national intelligence." The senator had a frown on his face. "Why?" "He's taken a sudden interest in a colleague of mine." "I'm not following." "There's someone who we use from time to handle delicate matters. We'll call him a consultant. The other day this consultant came out to Langley to sit down with Dr. Kennedy and myself so we could discuss our new venture." Rapp pointed to Hartsburg and then himself. He wanted the senator to take ownership. Right in the middle of the damn meeting, Mark Ross comes barging in unannounced. He introduces himself to the consultant, he leaves, and the next thing you know, Ross's people are calling up the Pentagon asking for this consultant's personnel file. Then the next day, the IRS shows up on this guy's doorstep, bends him over, and starts to give him an anal cavity search. A pleased smile formed on Hartsburg's face, and he got a faraway look in his eyes. After a moment he said, "That's why I put him there." The answer surprised Rapp. "What in the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Ross is a detail guy. He's extremely controlling and curious. That's why I pushed him on the president." Rapp was missing something. "And why is this good?" "The whole idea behind creating the new cabinet position of Director of National Intelligence is to consolidate all of these far-flung agencies. We need someone who will get into the minutiae and reform from the top down." Rapp shook his head and set his beer down. "Listen, for the most part, I could give a rat's ass what this guy does. Just keep him away from me and the people I deal with." "I don't see how I can help you here." A disbelieving expression formed on Rapp's face. "The whole reason why I agreed to sit down with you and Walsh was that you guys were willing to offer me some serious funding, and that you'd keep people off my back. I've got enough enemies out there without having to worry about people who are supposed to be on my own team. If you can't rein in a clown like Ross, we might as well end this right here and now." Hartsburg was smiling. He waved to the bartender. "Charlie, another beer for my friend." My friend, Rapp thought. I wouldn't go that far. Hartsburg made Rapp retell in detail what had happened when Ross popped into Kennedy's office unannounced. By the time Rapp's second beer arrived, he'd told the senator the entire story. "I assume you've seen the movie Patton," said Hartsburg. "Of course." "Remember the scene where they're celebrating and the Russian general gives a toast and Patton refuses to drink?" "Yeah." "And then the Russian calls him a bastard, and Patton laughs and says, 'All right, from one bastard to another, I'll drink to that.'" Rapp took a swig of the dark brown Guinness. "It's one of the best scenes in the whole movie." "Well," Hartsburg held up his glass, "you're one of the biggest bastards in a town filled with bastards. So, from one bastard to another." The two men clanged glasses and drank. "Just so we're clear," said Rapp, "I'm Patton, and you're the commie." Hartsburg laughed. "That's my point exactly. You are Patton. You are this politically incorrect warrior who was good at only one thing, and that is fighting terrorism. You've saved the president's life on one occasion, and you had a very big hand in making sure this city wasn't nuked. I've never agreed with your tactics, but that close call last Memorial Day woke a lot of us up. These are drastic times, and they call for drastic measures. We need to isolate these radicals, and we need to turn their own people against them. It needs to be done covertly, and it needs to be off the books. You," the senator pointed to Rapp, "are the perfect man for the job." "You still haven't solved my problem." "Maybe we need to bring Ross in on this." Rapp shook his head. "No way. Too many people are already involved." "Then that leaves only one option." "What's that?" "You act like Patton." Rapp frowned. "Let me explain what makes Mark Ross tick, and then let me tell you how to handle him." Chapter 23. Montreal, Canada. Gould took the overnight flight from Paris to Montreal and arrived early morning. He was traveling with a French passport under the name of Marcel Molière. His stated purpose was business, pharmaceutical sales to be more precise. He hailed a taxi at the airport and headed for the Hyatt downtown. A haven for international businessmen who visited the largest French-speaking city outside of France, the Hyatt suited his needs perfectly. It was upscale, with over 300 rooms, and a very well-staffed business center. Claudia was several thousand miles away, en route to the island of Nevis to make sure their fee was secure from the army of snoops and hackers now employed by the U.S. government. Louis Gould had many secrets, and one of them was that he had worked briefly for France's Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure, or DGSE. The DGSE was France's main intelligence arm for industrial and economic espionage, and for penetrating terrorist organizations. Gould had done his time in the Legion and had been looking for new challenges. As an officer and a citizen of France, he was a priority recruit for DGSE. What sealed the deal was the fact that his diplomat father detested the spy agency and everything it stood for. During Gould's 1 year with the spy agency, he worked almost exclusively on industrial espionage and had absolutely nothing to do with terrorism. It was during his year with the DGSE that he realized two important things. Freelancers got paid far better than government employees, and they had to put up with a fraction of the bullshit. And Gould was sick of putting up with bullshit. As romantic as the French Foreign Legion may have been portrayed in the old movies, it was anything but. The pay was atrocious, the facilities were run down, and the duty was often grueling. What made it all bearable was the esprit de corps, the brotherhood and the pride that went along with training at such a high level. After one complete tour, however, Gould was done. He wanted something that he had grown accustomed to in his youth, and that was money. Too prideful to ever go back to his father, he saw the DGSE as a way to make double what he was making in the Legion and still stay in the action. He knew from the day he took the job, though, that it was merely a stepping stone. Gould knew fellow Legionnaires who were making big bucks working corporate security. While the money sounded great, he knew the job would bore him to death. He needed something that would both pay well and test his skill. He found it one day when they discovered that one of their DGSE informants was playing both sides of the fence. Due to this informant's duplicity, a fellow DGSE agent had been picked up by the Syrian secret police and had gone missing. There was little doubt within DGSE headquarters that the agent was sitting in a Syrian jail getting beaten with rubber hoses. Gould wanted to kill the informer himself, but his superior, who also happened to be a former paratrooper, told him that was not how they handled things. What he saw next opened his eyes to a whole new world. His boss called a contract agent, and in less than 2 minutes arranged to have the informant disposed of. Gould's job was to deliver the cash to the contract agent. On his way to the dead drop, he pulled over and counted the money. The attaché was filled with 20,000 francs, more than half of what he earned in a single year, all for killing some worthless, self-serving asshole. Looking back on it now, the decision had been relatively easy. He drove straight past the dead drop and called his boss's office. It was past 8 in the evening, and Gould knew he would not be there. He left him a message telling him he was changing careers, and that he'd fax him his resignation. His first stop was a bar where the informant liked to hang out. Gould walked in. The bar was crowded, but he found the man with little difficulty. They had met face-to-face a dozen times, usually in this smoky dive. Gould made eye contact and nodded for the man to follow him. They met near the back door, and Gould said, "They are on to you. I need to get you out of here now." Gould stepped into the narrow, dark alley, and the idiot followed him without hesitation. After walking only a few steps, Gould put an arm out like he was going to usher the man along, and then, in a flash, he grabbed the man by the back of the neck with his right and brought his left hand up with blinding speed. The 4-inch blade of his knife plunged into the man's chest, and the two men stood clutching each other eye to eye for what seemed like a minute. Gould felt no shame, even as the man began to release his grip and slide to the dirty ground. He wanted him to die. He wanted him to feel the pain and see the look of hatred in his killer's eyes. Gould looked back on it now and shook his head in embarrassment. What he had done that night was very stupid, very impulsive. Things could have gone awry at any moment. There could have been surveillance. Someone could have recognized him, or worst of all, the man could have shot him in the back as they entered the alley. It seemed like it was all ages ago, and in terms of his skill level it was. Back then, he wouldn't have had a prayer against a man like Mitch Rapp. But now their skills were more even, and with surprise on Gould's side, the deck was stacked in his favor. The cab pulled underneath the car park in front of the Hyatt in downtown Montreal, and Gould got out. It was 9:36 in the morning. He subtly began to inventory the surrounding area while the driver handed the bellman his suitcase. Gould paid the driver, tipped the bellman, and then casually followed him into the lobby. The attractive woman behind the reception desk informed him that she would have a room ready for him in 30 minutes. She directed him to the restaurant. Gould picked a table with a nice view of the lobby and asked the waitress if she could get him a copy of the Washington Post. They didn't carry the Post, but they did have the New York Times. He told her that would be fine. She returned a few minutes later with a pot of coffee and the paper. Gould ordered an omelette with a side of fruit and started in on the paper. From time to time he looked up to see who was coming through the door. He also noted the other patrons in the restaurant and those in the lobby. No one stood out. They all fit the profile of countless business travelers going through their morning rituals the world over. Eat, read, and get ready for whatever the day might bring. Gould was on his second cup of coffee when the omelette arrived. Not long after that, the receptionist came over and handed him a small envelope containing his room number and card key. She informed him that his luggage would be sent up momentarily. Gould thanked her, and she went back behind the reception desk. Midway through the meal, he moved on to the sports page. He quickly found out that Washington was at home this weekend. Gould wondered if Rapp was a Redskins fan. If he was, it might present an opportunity. He'd finished the omelette and was picking at his fruit when the FedEx man entered the lobby with a two-wheeler. Gould immediately recognized his box sitting on the bottom with a stack of smaller boxes and air letters balanced on top of it. This was all a good sign. The box was to be delivered by 10 a.m. With such a tight schedule, there was very little time for customs to screen the package and set up any type of a sting. The more likely scenario was that they would have seized the box at the airport. The FedEx man stopped at the concierge desk and wiggled the two-wheeler out from underneath the stack. The concierge signed for packages, and the FedEx man left in a hurry. Everything appeared to be business as usual. Gould kept his eyes on the concierge as he pecked away at a keyboard behind his station. The waitress brought his bill, and he signed for his breakfast. Gould continued to appear as if he was reading the paper, when in fact he was keeping an eye on the front of the hotel, watching for any unusual activity. Satisfied thus far, he proceeded to the next phase and retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. He'd purchased it this morning with a dummy credit card upon landing in Montreal. The phone was disposable and had 250 minutes of airtime. He punched in the number for the hotel and held the folded newspaper in front of his face. A woman answered in French and then English and asked how to direct the call. In English, Gould said, "I'm going to be checking into the hotel this morning, and I want to make sure a package has arrived for me." "Just one moment, sir. I will transfer you to the concierge." Gould peeked over the top of the newspaper and listened as the line began ringing. He watched the concierge reach for the phone and heard him say, "Good morning. How may I help you?" "Hello," Gould said with an American accent. "I'm checking into the hotel this morning, and I'm expecting an important FedEx package to be delivered. Could you tell me if it has arrived?" "Certainly, sir. What is the name?" "Johnson. Mike Johnson. It should be a big cardboard box." "One moment." Gould watched him set the phone down and lift the other boxes off the large one on the bottom. The man bent over to read the air bill and then returned to the phone. "I have it right here, sir." "Wonderful. Would you please have that sent up to my room and give yourself a $10 tip? Put it on my bill." "Absolutely, sir. Thank you. I'll have it taken care of right away." "Thanks." Gould pressed the end button on the phone and watched the concierge walk over to the reception desk. From where he was sitting, he could only hear pieces of the conversation. He heard the woman say something about not having checked in yet, then she went to work checking her computer. After a few seconds, she gave the concierge a room number. He wrote it down on a sheet of paper and went back to his station. Gould put his newspaper back in order and stood. He strode casually across the lobby and approached the concierge. In French he said, "Excuse me, do you have a forecast for the rest of the week?" "Absolutely, sir." The concierge grabbed his computer mouse and clicked it several times. The whir of a printer was heard somewhere beneath his station. As he reached under the work surface to grab the freshly printed sheet, Gould looked down and noted the room number written on the sheet of paper. The concierge handed him the sheet. "Here you are, sir." "Thank you." Gould turned for the elevator bank and heard the concierge call for a bellman. He took the elevator to the 6th floor and noted Mr. Johnson's room as he walked past it to reach his. What may have seemed like luck actually wasn't. Early check-ins at hotels were dictated by what rooms were cleaned first, and since the staff usually cleaned in teams, one entire floor was usually cleaned before they moved on to the next. Gould entered his room. His suitcase was waiting for him at the foot of the king-size bed. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a Palm Pilot, a short ribbon cable, and a magnetic card. He pieced the three together and waited by the door to hear the bellman come and go. He heard the man enter and then leave only a few seconds later. Gould opened his room door and watched the hotel employee walk down the hall and turn for the elevators. When he heard the chime of the elevator arriving, he darted across the hall and down a few doors. He slid the magnetized card into its slot and waited a second for the light to turn green. He grabbed the box and brought it back to his room. With his pen pressed down hard, he ran it across the seam on the packing tape. He yanked the top open and reached into the sea of packing peanuts until he found the duffel bag. As he pulled it out, quite a few of the peanuts spilled onto the floor. Gould unzipped the duffel bag and gave it a quick check to make sure everything was in order. He then grabbed a garbage bag from his suitcase and put all the styrofoam peanuts in it. After that he broke down the box, tore off the air bill, and brought both the box and the garbage bag down to the service room and placed them where the other bags of garbage were. Back in his room, Gould took a shower, shaved, and laid everything out on the bed. His old identity was on the left, his new identity was on the right, and $25,000 in cash was in the middle. He double-checked to make sure he'd accounted for everything that said he was Molière and placed it all in a brown bag. His first order of business was to burn the bag before he reached the border. Gould methodically repacked his belongings and put everything by the door. After messing the bed up to make it look like it had been slept in, he left his room key on the dresser and left the hotel through the side door. Unless he ran into some unforeseen problem, he would be in America by mid-afternoon. Chapter 24. Washington, D.C. The offices for the Director of National Intelligence were temporary for a variety of reasons. Like any new department in Washington, it was evolving, which in Beltway speak meant it was growing. The original plan called for a staff of approximately 25 to help support the new director. The idea was that the organization would act as a clearinghouse, a filter between the various intelligence assets and the president, designed to both coordinate and streamline the process. Within 6 months, the organization doubled in size, then tripled, and then doubled again. At last count, it had shot past the 200-person mark and had no sign of slowing. It was a fledgling little bureaucracy, growing in size and scope, and each day becoming a little less efficient. It was quickly becoming exactly what its detractors had feared. Until the new organization was on its feet, the Secret Service had been given the job of protecting the director. This was good for Rapp. He had friends at the Secret Service who were more than willing to do him a favor. Rapp called Jack Warch, the special agent in charge of the Presidential Protective Detail, and asked him if he knew the guy running Ross's detail. Warch did. The Secret Service was a tight group. Rapp told Warch what he needed, and the man in charge of guarding the president's life knew Rapp well enough to not ask any questions. Rapp had to park in a ramp a half-block away and across the street. The place was only a stone's throw from the White House. Rapp entered the main door of the building and flashed his credentials to the uniformed Secret Service officer manning the desk. He asked for Agent Travis Small and then walked over to the corner of the lobby to wait. He stood near a large potted plant with his back to the wall, hoping to remain as inconspicuous as possible. He didn't want Ross to know he was in the building. He wanted to return last week's favor. Rapp didn't have to wait long. Travis Small was anything but. He looked like a power forward for the Washington Wizards. Rapp liked the team better when they were named the Bullets. It was more honest that way, more representative of the murder capital of America. Small half-walked, half-shuffled across the terrazzo floor of the sunny lobby. He was 6'6", and had to go at least 250. He had probably played basketball or football or both. His knees were undoubtedly less than perfect. He had short black hair and skin the shade of burnished walnut. Rapp guessed he was in his early 40s. His eyes swept the lobby as he approached. He was an imposing man, all business. You'd have to be one spectacular badass to want to take this guy on. Either that or crazy. Small was just the type of guy the Secret Service liked. Surround the president with a half-dozen guys like Travis Small, and he'd be pretty damn safe. The big man drew close and extended his hand. "Mitch, Travis Small, real honor to meet you." Rapp took his hand. It was dwarfed by Small's. "Likewise, Travis." "No." Small flashed a perfect set of teeth and a surprisingly warm smile. "I mean it. I was on the president's detail back when they hit the White House. I was on the evening shift, so I wasn't there when it went down." Small was referring to a terrorist attack on the White House. The president had narrowly escaped capture and would have probably died if it hadn't been for Rapp. "Sorry about that," said Rapp. "You must have lost some close friends." "Yeah." Small got quiet for a second. "But I would have lost more friends that day if you hadn't put your ass on the line like that." Rapp wasn't real good at stuff like this, so he just nodded his head a few times and looked around. He felt like a midget standing next to this mountain of a man. "So, how do you like working for Ross?" Small eyed Rapp and carefully considered his answer. "I try not to have opinions about the people I'm charged with protecting." Rapp grinned. "Bullshit." Small shifted his girth from one foot to the other. "He's probably a little on the high-maintenance side." "I bet. He strikes me as a type of guy who might not be so nice to the hired help." "No, it's not that, really. He's nice enough. Remembers all of our names, asks about our kids and stuff, but he's a politician." This was one man who carried a gun talking to another man who carried a gun. There were certain things they could communicate without speaking. "He asks the questions but doesn't listen to the answers. Yeah, he's on the move. Bigger and better things to tackle. The way I see it, he was a senator who wanted to be president. Senators don't become presidents. It's rare. The road to the Oval Office goes through the state governorships or the vice presidency. So Ross knew he needed to either go run for governor back in New Jersey or get on the president's cabinet and start angling for a VP slot. Senators don't like going home and running for governor. It's more work, less national notoriety. Unless you're talking New York or California. Definitely not New Jersey. So he takes the appointment from the president, and before he's a year into this job, he'll be looking to move on to state or defense. His resume will be spectacular at that point, and he'll be a shoo-in for the VP slot on his party's next ticket. Hell, he might even run for president. Made sense to Rapp. What about the little guy who works for him? Jonathan Gordon? Yeah. He's a sharp one. He kind of balances the director out. Ross has a bit of a temper, but he keeps it real close. He blows up around Gordon, and that's about it. Gordon is real good at taking it, and then pointing out why it might be a bad idea to do whatever it is that the director wants him to do. So Ross has a temper? Small nodded. Real bad. Never loses it in public, though. Always behind closed doors. Where is he now? Up in his office with Gordon? All right. Let's go. The two men walked across the lobby. Small gestured for Rapp to pass through the metal detector first. Both of them set off the alarm, and they both ignored it. They stepped into the elevator and started up. Rapp looked up at Small and said, "You want a little career advice?" "Sure. Ross is not going to like the fact that I just walked in here like this unannounced. I thought about that. Tell him the truth. Tell him Warch called you and said I had something important to discuss with the director. I wanted to keep it real quiet. If Ross flips his lid, he can call Jack. Jack and the president are tight. He'll be fine, and let's just say if Ross wants to take it all the way to the president, I'll be happy to lock horns with him." "Sounds good to me." The elevator lurched to a stop, and the doors opened. Two men, who were slightly smaller versions of Small, were standing post to the right. Small nodded to both men. They'd already been told what was up. Small led Rapp through a reception area and into an outer office where two administrative assistants were manning the phones and pecking away at keyboards. Small peeled off to address one of them, and Rapp just kept going straight for the door. The older of the two women started to come out of her chair. "Excuse me, the director is in a meeting." "That's all right," Rapp said without turning. He could hear Small telling the woman that Rapp was from the CIA. "We're old friends," Rapp half shouted as he grabbed the door handle, twisted and pushed. He stepped into the office and closed the door quickly. Director Ross sat at the head of an oval conference table, immediately to Rapp's left, opposite a massive oak desk. The office was not very big, maybe a fifth the size of Kennedy's. Not very plush. He was sure that pissed off the new director of national intelligence. Ross looked up at Rapp, his head turned slightly. His expression froze and his brow furrowed. He was in a white dress shirt with French cuffs, replete with fancy links, and a really bold red power tie. He looked very important. The other three people at the table were all wearing their suit coats. Rapp walked right over. It was only 3 quick steps. "Don't get up." He intentionally used the same line Ross had used when he barged into Kennedy's office earlier in the week. "I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop by." Ross slid his chair back and stood. He was the type of guy who preferred to meet someone eye to eye. There was a slight smile on his face, but it was obvious he was irritated by the unannounced interruption. Rapp stuck his right hand out and grabbed the director's with a firm grip and an over-the-top enthusiasm. Instead of looking Ross in the eye, he glanced across the table at Gordon and placed his left hand on the shoulder of whoever it was he was standing behind. Rapp was dead set on mimicking Ross's unannounced intrusion into Kennedy's office. "Jonathan, good to see you again." Rapp released Ross's hand and looked down at the other two individuals who he did not know. Before he had the chance to introduce himself, something on the surface of the conference table caught his eye. Rapp stopped and stared at the grainy black-and-white photo on the table. His blood pressure started to rise almost instantly. His lips parted. Nobody moved. "You've got to be shitting me." Rapp reached down and grabbed the photograph. It was a surveillance photo of a warehouse. Rapp had been there many times. Parked in front was a large Ford Excursion, and standing next to it was a man with blonde hair. The man was Scott Coleman. Rapp's face was now flushed with anger. The man sitting beneath his hand started packing up the contents that were laid out on the table. Rapp grabbed the guy between the collarbone and clavicle. His fingers dug in. "Don't touch a thing!" Rapp reached over and placed the photo on the table. He released the man's neck and put both hands on the back of his chair. He stepped to the side and wheeled the chair with the man in it away from the table. These people were anonymous, underlings of some sort. They didn't need to be involved in this. Looking at the other person who he had not met, Rapp said, "Would you two please excuse us for a minute?" The man got up and left, without a word. The solid door closed with a dull thud. Gordon stayed seated and, to his credit, remained calm. Director Ross, on the other hand, did not. "Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?" he asked furiously. "Saving you from stepping in it your first month on the job." Rapp didn't bother looking up. He was leafing through the files on the table. Coleman's service jacket from the Pentagon was there, his last 5 years of personal and corporate tax returns, and a nifty little surveillance file that looked to have been compiled over the last few days. Rapp held up the surveillance file. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" He looked Ross right in the eye and resisted the urge to reach out and whack him across the head with the file. Ross began to shake, he was so angry. "Get the hell out of my office, right now!" He pointed at the door for good measure. Rapp grabbed Ross's finger like he was snatching a fly out of midair. He bent the index finger back and forced the director down in his chair. Men like Ross were always shocked by physical contact. Most of them had never been in a fight, or if they had, it had been a long time ago. "What kind of a control freak are you?" asked Rapp. "You have over 100,000 people spread over I don't even know how many agencies. Your job is to make these agencies work better together. That's it. It's not to run operations or investigate people, but you meet Scott Coleman for all of 2 minutes, and you don't like the way he answers you, so you start trying to dig up dirt on him." Ross's face was twisted with anger. "You wait until I talk to the president. You have finally gone too far. You have no right barging in here like this." Rapp grabbed his cell phone from his hip. "Let's call him right now. I've got his private line right here on speed dial." Rapp thrust his phone in front of the director's face. "You didn't even know he had a private line, did you?" The look on Ross's face betrayed the truth. "We can tell him," said Rapp, "how good a job you're doing of micromanaging the various intelligence agencies. We can tell him how you called up one of your lackeys over at the IRS and told them to audit Scott Coleman, who the president knows and likes, by the way. A decorated veteran. The president will be furious. While we're at it, why don't we call a few of your old buddies on the Hill and tell them how you're using your staff to spy on private citizens?" He waved the file in front of Ross's face. "That's what this is, by the way. It's spying on a private citizen, you frickin' hypocrite. And you spent 12 years up on that fucking hill pissing and moaning about the CIA, grandstanding in front of the cameras and saying that we'd better not be spying on American citizens, suspected terrorists or not." The file was arranged with thumb tabs. One of the tabs was labeled Phone Records. Rapp opened it and started looking at the calls. "You have a subpoena for these records? Did you go to a judge? I didn't know you had investigative powers. I don't think the press knows you were given investigative powers. I'm sure they'd love to write about it. Get you all bogged down and ineffective before you even had a chance to make any reforms." Ross was indignant. He yelled, "I demand to know what the two of you are up to, and I demand to know right now. Neither of you are private citizens. You work for me." This time, Rapp couldn't resist. His anger got the best of him. The file was about an inch thick. He cracked Ross across the left side of his head with it. Ross's perfectly combed hair went askew, with a clump falling across his forehead, partly obscuring his left eye. Rapp grabbed him by the front of the shirt. "Listen, you idiot. I don't answer to you. I answer to the president. I hunt terrorists for a living, and the last thing I need is some hack like you who doesn't know jack shit about what we're up against, looking over my shoulder and telling me what to do." Rapp released his shirt and shoved a shocked Ross back into his chair. Rapp took a step back. "Don't think I don't know the game here. This is your stepping stone to bigger things. That's your plan, isn't it, Ross? You want to be president someday." Ross was too angry to speak. Rapp glanced over at Gordon, who was still cool as a cucumber. "I heard you're the reasonable one. Talk some sense into him, because I promise you this. I can't make him president," Rapp pointed at Ross, "but I'll guarantee you I can make sure this is the last government job he ever holds." Rapp grabbed the other files and stuffed them under his arm. He didn't even bother to address Ross. He looked at Gordon. "Call the IRS off by noon. or I'll see you two in the Oval Office, and I promise it'll make this look like a fucking picnic." Gordon didn't answer. He just nodded. Rapp left with the files and slammed the door shut behind him. Gordon waited a few seconds and then heaved a huge sigh. He slowly began shaking his head. He looked over at his boss and said, "I told you—" "Don't say it," snapped Ross. "I know you told me this was a bad idea. I know you told me Rapp was the wrong guy to mess with. I know. Ross sprang out of his chair. He walked over to his desk and looked out the window and down the street toward the White House. After 15 seconds of silence, he said, "I think I should talk to the president about this." Gordon just looked at him. "Are you out of your mind?" There was no malice in his tone. It was more clinical, like a shrink. "Did you hear anything he just said? That was Mitch Rapp, Mark. He kills people for a living. He penetrates terrorist cells. He ran I don't know how many deep cover-ups. He's on a first-name basis with the president. Get him out of your mind. Get Coleman out of your mind. We have more than enough stuff to tackle." Gordon watched his boss. He knew how the man thought. He knew how large the man's ego was. He knew how hard it would be for him to walk away from something like this. "Mark, this isn't worth it. It's beneath you. You're going to be president someday, and when that happens, you can do whatever you want. Right now, though, we need to just walk away from it." Ross ground his teeth and kept staring at the White House. He'd never been more humiliated in his entire life. He didn't give a crap who Mitch Rapp was. He could outmaneuver anyone in this town. Ross told himself to get control of his anger. He would regroup, be more careful next time, hire better people. As much as he hated to admit it, Gordon was right. It was good advice, at least for now. But if an opportunity presented itself, he would crush Mitch Rapp and make that Neanderthal pay dearly. Rapp needed to be taught his place in the natural order of things. He needed to be brought to heel at the boot of the elected officials. Ross nodded slowly, and a sly smile crept over his face. He would get even. No, he would get more than even. When the time was right, he would destroy Mitch Rapp. Chapter 25. Baltimore, Maryland. It had taken Gould the better part of the day to drive down from Montreal. The border crossing had been a joke. He put on a suit and tie, he bought a big travel mug, the kind you can purchase at any gas station in North America, and filled it with bad coffee. He put his briefcase on the front passenger seat and hung a garment bag in the back driver's side window of his rented Ford Taurus. He was just another sales rep hitting the road. He timed it so he made the crossing during the morning rush. Cars were lined up in both directions for 100+ meters. The customs agent at the border didn't even ask him where he was going. The woman took his Canadian passport, opened it to the first available page, hammered it with a stamp, and handed it back. If she had asked, he was going to tell her he was headed to Boston for the rest of the week and would be returning on Friday. But she hadn't asked. She had a line of cars to deal with, and Gould was just another calm, bored businessman doing his job. The drive took 12 hours, with a few stops along the way. He started out on Interstate 87, going south through upstate New York. It was beautiful country. The road skirted the west side of Lake Champlain. When Gould had lived in the States, he'd traveled a lot. He'd been down to Georgia and Texas, had gone out to see Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone National Park with some of his classmates during one summer break. He'd traveled from Vancouver to San Diego and from Portland, Maine to the Florida Keys. The one thing that always amazed him about America was its vastness, its never-ending, always changing landscape. Each part of it was different, and each part beautiful in its own way. This slice of northern New York had been no different. The fall colors were in their glory, and the towns that dotted the landscape were quaint. He took the interstate straight south to Albany and filled up on gas, a single pastry, and some water. He paid for it all with cash. The rental car had been paid for with a credit card belonging to Peter Smith. Gould was Peter Smith. At least he was to the bank teller in Montreal, where he had set up the account more than a year ago. He'd gone into the bank and opened a corporate account into which he deposited $5,000. He listed a P.O. box as the business address. Pretty standard stuff. The teller had offered him a cash card and a credit card right there on the spot. Gould had received both within a week. The credit card bill was automatically deducted from his bank account. The cards fit very nicely with the passport and driver's license he'd had forged by a close friend from his Legion days. Neither card had been used before today, and neither would be used after today. From Albany, he took Interstate 88 to Binghamton, New York. This part of the journey wasn't as nice as the first leg, but the road was in good shape and most of the traffic moved along at 80 miles per hour. Gould moved in packs of cars, tried not to be the lead vehicle or the last one. He went with the flow and stayed in the right lane as much as possible. At Binghamton, he'd turn south and cross the state line into Pennsylvania. He couldn't remember if Pennsylvania was a red state or a blue state, but he did know it was a hunting state. Gould kept alert for the right type of place and found it on the outskirts of Scranton. He pulled into the massive parking lot and walked into the equally massive building. It was some type of retail mecca for hunters, fishermen, and outdoorsmen. A big stuffed grizzly bear greeted him at the front door, its front paws up, claws extended, ready to strike. It was an impressive beast, and made him think of Mitch Rapp for a moment. He wondered how the beast had been slain. Probably a rifle shot from a good distance. It would be far too risky to get close to an animal like this. They had a great sense of smell and good hearing, and they were surprisingly quick for their size. You'd need a heavy bullet with a lot of punch to take him down. If you didn't hit him in the brain or the spine, he'd just keep coming. Even if you hit him in the heart, he might last another 10 seconds, which would give him enough time to tear your head off with one of those big paws. What a shame to kill a beast like this without ever giving him a fighting chance. He wondered if he'd give Mitch Rapp that chance, or if he'd simply conceal himself and shoot him in the head with a long rifle shot, like this hunter had undoubtedly done. Gould honestly didn't know. Part of him wanted to see who was better, do it up close, just to prove he was the better warrior. But that was his ego talking, and he knew it. Rapp was like this grizzly. You'd have to be crazy to go toe-to-toe with him. Gould shook his head and turned his attention away from the stuffed bear. Canoes, kayaks, and small aluminum fishing boats hung from the ceiling. At the far back of the store was a climbing wall replete with colorful toe and hand holds. Bright-colored ropes hung from the steel girders that supported the barrel roof. Gould grabbed a shopping cart and started off in the fitness department. He picked out some sweats, a shirt, and a pair of shorts. The women's stuff was right across the aisle, and he loaded the cart with the same type of clothing for Claudia. Next, he grabbed a pair of running shoes and socks for himself and then for Claudia. Gould had the beginnings of a plan, at least as far as the initial reconnaissance went. He left the shoe department and found the hunting department. It took up half the store, and it took him 5 minutes to get his bearings straight. He started off with the field glasses and found a nice, sturdy pair. He was about to move on, but spotted a night vision scope. It might come in handy. He smiled to himself and thought, only in America can you buy gear like this with such ease. He kept filling the shopping cart with the various things he might need. He had spent enough time on patrol to know what worked and what didn't. His last stop was the ammunition racks. He took his time finding the highest-grade ammunition available. The 9mm rounds for the pistol was no big deal. There was plenty of hollow-point steel jacket ammo to choose from. He grabbed 2 50-round boxes, which was a lot of rounds, considering he wasn't planning on firing more than 5 shots to make sure the sights on the Glock were as he had last left them. The rounds for the rifle took a little longer. He eventually settled on a box of Federal 168-grain HPBT bullets. It was amazing what you could buy off the shelf in America. He finished up and went to the checkout line. Both sides of the line were merchandised with trinkets and other small items. Gould grabbed a few power bars and a pack of gum. He plopped everything down on the scanning counter and dug out a wad of $100 bills. The total came to just under $1,000. He paid the polite woman and carried his 4 shopping bags out to his car. The bags were placed in the trunk, and he was back on the road. From Scranton he continued on Interstate 81 south to Harrisburg and took 83 across the state line into Maryland. The sun was firmly in the west, and daylight was fading by the time he reached Baltimore. Gould called the American Airlines toll-free number to check on Claudia's flight. It was on time, and so was he. Just before the main entrance to Baltimore International Airport, Gould exited the highway and filled the car up. Claudia called while he was pumping gas. It was the first time his phone had rang since he'd purchased it 2 days earlier. It was good to hear her voice. Gould topped off the tank, ran into the little shed and paid for the gas. He pulled up to the American terminal just as she was exiting the building and fought the urge to jump out and kiss her. There were cameras everywhere. He kept the visors down and sat up straight. All Claudia had was a shoulder bag and a generic black carry-on bag. She put the carry-on in the back seat and got in the front with a shoulder bag. She leaned over, grabbed his face with both hands. "I missed you." She kissed him on the lips. Gould smiled and took his foot off the brake. "Are you hungry?" "Famished." "I know of a good place. I think you'll like it." The operational rules had been set. They only spoke English. While Gould's was so good he seemed like a native, Claudia wasn't as proficient. Like him, she was traveling with a Canadian passport, at least for the remainder of the day. Tomorrow morning they would change identities yet again. She nodded. "No problem crossing the border?" "No," he said. "And you?" "Landed in Miami and cleared customs without too much difficulty." "Did they fingerprint you?" "I'm afraid so." Gould nodded. He thought they would, but at least the new system wasn't in sync yet. The airports had months of backlogged fingerprints that needed to be input and correlated. "The money?" he asked. "No problem, it's safe." That's where Claudia had been, making sure the $5 million was sliced and diced, moved and shuffled, and then put back together in the vault of a boutique financial institution on a beautiful island in a very warm and sunny part of the world. Claudia was very good at such things. She had been in the banking business before they had decided to strike out on their own. She kept up on all the laws, regulations, and most importantly, which banks knew how to guard their clients' privacy in the face of an overzealous war on terror. "What's the plan?" she asked as the car picked up speed. "Downtown." She looked at him sideways with a confused expression. "I thought they lived out on the Chesapeake Bay." "They do, but we don't know exactly where, and it would be foolish to start poking around. If he hears that strangers are asking questions, he's likely to come looking for us." The explanation made sense to her. "But why are we going downtown?" "Because that is where she works. We'll check into our hotel, have a nice meal, make love, and then sleep. Tomorrow, we'll do a little sightseeing, get rid of this car, and, if all goes well, we'll follow her home." Chapter 26. Washington, D.C. They were to meet at the Capitol Grill. It was one of their favorite restaurants, bulletproof, Rapp liked to call it. The place had yet to let them down. Order anything on the menu and it was great. It came out hot or cold, depending on how it was supposed to be served. They covered the surf and the turf equally well, which was important because she ate fish and he ate steak. He actually ate anything, but at these prices he preferred red meat. Rapp was on time, she was late. This was nothing new, but it unnerved him to no end. They'd gone round and round over her lack of punctuality and had a few pretty big blowouts. Even under normal circumstances, it would have bothered him, but their relationship was not normal. She was a TV correspondent who received at least one stalker letter a month. Nothing unusual, really, at least not for women in her line of work, middle-aged single men who undoubtedly had deep issues with their mothers, voyeuristic sickos who got off on writing down their dirty thoughts. Every attractive woman at every TV station across the country had to deal with it to some degree or another. The good news was that 99% of these perverts never graduated beyond the letter-writing stage. The remaining 1% gave Rapp cause for concern. But they were not the real source of his worries. Rapp was a marked man with a price on his head. Fatwas, religious findings by Islamic clerics, had been handed down demanding that he be killed. This, in part, fed his desire to see men like Khalil resting in a pool of their own blood. They had entered the fray with their bellicose mouths and soft bodies. They were men who had never seen battle and never would. Men who took perverse joy in inflaming the hearts of young Muslim boys, sending others to do work they had neither the skill nor the courage to perform. Those boys, and the ones who had grown into men, were the people Rapp worried about every time Anna was late. Lovely Anna Riley was a study in contrasts. Her delicate features and enchanting green eyes conveyed a sense of classic beauty. Just beneath the surface, though, lurked the tough, street-smart daughter of a Chicago cop. Riley had grown up with 4 brothers, 3 of whom had followed in their father's footsteps. The 4th brother became a lawyer. His choice of profession and Anna's created a bit of a divide among the siblings.
The three brothers who donned the uniform referred to Anna and the lawyer sibling as the enemy. True to their Irish blood, the political debates were heated and shit was deep, as was their love for each other. This colorful upbringing on Chicago's South Side added tenacity to her beauty and smarts. Anna did not like defeat, and she knew not how to retreat. It was a very potent mix for a reporter. Rapp sought to hone these natural instincts, and hopefully teach her to detect trouble before it was upon her. She teased him about the dictaphone he brought her, but eventually came around to the wisdom of the device. "If you think someone is following you," he told her, "record the license plate and I'll run it." She'd seen Rapp do this himself at least once a week. He put her through a defensive driving course and taught her how to shoot both pistols and shotguns. She was pretty good with both. Since she'd never shot before, there were no bad habits to break. Unlike most guys, she held the weapon without trying to choke it. She had a smooth, steady trigger pull and didn't anticipate the shot. She just put the front sight on the target and fired over and over. How good would she be if ever confronted with a real situation? It was hard to tell. The human body had automatic survival mechanisms. Chief among them was the release of adrenaline. At the first sign of danger, the body released it before certain parts of the brain even knew what was going on. Adrenaline levels spiked in preparation for either of two choices, fight or flight. This is where it got tricky. It was where people came unglued, and it happened when they chose to do neither. They froze and were hit with the aftershock of the adrenaline hangover, leaving them soggy and depleted. The only way to prepare someone for this was to practice over and over, make all of the motions second nature. First work on the fundamentals, stance, grip, front sight and trigger pull, and then work on marksmanship. And then, after a solid foundation was built, move on to situational training. He had Anna practice drawing the gun from her purse and firing. They worked on both the left and the right hand. He taught her how to draw and fire at close range as if she were struggling with someone, how to reach out and punch the gun into the person's rib cage and let loose around. He taught her to get in tune with her natural instincts. If you're walking to your car at night and something doesn't seem right, he'd say to her, "Unzip your purse and put your hand around the grip." Rapp got her a permit to carry and made sure every time she left the house she had the Smith & Wesson .38 Airlight revolver. It was light, had a short barrel, and a relatively small hammer. It was very user-friendly and the ideal personal defense weapon for someone in Anna's position. He was obsessed with her well-being, and with giving her the edge that he himself possessed through years and years of training. He never worried about his own safety, only hers. Rapp was situated in the back of the restaurant in a corner booth. His drink arrived, and a short while after that the calamari was set on the table by one of the servers. It was the best calamari in town. Rapp didn't wait for Anna. He was famished and surly, so he dug in. After devouring half the plate, he paused and took a sip of his whiskey. He chased it with some water, looked toward the front door with his dark, almost black eyes, and shook his head in frustration. She was now 25 minutes late, and his mood was getting more rank by the minute. She was going to give him an ulcer. Add to his wife's habitual tardiness his earlier meeting with the new director of national intelligence, and it was no wonder he was in such a foul state. He'd been tempted earlier in the day to pay the president an unannounced visit and tell him to get rid of Ross before the man really stepped in it. But Rapp dismissed the idea almost immediately. It was naive of him to think the president would do something so drastic based on one blunder. Gone in Washington were the days of people being shamed from public office and slinking out of town under cover of darkness. Now people hung on for weeks, sometimes months, while their media and publicity flacks tried to spin their way out of the problem. The media, especially the cable news outlets, loved this. Rapp sincerely hoped Ross would heed his warning. For everyone's sake. Something told him, however, it was wishful thinking. He'd dealt with this type of man before. Washington was filled with them. They didn't like losing. Ross would be licking his wounds right now and trying to figure out a way to get even. Or, more likely, bury him. Kennedy was the obvious target, but Ross would have to be careful. He would still be afraid of Rapp carrying through on his threat, and rightly so. If the president caught Ross wasting his time and resources following Scott Coleman, he would be furious. It wasn't enough to get the man fired, but it would be enough to provoke some genuine anger.
Rapp would have to prepare contingencies, find some additional leverage on Ross, and he would have to tell Coleman to be extra careful. An easy move for Ross at this point would be to anonymously put the FBI onto Coleman's trail. Rapp should have covered that during their meeting. He'd have to call Ross's right-hand man, Gordon, and make it crystal clear what was at stake. Gordon, at least, seemed like someone he could deal with. Kennedy was another problem. She wouldn't be happy when she found out what he'd done. He'd put off telling her all day. His excuse to himself was that the timing was never right, but that was lame. He just didn't want to tell her. She was the one who would be dealing with Ross on a day-to-day basis, though he'd do it in the morning. He was reaching for his phone to call his wife when she entered the restaurant. A mini commotion ensued as the mass of men in the bar area turned to get a look. Several of them cut her off before she could get to the restaurant. Rapp was uttering profanities under his breath as he watched. Reporters, especially the TV variety, were celebrities in D.C. She would have turned heads anyway, Rapp thought. Anna Riley was full of life. She had a smile that lit up the room, and a whole lot of confidence to boot. She carried herself like someone who knew exactly what she wanted, and that was no front. Anna really did know what she wanted, and she almost always got it. Anna shook hands as she moved through the crowd quickly but politely. She was good that way. She flashed her infectious smile, tossed her hair about, and laughed, but kept herself quartered at all times. She never let them fully engage her and suck her into a potentially lengthy conversation. She kept smiling and nodding, and then pointed at her watch and then her husband, located in the far corner of the restaurant. "I'm sorry," she apologized as she finally strode up to the table. "I was walking out the door when Sam called." Sam was her producer in New York. He wanted to go over tomorrow's live shot for the Today Show, and then he just kept talking and talking. She made a puppet-like gesture with her hand, mimicking the chattering motion of a person's mouth. Rapp stood and kissed her on the cheek. His anger was already melting away, but he couldn't let it go entirely. "It was nice of you to call." "I know," she said in defense, "but by the time I got off the phone with Sam, Liz called me on my cell, so I just grabbed my bag and left." Liz O'Rourke was Anna's best friend. He took her jacket and hung it on the hook at the end of the booth. Anna scooted in across the bench, and he joined her on the same side. Rapp considered pointing out that she could have called Sam back on her mobile phone, but knew they'd simply end up in a fight. She'd just say he was the last person who should be complaining after all the nights she'd lain awake wondering if he was dead. It was better to just let it go. "So," she said, "would you mind telling me what's going on?" "What do you mean?" he asked. He had no idea what she was talking about. "Well, when I was leaving work, Jack Warch escorted me to my car." She looked at him with her unwavering green eyes. Rapp tossed his head to the side as if to say, "Oh, that," but nonetheless tried to downplay it. "Irene got a phone call from one of our allies. Supposedly some crazy Wahhabi has been shooting his mouth off that he wants to kill me." Rapp said this with as much gravity as if he was announcing to her that they were out of her favorite Chardonnay. "Lovely." She sat back and folded her arms. The waiter appeared with a glass of wine that Rapp had already ordered for her. As soon as the man was out of earshot, Anna said, "You must be pretty worried if you called Jack." Rapp considered this for a moment. He didn't want to alarm her, but at the same time he didn't want to make light of it. "I'm no more or less concerned than I normally would be. I had to talk to Jack about something else today, so I mentioned it to him. He's offered before, so I decided it was a good idea to take him up on it." She looked at him with her reporter's eyes, trying to detect how forthright he was being. "Honey, I'm serious. I don't want you to be alarmed, but at the same time, I want you to be aware." "Fair enough," she said after a few seconds. The conversation turned to the more mundane topic of how their days had gone. Rapp neglected to mention his meeting with Ross. She ordered the sea bass, and Rapp ordered the New York strip medium rare. He switched to red wine with his meal, and Anna continued to nurse her glass of Chardonnay. The fish and the steak were perfect. She nearly finished hers, and he made it through half the juicy steak. Rapp had the other half boxed up for Shirley, their beloved mutt. The waiter approached with the dessert menu, and to Rapp's surprise, Anna took it. She never ate dessert. After the waiter left, he teased her about this, and she played coy. Rapp let it go for the moment, and asked about the O'Rourkes, their friends. Anna beamed with pride over how cute their little baby boy was, her godson, little Gabriel Seamus O'Rourke. I had lunch with Liz and precious Gabe today. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath through her nose. I could just eat that little guy. Rapp smiled. Liz O'Rourke and Anna had been journalism majors together at the University of Michigan. They were impossibly close. They talked every day, at least once, and giggled like grade schoolers when they got together. Anna inhaled little Gabe every chance she got. Rapp had just watched. It wasn't that he didn't like babies. It was simply that when they were really little, in that infant stage, they seemed so frail. He could tell, though, by watching his wife, that the siren of maternity was calling to her. Rapp had asked her if it was time, and without hesitation, she had replied, "Not yet. Soon, but not yet." The dessert arrived. It was some triple chocolate mound of sin with a hunk of ice cream on top. It had to be over 2,000 calories. Rapp stared at it in awe as his wife dug in. After 3 bites, she set her spoon down and said, "I have some big news." Rapp cringed and thought, "Please don't tell me you're getting promoted and they're moving you to New York." "Do you want to guess?" "You got a promotion." "No," she smiled. "I'm pregnant." Rapp didn't move for several seconds. His mind was trying to cross the divide. As far as he knew, his wife was on the pill. "I know," she said, reading his expression, "but I took the test twice. Plus I'm late." "But how?" She shrugged. "It says right on the birth control package, 99% effective. I guess we fall into the 1%. They'd talked about having kids almost from the day they'd met. They both wanted at least 2, but Anna was in no rush. There were certain things she wanted to do career-wise first. Rapp looked at her carefully. "Are you okay with this?" "Of course I am. Are you kidding me?" He breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay with this?" she asked a bit tentatively. Rapp looked at her angelic face. He could see now that she was worried about his reaction. He reached out with his hand and gently held the side of her face. "I couldn't be happier." Chapter 27. Vienna, Austria. Abel sat quietly at his desk. His office was on the 3rd floor of a building built just prior to the start of World War I. The building, like much of Vienna, was a work of art. The immaculate Baroque structure was made out of stone and marble. The roof was of patina-covered copper, and the 15-foot-tall plaster ceilings were decorated in ornate relief. It was well-ordered, occupied mostly by business professionals. From his window, Abel looked out onto Parliament and its monument to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. My, how mankind has changed in 1 century, he thought. No society that he knew of today would associate wisdom with war, let alone erect a statue in homage to the goddess of the latter. Abel continued looking at the golden leaf headdress of the Greek goddess. Where was it all headed, he wondered. Great civilizations rose and fell as surely as the tides. The Egyptians, the Incas, the Mayans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Romans, the Mongol Empire, the Ottoman Empire, all came and went. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, the French, the British, the Russians, and the Nazis would someday merit only a footnote. Who knew what waited for the Americans? The other superpower, the Soviet Union, had lasted less than 100 years with their grand experiment of communism. A blink as far as history was concerned. If Abel had to guess, America's preeminence on the world stage would last no more than another 100 years. The country had too many rights and too much wealth. Not enough sacrifice, too much selfishness. The civilizations that had made their mark did so through brutality or great self-sacrifice by the populace, and often both. The Chinese would become the next sole superpower. They were hungry for change. Such long-range forecasts were always interesting to him, but in the here and now, he had more pressing issues. There was a certain Saudi prince whom he no longer trusted. Abel drew his attention away from the statue of Athena and looked at the documents on his desk. They represented his complete financial picture. Based on the papers before him, the assassin had been right in his assessment. Abel was not liquid enough. His real estate holdings in Switzerland and Austria were worth approximately $3 million. He had an additional $1,200,000 in cash and securities that he could liquidate without too much difficulty. It was not enough to live on for very long if he was forced to run. At least, not with the lifestyle he'd grown accustomed to. What the assassin did not know, however, was that Abel was pocketing a full half of the fee. To add to the $1,200,000 in securities, he now had $5 million in cash. With that type of money, he could probably disappear for a while. If the assassin succeeded in killing Rapp, he would get another $5 million. Now he was talking real money, but still, the thought of leaving behind his current life was not appealing to him. Abel was facing a real quandary. As things sat now, he had to prepare for three possibilities. The first was that the assassin would succeed, and the Americans would start beating the bushes in search of Rapp's killer. This was the best outcome. Abel felt confident that, short of capturing the assassin, there was no way the Americans could link him to any of this. He'd been very careful in covering his financial tracks. The second possibility, which he was not even confident that he could pull off, would be to kill the assassin after he completed the job. That approach could blow up in his face in a variety of ways, the worst of which would be the assassin not dying and hunting Abel down. So far, the assassin had been ahead of him every step of the way. There was no logical reason for him to think that he could suddenly outwit this extremely capable man. The third contingency to prepare for was that he himself was already a target. It would be just like Prince Muhammad to have already hired someone to take care of him. Any feeling of loyalty he'd felt toward the prince, which was really nothing more than a professional obligation to perform the duties he was paid for in the best possible way, was now almost entirely gone. He had suspected it would someday come to this. From the very beginning, he had known the score with the Saudis. Family and tribal members came first. It was time to part ways with Rashid. The trick would be to do it while still collecting the remainder of the fee and keeping his life. Beyond that, he desperately wanted to hold on to his real estate possessions. In the meantime, he would have to plan for all three contingencies. First, he would see if he could get any more information from his old handler, Dmitri. The former KGB spook had to know more about this assassin than simply a phone number and an email address. If he could find out who the assassin was, matters would be greatly simplified. If the man succeeded in killing Rapp, he would be expecting another $5 million for fulfilling the contract. Abel could probably get the Hungarians to kill him for $100,000, maybe $200,000 at the most. Abel could then pocket another $4,800,000 and sever his business relationship with Rashid in an amicable fashion. If he couldn't find out any more about the assassin, he would simply have to tread very lightly until things blew over. He reached a conclusion about what he must do in the meantime. Abel swiveled in his chair and tapped the space bar on his computer to get rid of the screensaver. His internet browser popped to full color on his flat panel monitor. His fingers remained poised above the keys for a second, and then he began typing his message. He was well aware of the interception capabilities of the Americans, so he kept his prose businesslike and to the point. For now, he would keep his options open, but he would be a fool if he didn't begin to take certain precautions. Once this email was sent, he would need to make himself scarce. Now was the perfect time to take a vacation. Chapter 28. Washington, D.C. She woke up before he did, and started for the bathroom. As soon as she stood up, she noticed something wasn't right. The room came in and out of focus. Her steps were unsteady. She reached for the doorframe to steady herself and then dashed for the toilet. She vomited once and then a second and third time. She sat there for a few seconds, leaning against the glass wall of the shower stall and holding her hair in a makeshift ponytail with her right hand. A thin layer of sweat covered her upper lip, but other than that she felt almost immediately better. So, this is what morning sickness is like, she thought. Claudia pulled herself off the floor and regarded her reflection in the mirror. She looked pasty white with a touch of gray. Not very flattering. When would she tell him? She had been so close even last night, but at the last second something always came up. Now she was worried that she would distract him, and they could have none of that. He needed to stay focused and get this over with as quickly as possible. She looked at herself and struggled with what she should do. She turned on the faucet and doused her face with cold water repeatedly. She decided to wait until they were done with his job, then she would tell him. She brushed her teeth and took a shower. She felt almost normal despite the fact that she was famished. After wrapping herself in one of the plush white robes, Claudia opened the door and immediately registered the unmistakable aromas of sausage and cinnamon. She remembered that Louis had filled out the room service card for breakfast and left it on the door before they went to bed. He was now sitting on the couch in front of the TV with a large glass of orange juice in his hand. Claudia wasted no time parking herself next to him and grabbing the other glass of orange juice. She drank nearly half of it before she set it back down. The relief it brought was nearly instantaneous. She pulled the metal cover off of her breakfast and started slathering butter on her French toast. Next came the warm syrup, and she dug in. Her focus on filling her stomach was so thorough, she didn't notice that Louis was watching her. The local NBC Morning News was on the TV. Louis was also wearing one of the white robes provided by the hotel. His brown hair had that bedhead look, and the front page of the Washington Post sat folded on his lap. He'd stopped reading the paper, and the TV was nothing more than background noise. His undivided and very discerning attention was focused entirely on the object of his affection. Claudia finally noticed that he was watching her. She set her fork down and wiped her mouth. After taking a drink of orange juice, she turned and smiled. It seemed a bit forced. His eyes narrowed, and he said, "Are you pregnant?" Claudia blinked. "What?" Louis noted that her response was defensive. "It's not a difficult question." She tugged at the neck of her robe and then crossed her legs, draping her left arm protectively across her abdomen. He watched her every move, knowing the answer without having to hear it from her lips. Gould reached out and placed a gentle hand on her forearm. He pushed from his mind any thoughts of personal hurt that she hadn't told him, and instead said, "If you are, it'll make me the happiest man in the world." Gould tilted his head and watched her intently. Her bottom lip trembled ever so slightly, and then her eyes filled with tears. "That is, if the child is mine," Gould added. The tears spilled over and fell down the smooth skin of her cheeks. She let out a half-laugh, half-cry, and swatted at him. "Yes, all those other men I sleep with. You'll all have to take blood tests so we can sort the whole mess out. Of course it's yours, you jerk." Gould laughed and pulled her close. He kissed her forehead and rocked her like a baby. He was smiling from ear to ear. In a soft, almost apologetic voice, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want it to distract you. I want us to get through this, and then we are done with this life once and for all." She tugged at the sleeve of her robe and wiped her tears. "How did you figure it out?" He smiled. There were a few telltale signs here and there. "Like what?" "Well, I noticed when we were having sex last night that your breasts looked—" He gestured with his hands and groped for the right word. "Bigger," Claudia offered. "Yes, that would be the right adjective." He smiled and then added, "When I picked you up yesterday at the airport, you were literally glowing. I thought it was from your brief stop in the Caribbean, but that didn't make much sense. You weren't there long enough. The giveaway, though, was your dash to the bathroom. I haven't seen you throw up in years. And then you came out here and inhaled half of your breakfast before you even noticed I was sitting next to you." "You saw all of that?" she said in a surprised tone. "Claudia, darling, that's what I do for a living. I watch people. I study them." She looked toward the window and nodded. "And then you killed them," she thought. She sat in silence for a moment and then turned her attention back to his eyes. How could those caring eyes belong to a man capable of such violence? She needed to purge that part of him. He hadn't always been that way. Surely at some point he had been a carefree, sunny little boy. Even as an adult, as a hired assassin, there was a gentle side to him. His father unwittingly pushed him into the arms of the Legion, and they had turned him into a killer. It would be her job to eradicate those instincts, to turn him back into the man he should have been. She touched his face. "Now, do you understand why this must be our last job?" He nodded and wrapped his arms around her. "Yes, I do." He held her tight and thought about the very fundamental ways in which his life would soon be changing. Almost immediately, though, his thoughts returned to the here and now. The baby could wait, would have to wait. They had to keep their focus and see this last job through. He looked at the clock and asked, "Can you be ready to go in 20 minutes?" "Why?" Gould pointed at the TV. "I want to walk over to the White House and get a look at Mrs. Rapp." She regarded the TV for a moment, and then Louis. Part of her simply wanted to take the money and run, but she knew such talk would only upset him. "We have the rest of our lives together," she told herself. "Just get through this week, and everything will be different." It was a still morning, not even the slightest breeze. The temperature was in the mid-50s and rising with the climbing sun. Louis told Claudia to put on the workout clothes he'd purchased for her, and he donned his new Nike pants and zippered top. They both wore baseball caps and Oakley sunglasses. They looked like Mr. and Mrs. American Fitness. Before picking up Claudia at the airport, he'd stopped on the outskirts of Baltimore at a Best Buy superstore and bought a Canon 10D digital camera and a 20 by 140 zoom lens. Louis looped the strap around his neck and brought his left arm up through the opening so that the camera lay snug against the left side of his back. They took the stairs rather than the elevator and exited the lobby onto Farragut Square. There was a Starbucks on K Street near the metro stop, and they took their spot in the busy morning queue. Louis got a small black coffee, and Claudia ordered some herbal decaffeinated tea. With warm cups in hand, they headed south for the short walk to the White House. It was October in D.C., so there were nowhere near as many tourists as there would have been in the summer, though there were still a fair number. They came upon a group of Asians who were being led by a private tour guide. They were headed in the same direction as Louis and Claudia and took up most of the sidewalk. At the corner of 17th and I, they stopped to take photos of some building of interest across the street. Louis took the opportunity to find a way around them and kept moving. He didn't want to be late. A block later, they reached the northwest corner of Lafayette Square and passed the statue of Baron von Steuben. Steuben was a German officer who fought alongside George Washington during the Revolutionary War. The White House and the impressive neoclassical facade of the Treasury Building were now in full view. Louis checked his watch and slowed his pace. "When I was a child, my father used to bring us here for picnics on Sunday afternoons." Louis kept walking and looked around. "My father was very fond of this park." Claudia was surprised by the disclosure. Louis rarely spoke of his father. "Why is that?" "Lafayette, the famous Frenchman who fought with the Americans in their War of Independence. The park is named after him." Louis pointed to the southwest corner. "Over there is General Rochambeau, the French hero of the Battle of New Orleans, and in the far corner is General Lafayette himself." Claudia looked to the center of the park, where there was a magnificent statue of a man on horseback. The horse was set atop a large block of granite, frozen in time, rearing back on its hind legs. The rider was holding onto the beast's reins with one hand and waving his hat in the air with the other. The base of the statue was encircled by 4 cannons. "Don't you mean that statue right there?" Louis scoffed. "You would think so. But that is President Andrew Jackson." It infuriated my father to no end that in a park that was designed to honor those allies who stood by America's side at the fledgling country's most crucial hour, they erect in the center of that very park a statue of, not Lafayette himself, but instead an American president. If it bothered him so, why did he bring you here? That is a good question. Louis didn't answer right away. They walked hand in hand for a while. Finally, as they neared the south end of the park, he said, "Maybe it was my mother who liked to come here. My sisters and I were little then. It was during my father's first posting in our embassy in Washington. TV was very big in America, even then. My mother didn't like TV. My sisters and I did. There was no better way to master the American way of speaking English than watching TV. Claudia nodded. Louis had told her this before. So why the park? Anything that got us outside and away from TV. Our Saturdays were filled with educational trips. We scoured every museum in town, every park, every statue, and then on Sundays, if the weather was nice, we'd come here. That seemed to give Louis pause, and then he added, My father both loved and hated America. He was very fond of pointing out, though, that the American dream would not have been possible if it hadn't been for French aid, French naval power, and men like Lafayette and Rochambeau. And if it wasn't for the American Revolution, we French would still be ruled by a monarch. Louis laughed. I said that same thing to him one day when I was in high school. He turned so red that I thought for a second he might hit me. They reached the southern edge of the park. Pennsylvania Avenue was all that separated them from the White House. That and a heavy black wrought iron fence and gang of heavily armed men, only a few of whom were visible. Louis looked beyond the fence. Out in front of the West Wing, TV cameras were set up and people were milling about. Louis picked her out almost immediately. From this distance, he couldn't tell it was her for certain, but he was pretty sure. Here, he handed Claudia his cup of coffee and grabbed the digital camera. The camera was high-end, with a lens that cost over $1,000, but it was very user-friendly. Louis turned the selector switch to the automatic mode and removed the lens cap. He brought the camera up and pointed it at the White House. He took one shot and then another, just like hundreds if not thousands of tourists do every day. He moved the camera over to the West Wing and snapped off a couple more. With his right hand, he twisted the telephoto lens clockwise and zeroed in on the reporters and camera people. He found her with ease. She was talking on a cell phone and laughing. Louis snapped a photo and then looked at the view screen. It was her. He showed it to Claudia, who nodded. That's her. What do we do now? We get a closer look. We watch her do the news, and then we see if she leaves to go anywhere. Claudia looked to her right and then her left. At both ends of the street were guard booths. There was another one ahead and to the left where they were headed. There are cameras everywhere, as well as security people. Louis glanced at the roof of the White House and spotted 2 Secret Service guys wearing blue coveralls, probably snipers. Don't worry, darling, we're not going to hang around long. We're going to act like tourists, do a little sightseeing, maybe get some more coffee, check out a few parking garages. Parking garages? Louis took his coffee back and grabbed her hand. Remember that credit report I had you run? Yes. Did you learn anything from it? She likes to shop. So do you. He couldn't see beyond her dark sunglasses, but he knew she was glaring at him. I don't spend anywhere near what she spends. That is true, but we'll see how you fare when we settle down. Are you done analyzing my shopping habits? Yes. What else did you learn from the report? She has no mortgage. She pays her credit card bills and her car lease in full every month. What kind of car? Claudia finally realized what he was getting at. Oh, you are good. Thank you, darling. Louis grabbed her hand. Let's go watch her do the news. Chapter 29. Langley, Virginia. He didn't know how she'd found out, but she had, and she was as mad as he'd ever seen her. For the second time in a week, Rapp felt like he'd been called to the principal's office. He stood on one side of his boss's desk, and she stood on the other. She wanted explanations, and he, for the moment, wasn't willing to give any. She was getting louder with each unanswered question, and he was getting more belligerent with each query. They were stuck at an impasse. I want to know how you found out, stated Rapp in a no-nonsense tone for at least the 3rd time. How I found out is none of your concern. Tell me how you got your information, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. He widened his stance and held his ground. Listen, she pointed her finger at him. Her face was flushed with anger. Contrary to what you think, you actually have a boss. I am that boss, and you have stepped over the line this time. Well, if you had gotten the IRS off of Coleman's back like you said you were going to, I wouldn't have had to go to Ross's office and intercede. Kennedy's fists balled up in anger. "And if you didn't have the patience of a hamster, you would have waited one more day and I would have taken care of it." None of this made sense to Rapp. Kennedy had always been the most unflappable, professional person he'd ever dealt with. And now twice, within the span of a week, she was acting completely out of character. "Is everything all right?" Rapp regarded her for a moment. "Everything okay with Tommy? Is your ex bugging you?" Kennedy buried her face in both hands and shook her head. When she looked up, she said, "You just don't get it, do you? You walk around in your own little Mitch Rapp world. All you care about is what you want. You have no regard whatsoever for those around you." She tapped her own forehead with her forefinger. "No clue of the chaos you leave in your wake. Chaos that I have to deal with. And you have no idea how bad it looks to have you go over my head like this." "Oh, well, I'm sorry to have been such a burden. I hope no one around here got any paper cuts while I was out getting shot and stabbed." Rapp turned his head to the side and pointed at the thin scar that ran down the left side of his face. "Don't!" she yelled at him. "Don't play the martyr with me. I have always respected your sacrifice. That is not what this is about. It's about you being so bullheaded and sure of yourself that you just go and do whatever the hell you want whenever you want." "I've managed to do just fine on my own." "Yes, you have. But let me warn you, Mitchell. Your luck is running out. You're starting to piss people off. The fervor that we need to wage this war on terror is already waning. It won't be long, another 2 to 8 years, and the liberals on the Hill will be back in charge. And mark my words, they are going to launch a witch hunt like we haven't seen since the church hearings. They are going to tear this place apart. That's what national intelligence is all about. That was the deal they struck. They're going to use it to run roughshod over the agency, to make sure cowboys like you are properly supervised and kept on a short leash. Well, then you'll be surprised to know that it was Senator Hartsburg who advised me to go pay Director Ross a little visit." Kennedy regarded him warily. "That's right," Rapp continued. "So while you're sitting here dithering about what's happening on the Hill, I've got one of the most liberal senators in this whole town telling me the best way to handle Ross is to go light him up face to face." "You talked to Senator Hartsburg about this?" "Yep." "I don't believe you." "Call him." Kennedy glanced at her phone, hesitated a second, and then asked, "Why in the world would you go to Hartsburg on something like this?" "The man's seen the light. He's on our side. Ross was the junior senator from New Jersey. Hartsburg pushed him on the president, so I figured now that he and I are such close friends, I'd ask him to give Ross a nice yank on his leash and get him to back off Coleman." "And?" "He told me I should go pay him a visit and make him pee down his pants leg." Kennedy frowned. "You're not serious." "Damn straight. Those were his exact words. He told me to do exactly what I did. Said Ross was well aware of the fact that the president was in my corner and he'd back off the second I confronted him with it." "And how did Ross react?" She was fishing for information, which meant that whoever told her that he'd met with Ross didn't give her the specifics of the meeting. Up until this point, Rapp had been pretty sure it had been Ross himself who had called Kennedy. Rapp assumed he reamed Kennedy a good one, and if that was the case, Rapp was ready to go pay Ross a second visit. "He didn't tell you himself?" Kennedy shook her head. "Who told you?" "I'd prefer not to say." This was the problem with two career spies. Neither wanted to give an inch. "If you want me to tell you how the meeting went, you're going to have to tell me who told you." Rapp crossed his arms and waited. He was prepared at this point to walk out of her office, rather than give her any more information. Kennedy thought about it long and hard, and then finally said, "Jonathan Gordon called me this morning." "Gordon?" Rapp said in a slightly surprised tone. He'd guessed wrong on him. "What did he tell you?" "Only that he was sorry that the whole thing had to happen. When I asked him what thing, he realized I had no idea what you had been up to. I think that was actually the reason why he called. He wanted to figure out if I had sent you over or if you were acting on your own." "What did you tell him?" "I told him I had no idea that you'd had a meeting with him. He said he really wouldn't have called it a meeting. I asked him to elaborate, and he said it would be better if I got the story from you." "Nothing else?" asked Rapp. "No mention of the Coleman thing?" only that he'd told Director Ross he thought it was a bad idea to go poking around in the private business of private citizens. Rapp was pleased. Maybe this Gordon would be a good influence on Ross. So, tell me the story. Well, Rapp paused a moment to remember exactly how it had unfolded. When I walked in, it was Ross and Gordon and two other people. I started off real polite, and then things turned ugly pretty quick. Kennedy closed her eyes and asked, "What happened?" I looked down on the conference table and saw a surveillance photo of Coleman's warehouse, and I lost it. I realized they were talking about Coleman. I told the two people I didn't know to leave, and then I reamed Ross pretty good. Kennedy still hadn't opened her eyes. And how did he take that? Not well. He got angry? Yeah. Which means you got even more angry. Pretty much. Rapp cocked his head and chewed on his lower lip. Please, tell me you didn't hit him or threaten him with bodily harm. I didn't really hit him. I kind of cuffed him across the head with Coleman's surveillance file. It was either his surveillance file or his tax returns. I don't remember which. Oh, Mitchell. She opened her eyes. What in the hell are we going to do with you? The man is the Director of National Intelligence. He is my boss. Doesn't any of this mean anything to you? To be honest, Irene, no. It's all a distraction. His job is a distraction. His new agency is just another couple hundred suits doing exactly what is already being done by at least 3 other agencies. Scott Coleman is a good man who has put his ass on the line more times than you or I could count, and I'm not going to stand by while Ross fucks with him just so he can send us a message that there's a new sheriff in town. I'm not going to disagree with you, but there were better ways to handle it. How? Asked Rapp indignantly. How could it have been handled any better? The problem is solved. Ross has been sent a message, and Coleman and I can get back to targeting extremists. And if Ross didn't get the message? What if all you've done is make him angry? I could care less if the guy likes me or not. You're too reckless, Mitchell. Kennedy shook her head. Jonathan Ross is a man you might want on your side someday. I don't need men like Ross on my side. I just need them to get out of my way. Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. The day did not go exactly as planned. Right after Anna Riley finished her first live shot, Claudia was hit with another wave of nausea. Louis barely got her across the street before her breakfast came back up, literally at the feet of the great Jean-Baptiste Donatien de Vimeur, Comte de Rochambeau. Gould's father would have been very disappointed that she had not made it to the statue of Andrew Jackson. Louis cared only that they got away from the myriad of surveillance cameras around the White House. When Claudia was done heaving, Louis helped her back to the hotel. She almost made it without having to stop, but she was overcome again, just a half a block from the hotel. Louis stood guard while she placed one hand on a light post and the other on a newspaper box. He rubbed her back and smiled sheepishly at concerned passers-by. One older woman actually stopped. Louis explained that Claudia was pregnant, and she'd just been hit with a wave of nausea. The woman understood completely and went on to tell Louis how she'd had it something awful with all 4 of her kids. Every morning, without exception, she'd get hit with 2 or 3 waves of it. She would have had a 5th, but she couldn't bear the thought of going through the morning sickness again. She told Louis he needed to keep her in bed, make sure she got plenty of rest. There was nothing the little darling could do but ride it out. Louis thanked the older woman for her sage advice and helped Claudia up to the room. This time they took the elevator. She sat on the edge of the bed while he took off her shoes. She didn't bother with the rest of her clothes, electing instead to crawl under the covers and clutch the blanket around her neck. She began shivering, and her normally beautiful skin had taken on a pasty pallor. Louis stood there helplessly, wondering what he should do. He didn't want to seem insensitive, but there was a lot of work to be done, and he honestly didn't know if she needed him to stay by her side. Almost as if she could read his mind, Claudia told him to leave. She would be fine on her own. All she wanted was sleep. Gould changed out of his walking clothes and put on a white shirt, tie, and dark gray suit. After unlocking his suitcase, he carefully pried his fingers between the liner and the hard outer shell. Slowly, the layers began to separate. Gould retrieved a new set of credentials and put them in his breast pocket. A small clock radio sat on the desk. He flipped it upside down and removed the false bottom. 2 items roughly the size of a pack of playing cards fell out, as well as a tiny circular object the size of 2 stacked nickels. All 3 items were black. He stuffed them in his pockets and checked on Claudia one more time before leaving. She was fast asleep. He took the stairs down to the lobby and donned his sunglasses as he stepped out into the bright sunlight. Gould walked west along the north edge of Farragut Square. At Connecticut, he took a right, and 2 blocks later he found what he was looking for. He perused the display window from the street and looked to see if any surveillance cameras were visible inside. There was one behind the clerk. Gould hesitated briefly. It was unlikely that he would find a store like this without cameras. He cinched up his tie, adjusted his sunglasses, and entered. The kid behind the counter looked up at him and smiled. "What's up?" "I need to get a phone for my teenage daughter." "All right, do you have a preference? Motorola? Nokia?" Gould shook his head. "Does she need a camera?" the young man asked. "I suppose." "How many minutes a month are you willing to get her?" Gould thought about it. He'd probably put 5 or 10 minutes on the thing at the most, and then he'd chuck it. It's mostly for emergencies, so probably one of the smaller plans. "Are you already a customer?" "No." "Do you want to be? We've got some great friends and family plans." Gould shook his head. "I'm under a government contract." "Okay." The young man reached under the glass and grabbed one of the phones. "I'd put you into this one right here. It's got a 2-megapixel camera. She can download ringtones and—" The clerk went on and on about the phone's features, but Gould had already stopped listening. He reached into his wallet and pulled out a credit card. "How much?" "It's $24.95 a month plus tax and fees, and if you sign a 1-year contract, the phone is free." "Can you bill it automatically to my credit card?" "Absolutely." "I'll take it." Gould left the store with the phone in his pocket, and a block later he chucked the bag and packaging in a garbage can. He turned down 18th Street and started working his way back to the White House. He had a good idea where to start his search. He'd studied a map, and earlier in the morning, before Claudia got sick, he'd checked out the immediate area around the White House. The street that ran along the west side of the White House was West Executive Drive. It was blocked off at both ends by a heavy gate and manned by the Secret Service. There were a limited number of spaces, probably reserved for people who worked directly for the president. Gould checked the area anyway and didn't see any BMWs. This did not deter him. Convenience and logic were on his side. Rapp's wife got to work early, which meant she would have her pick of garages, and at the same time she would not want to walk far. The first ramp on his list was just off the corner of 17th and H. An attendant dressed in black pants and a red windbreaker stood at the top of the underground entrance next to a sign that announced how much it cost per hour and for the day. Gould walked right up to the guy and fished out his new credentials. He held them in his left hand to the side of his face like he did it countless times every week. "I'm Agent Johnson with the IRS." Gould snapped shut the case and continued. "You guys park any blue BMWs this morning?" The attendant shrugged and looked down the concrete ramp to one of his co-workers. The two spoke briefly in a language Gould did not understand. The other man hustled up the ramp. "You are looking for a blue BMW?" Gould guessed the man was probably Somalian. "Yeah, Series 5. You know which make that is?" The man nodded. "I parked a silver one 30 minutes ago, but no blue ones." The man studied him warily. "What is this about?" "I'm investigating a tax cheat who works in the area. We're looking to seize her vehicle." Gould had taken the story right from the IRS's website. "Is there a reward?" the first man asked. $100. "How do we get a hold of you?" "I'll be back before lunch. Anyone else parking cars with you guys this morning?" "No." "Any chance you missed a blue BMW?" Both men shook their heads confidently. "All right, thanks for your time. I'll see you later." The next garage went pretty much the same, except there were 3 attendants. One of them couldn't remember if he'd parked a blue or black BMW, but that it had been about an hour ago. Man or woman, Gould asked him. The attendant said it was a man. Gould thanked them for their time and told them he might be back later. The third garage was the one that he thought she'd probably used, and he was right. This time he didn't ask about a specific car. He just flashed his credentials and told them he needed to look for a vehicle that might be involved in an investigation. They asked if they could help, and he politely told them no. Gould descended into the concrete cavern and found a blue BMW Series 5 on the first level. He looked around, a bit surprised to see that there were no surveillance cameras, until he realized customers weren't allowed down here. The attendants met people on the sidewalk and parked their cars for them. Gould knew luck was shining on him when he spied the keys in the ignition of the car. He went and stood by another car in case one of the attendants showed up, and pulled out the new cell phone. From memory, he punched in a number. 2 rings later, a woman answered. "Com Center?" "This is Detective Johnson from 5D, Gould said in a tired voice. "I need a 1028 on District Plate Echo Echo Foxtrot 183. Police departments were the same the world over. The woman sitting at the communications center for the Metropolitan Police Department was supposed to ask for his badge number, but she didn't because she was overworked and underpaid, and the guy on the phone sounded like all of the other cops who called her hundreds of times each day to access the Washington area law enforcement system, the database they all referred to as WALS. "The vehicle is registered to an Anna Riley, BMW Series 5. Yep. Do you have a 1029 filed on the car?" "Nope." "Okay, thanks." Gould closed the phone and put it back in his pocket. He walked slowly back to the ramp and checked on the attendants. Both men were standing at the top talking. As Gould hustled back to the car, he put on a pair of latex gloves. He opened the driver's door and fished the smallest device from his pocket. There was a thin plastic film on the back of the miniature listening device. Gould peeled it off, exposing a tacky adhesive surface. He stuck the device under the dashboard and hit the trunk release button. Gould slid a blanket and a shopping bag to the side and pulled the small lever that opened the compartment where the spare tire was kept. He checked to make sure both of the larger devices were working and then placed them in the well of the compartment. He closed the door carefully and put the shopping bag and blanket back where he'd found them before closing the trunk. The gloves came off with a snap, and Gould dumped them in the garbage can right before he started up the ramp. He thanked the attendants for their time and started back to the hotel with a smile on his face. So far, things were going exactly as planned. Chapter 31. Washington, D.C. The day was drawing to an end, and they were getting ready to pull out. Gould had returned the rental car he'd picked up in Montreal and grabbed a new one from a different company using yet another identity. The vehicle, a black Ford Explorer, was packed and parked in a ramp less than a block away. The transponder Gould had placed in Rapp's wife's car contained miniaturized GPS technology. Gould had checked every 30 minutes or so to see if the car had moved. It hadn't. Even if it had, he would have only been mildly interested. He doubted she was going to go home in the middle of the workday, and home was what he wanted. That was where Rapp would be most comfortable. Claudia was feeling much better. She'd even managed to keep down a late lunch. While Gould was out switching cars, she had gone online and checked out NBC's website. In addition to reporting up-to-the-minute news, the website promoted the evening news. It mentioned 3 key stories they would be covering, and one of them was a controversy brewing over the president's nominee for Secretary of Education. It was the same thing they'd watched Anna Riley report on that morning. They were running on the assumption that she would do the evening news and then head home. While online, Claudia took care of some banking and checked their various email accounts. There were really only 2 messages of any concern. The first was an offer for a job. She was tempted to reply that they were getting out of the business, but Claudia realized that might attract undue attention. People would wonder why they had so suddenly decided to drop out. When the news broke of the great Mitch Rapp's death, people would begin to speculate. It was better to tell former clients that they were too busy to accept new contracts at the moment. The second email of consequence was from the German. Abel was offering them an additional $1 million if they could fulfill the contract in such a way as to make it look natural, like it was an accident. He didn't want this to compromise the job, however. The priority was to make sure they succeeded on the first order of business. If a readily available solution presented itself, however, it would be preferred. It did not have to be overly convincing, just leave the door open for interpretation. Claudia had stared at the message for a long time. She wasn't sure she should show it to Louis, but in the end she did. When he got back, she let him read the email, and then she asked him what he thought. Louis simply said, "We'll see." Later he surprised her by saying that he was already considering doing just what the German had suggested. He reasoned that the CIA would make it a top priority to catch the people responsible for Rapp's murder. If they could make it look like an accident, they could retire without having to look over their shoulders for the rest of their lives. The idea sounded great, but implementing it would be difficult. Gone were the days of running people off the road at night or hitting them in a head-on collision. They were in America, where airbags were common. Gould told her to remain flexible. If an opportunity presented itself, they would discuss it. Otherwise, he would take him out at a safe distance with the silenced rifle. They ordered room service at 5 o'clock. It arrived at 5:34. Louis devoured a California burger with French fries. Claudia ate a light salad and bread. She felt good but didn't want to push it. She drank water, and he drank water and coffee. He was worried about her but didn't say anything. He hoped this morning sickness thing was a one-time occurrence, but he doubted it. At 6 they watched the local news and sanitized the room, wiping down common surfaces where they may have left prints. They had absolutely no reason to think they were being followed, or that they would be discovered once the job was complete. But that didn't matter. They were professionals, and professionals were thorough. The room service cart was pushed out into the hallway, and Claudia called for it to be picked up. At 6:30 they sat on the edge of the bed and watched the start of the NBC nightly news. Rapp's wife came on in the first 5 minutes. She was standing in the same spot she had been in the morning, and wearing the same outfit. She spoke for maybe 10 seconds, and they rolled some footage. When the footage was done, the anchor asked her a question, she answered it, and they went to a commercial. Gould stood and turned off the TV. They each grabbed a bag. All of the other stuff was already loaded in the new rental car. They were paid for one more night, and depending on how things went, they might need to come back here and sleep. It took 6 minutes to leave the hotel and reach the car. By the time they pulled out of the ramp, Claudia had the GPS device hooked up to her laptop. She waited a few seconds for the software to load and give her an overlay of the streets. Right now, it was set for a 2-square-mile overview. But she could narrow it down to a block-by-block look or bring it all the way back to an overview of North America. They had no idea where Rapp and his wife lived. The credit report listed a P.O. box in D.C., and Riley's last known address was an apartment in Georgetown. Gould drove the Explorer over to 19th and H and waited. The parking ramp where he'd found her car was 2 blocks away. They didn't have to wait long. Claudia announced that the target was moving. Louis waited patiently while she relayed the direction the BMW was headed. Louis didn't need to look at the map on the computer screen. He had the map of downtown memorized. H was a one-way street heading east. "The car is heading north on 17th Street. Claudia stared intently at the screen. "She crossed H. No, forget that. She just turned east on H." Louis pulled the gear lever out of park and took his foot off the brake. He hit the turn signal and eased out into traffic. They continued east on H until they hit New York Avenue. They missed the light and had to wait almost a minute. Claudia gave him constant updates. The car was on New York Avenue heading northeast. Louis was nowhere near panicking, but he did want to at least get a visual to make sure it was Rapp's wife who was in the car. Due to the lights, she maintained a 1-mile lead until they were out of the district. Then New York Avenue opened up to a 3-lane highway. Gould stepped on the gas and started passing cars. Nothing too crazy, but he was steadily gaining. At some point, the road changed from New York Avenue to John Hanson Highway and U.S. Route 50. By the time they reached the Beltway, they had a visual on the car. In the failing light, they could barely make it out 100 yards ahead. They passed under Interstate 495, and Gould closed the distance. At Lotsford Vista Road, he eased up beside her. It was now past 7, and the traffic was moderate. Both he and Claudia agreed it was her. She was talking on her cell phone, so her face was partially obscured, but she gave them a glance like she was thinking about changing lanes. Gould eased off the gas and fell back several cars. He retrieved an earpiece from his pocket and stuck it in his right ear. It was plugged into a small receiver that was tuned to the frequency of the miniature listening device he'd placed under the dashboard of the BMW. A voice came over the small speaker. There was a fair amount of background noise, but even so, it was unmistakably her voice. Gould listened to the one-sided conversation with a critical ear, hoping to gain any information that might involve their schedule. They continued on U.S. Route 50 for another 5 minutes, then took U.S. Route 301 south for approximately 6 minutes, and then started turning down a series of county roads. They were a decent ways from the city. Gould didn't know what to think. Did they live way out here? Was she going to visit someone? Was she working on a story? "How far are we from the Chesapeake Bay?" Gould asked. Claudia pecked a few keys on the computer. "About 4 miles. Gould nodded and watched his distance. He didn't want her to notice she was being followed, but it was getting harder. Sooner rather than later they were going to run out of land. He was right. They ran out of land. Claudia told Gould that the car had just turned onto a dead-end road. He pulled over and watched on the computer screen as the BMW inched closer and closer to the Chesapeake Bay. It finally stopped as if it had pulled right up to the water's edge. They waited several minutes to make sure the car didn't start moving again, and then Gould continued on. He turned down the dead-end road and set his speed 5 miles an hour above the posted speed. On the right were farm fields and woods, and a few scattered houses. On the left were houses every couple of 100 feet. In the failing light he could glimpse the water of the big bay as they passed between houses. "We're close," Claudia announced. "Less than 100 meters. Gould was already scanning ahead, looking for the car. 50 meters. He approached a white house and saw the car. There was a second car parked next to it. Gould tensed ever so slightly. "I see it. Try to get an address off the mailbox if you can." Gould took his foot off the gas but didn't hit the brakes. They were on a straight, narrow road. As they passed the house, he read off the numbers in the mailbox. She checked the map to make sure they were still in Anne Arundel County. They were. She accessed the county's website and clicked on the Property Information tab. She punched in the address, and 5 seconds later the corresponding information came up on the screen. The house was purchased in 1997 for $235,000 by Bayview Shores, LLC. No officer listed under the company. "It's him." Gould looked back over his shoulder. "How can you be so sure? He would never put it under his own name. What if she is merely stopping by to visit a friend?" "It's him." Gould gripped the steering wheel and then flexed his fingers. "I can feel it. He's in there right now." Chapter 32. Anne Arundel County, Maryland. Mitch Rapp ran along the gravel shoulder, pounding out each step. His mood was anything but upbeat. There was a day not long ago when he flew down this road at a clip that would have left all but a few of the world's best athletes gasping for breath and falling to their knees. Even so, Rapp was a realist. He knew it was impossible to maintain the peak performance he'd had in his 20s and early 30s. But that didn't mean he had to like the aging process. He dealt with pain his entire life. He knew how to taunt it, suppress it, or just laugh it off. In fact, pain was something he'd actually learned to embrace. It was a welcome ally that propelled him to the finish line while it forced others to quit. The mind controlled the body. It could tell muscles and joints to ignore all kinds of warning signals. The problem, though, was that those warning signs were there for a reason. If they were ignored for too long, the body eventually broke down. On this warm fall morning, as Rapp took each lengthy stride, he began to wonder if there was something different about this pain. It was his damn left knee again. He'd been trying to work through it for the better part of a month, and he was finally coming to the conclusion that it wasn't going away. No matter how hard he tried to block it out or get past it, no matter how much ice or Advil he used, the pain only worsened. His body was telling him something. It was telling him to stop running. Only 37, and he was falling apart. It should not have come as a surprise to him, knowing the way he'd pushed and abused his body over the years. But Rapp was the type of man who thought any obstacle surmountable with enough will, determination, and talent. There were the broken bones and cuts from sports as a kid and then in college,
There was the inevitable wear and tear that came with competing as a world-class triathlete. And then there were the scars, both mental and physical, of his trade. On the outside were 4 pucker marks left by bullets that were meant to kill him, and 2 decent-sized scars left by knife blades. On the inside, most of the physical damage done by the bullets had been repaired, but the mental toll his work had left on him was something he simply tried not to think about. His wife liked to tell him his brain was like a basement filling up with years of junk. If you didn't clean it out every year, you were one day sure to be left with one hell of a mess to take care of. Instinctively, he knew she was right, but the only person who could ever understand what he'd done was someone who had walked in his shoes. And Rapp doubted there was a therapist on the planet who had any practical experience as an assassin. One of Rapp's forms of self-therapy was to never deceive himself. He didn't sugarcoat what he was, even though other people did. In national security circles, he was referred to as a counter-terrorism operative. He knew it was a nice way of saying he was an assassin. This had never bothered him, but now that Anna was pregnant, it gave him cause to rethink his profession. His days of being self-sufficient, of thinking first and foremost of himself, were receding with each heartbeat of the little baby in his wife's womb. Rapp was not afraid of fatherhood in the least. He was surprised, though, by the feeling of melancholy that accompanied the news. At first, he didn't know the source, but it came to him soon enough. It was his own unfulfilled relationship with his father. Rapp didn't want his child to go through the same agonizing pain of losing a parent that he had. He was suddenly looking at the risks he took on the job in a whole new light. He'd been fighting it since the day he'd fallen in love with Anna. But now there was no more putting it off. He owed it to both her and their unborn child. He would have to step out of the line. Let someone else take the risks. A half a mile short of the end of his run, it happened. Rapp felt a spike of pain and shifted his weight to his good leg, just as his left knee locked up like an engine throwing a rod, metal on metal, no more oil to aid the simple mechanical movement. Bone on bone, no more cartilage to reduce the friction. As he hopped to a stop, he muttered a series of curses under his breath. He was the only person out on the road at this early hour, but even so, swearing at the top of his lungs wasn't his style. After a few excruciating steps, he realized how serious the injury was and blurted out a single 4-letter curse. Slowly and carefully, he began hobbling his way back to his house on the Chesapeake Bay. The birds were chirping, and the early morning sun cast long shadows across the dewy grass and bathed his face in warmth. All things considered, it should have been a glorious morning, but it wasn't. He rounded a slight bend in the road and was surprised to find 2 people standing on the side of the gravel shoulder, another 50 or so yards ahead. The man had his hand on the woman's back, and she was bent over. 2 mountain bikes lay on the ground next to them. It was not uncommon to encounter someone on this road, but it was almost always someone he knew. There was Mr. and Mrs. Grant, retirees who rose early and walked with their 2 chocolate labs. There was Mrs. Randall, the Energizer bunny who did her shuffle jog for hours on end, and there were a handful of others who Rapp vaguely knew. He was always polite, but never stopped to talk. He immediately crossed to the other side of the road, placing as little weight as possible on his left leg. His hand reached for his fanny pack. Inside was an FN-57 pistol. The weapon carried 20 5.7 by 28 millimeter armor-piercing rounds. Rapp unzipped the fanny pack and kept his left hand near the opening. Every move was second nature, done almost completely without thought. He checked the couple again. She appeared to be sick, which could either be genuine or a classic diversionary tactic. He looked at everything he encountered through this prism of primal pessimism. Ambushes were typically set up in one of 3 ways. The first, and most common, was to lie in wait and spring the trap on the unsuspecting quarry. The second way was to lure the target in, as could be the case with this couple. Act like you need help, and then, when that target steps in to offer assistance, you have them right where you want them. The third and final way is to distract the target, get them focused on one thing, and then hit them from somewhere else. At the moment, this was what Rapp was most worried about. In all likelihood, the couple was nothing more than a harmless husband and wife out for a bike ride. But Rapp couldn't risk that.
He checked over his shoulder and then began looking further afield to his left and right. He knew every inch of this road. He drove on it, ran along its shoulder, and biked on it. His mind was trained to catch anything that was different. He finished his sweep. Everything looked normal. Rapp turned his attention back to the couple. He was close enough now to hear the woman gagging. If this was a trap, she was doing a pretty convincing job. The man glanced over his shoulder. He was wearing a bike helmet and a pair of Oakley sunglasses. "Everything all right?" asked Rapp. He kept moving, doing his best to mask the fact that his knee was killing him. His left hand stayed poised right above the fold of his fanny pack. Rapp could instantly tell the man was in good shape. "She's pregnant," the man offered. "Morning sickness." Rapp gave a slight nod, but didn't respond. He wasn't out to make polite conversation. His eyes scanned the man from head to toe as well as the woman. The man was also wearing a fanny pack, but his was spun around so it sat at the small of his back. There was something about him, a certain lean, athletic quality. Broad shoulders, thin waist, developed legs, all three parts in balance. Rapp had worked with guys like him before. His thoughts turned almost immediately to the warning that had been passed along by the Jordanians that there was a price on his head. But they then turned almost as quickly to the new Director of National Intelligence, Mark Ross. Could the man be so foolish as to send a couple of his people out here to collect intel on him? The thought of Ross deciding not to back down got his blood going. Rapp stopped almost directly across the street from the two. His left hand remained poised only an inch from his gun. The weapon was chambered and hot. "You need any help?" Rapp asked in as friendly a tone as he could muster. "No, thank you," the man said almost immediately. He glanced at Rapp and then returned his attention to the woman. "Are you sure?" asked Rapp. "Yeah, it'll pass in another minute." "Do you live around here?" Rapp watched the man's every move. He wished he would take his glasses off so he could see his eyes. "No," the man said. "Just visiting." "I live nearby. I can get my car and give her a ride." No, thank you. She'll be fine." "Where are you staying?" The man hesitated and then offered. "Not far. A little bed and breakfast just up the way." As if on cue, the woman stood up and wiped her mouth with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. She took a swig of water from her bottle and spit it out. She repeated the process 3 more times and then announced, "Oh, what we do for you men." Rapp smiled. He detected a slight French accent from the woman. If she was acting, she was doing a damn good job. Her skin was an awful pale shade of green. Rapp decided they didn't work for Ross. "I hope you feel better." With that, he started on his way again. His knee was getting worse with each step, and he wondered briefly if it wasn't he who would need a ride. He checked back over his shoulder and caught the man quickly looking away. He probably recognized him from some of the unwanted media attention he'd received a few years ago. The couple got back on their bikes and started off, while Rapp hobbled along the shoulder with increasing difficulty. By the time he reached the front porch, he was no longer able to bend or straighten his knee out of its slightly crooked position. Rapp grabbed the house key from the fanny pack. He glanced over both shoulders and then stuck the key in the first of 2 deadbolt locks. When the 2 locks were opened, he grabbed the door handle and pulled. Rapp had personally reversed the house's 3 door frames so they opened out instead of in. The front door, service door, and the frames were made out of steel and covered with a wood veneer. Anyone trying to break in would have to pack a lunch. All of the windows on the first floor were bulletproof. This was his first line of defense. It was what allowed him to decompress and sleep at night. It was a safe house in the literal sense of the word. Rapp stepped into the foyer, and Shirley was right there with her tail wagging. He gave her a quick pat on the head before disarming the security system. After locking the door, he turned the security system back on and limped into the kitchen, where he found his wife sitting in her robe, reading the Post and sipping a cup of coffee. Anna looked up at him, noticed the unusual pained expression on his face, and dropped the paper. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Rapp deflected her question with a shake of his head and continued to the sink. "It sure the hell doesn't look like nothing," she said. Rapp clutched the kitchen sink with one hand and poured himself a glass of water.
"It's my knee. It's a little stiff, that's all."
Anna set her mug of coffee on the table. "A little stiff? Honey, remember who you're talking to here. You look worse than when you were shot in the ass that time." Rapp took several gulps of water and then went fishing in a drawer near the sink for some Advil.
"Yeah, well, you saw me 2 days after the fact. You should have been there when I was rolling around in the mud screaming like a little girl."
Somehow she doubted he had acted anything less than manly. "Nice try. Tell me what's wrong with your knee."
"It's nothing."
Rapp wrestled with the child-proof cap and practically tore the bottle in half.
"It's just a little stiff," he lied. "A couple of pills and some ice and I'll be fine."
Anna folded her arms across her chest, offering Rapp an unintentional show of cleavage. She studied him for a moment and then asked, "What's on your schedule today?" Rapp succeeded in separating the cap from the bottle and threw 3 of the pills in his mouth. He chased it with water and steadied himself one more time. "Same old crap. I've got a few meetings at Langley and something I might have to do tonight, but I haven't decided on that yet." Knowing his wife's reporter instincts, he knew he had to ask her a question before she fired another one at him. "How about you? How's your day look?" "I have a real slow morning." She tilted her head and studied him. Rapp watched as she shook her shoulder-length auburn hair off to one side and lowered her cute little chin. She locked in on him with her seductive emerald eyes and smiled. The warning bells started to sound as she walked toward him, loosening the belt of her robe. Rapp stood frozen while 2 conflicting parts of his brain wrestled with the whole pain-pleasure principle. Anna pressed her body up against his and pinned him to the counter. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his ear. "Why don't we go upstairs and have a little fun? I think being pregnant makes me frisky." Rapp wavered for a second as the pleasure part of his brain scrambled to come up with a position that might work. The pain part of his brain screamed at him to ignore any such thought. The knee simply hurt too much, so Rapp smiled awkwardly and gently pushed her away. "I don't think I have time. I've got to shower and get moving." Anna took another step back and closed her robe. "You're a liar, Mitchell." Flashing a fake smile, she asked, "Do you want me to call a doctor and make an appointment, or will you be man enough to do it yourself?" He hesitated, trapped in his lie. "I'll take care of it," he offered weakly. "No, you won't," she said as she finished tying her robe. "I'll call Liz. She and Michael know the best orthopedic surgeon in town." Anna grabbed the phone to call her best friend. "Morning or afternoon?" Rapp looked down at his knee. It was starting to swell. "You'd better see if he can get me in this morning." Chapter 33. Deal, Maryland. Gould took the front wheel off the mountain bike and lifted the back hatch of the Ford Explorer. The bike went in first and then the wheel. Claudia was sitting on a nearby park bench, wrestling with another wave of nausea. Gould consulted his watch. It was 7:36 in the morning, and what had started off as a promising day was now an unmitigated disaster. He looked over at Claudia with an anger that he usually reserved for people who had threatened him. They were at the city park, and there was no one around, but still this was not the place to have this conversation. Her illness had already brought them enough unwanted attention. He yanked her bike off the ground and flipped the release for the front wheel. The bike was light, but even so, Gould tossed it around like it was a kid's trike. He'd purchased both bikes the evening past at yet another massive sports superstore across the highway from the hotel they'd found in Bowie, a suburb of D.C. There were a few motels and bed and breakfasts closer to Rapp's, but they didn't offer enough anonymity. Gould already imagined Rapp calling the handful of bed and breakfasts near his house to see if a couple fitting their description had checked in. He was just that type of man, Gould supposed, very thorough. Gould was not one to come unnerved, but meeting Rapp had sent a chill down his spine that he hadn't felt since he'd been surrounded by an angry mob of machete-wielding Hutus in Rwanda while he was serving in the Foreign Legion. The man had been less than a mile from his home, the one place where Gould expected to find him with his guard down, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Gould hadn't even noticed him first. He was helping steady Claudia. She had started to feel queasy as they approached Rapp's house, but the first wave passed, so they continued on.
They had made it to his house and then turned around and were on their way back to town. That's all they had planned on doing, a simple drive-by. Gould wanted to get the lay of the land and confirm what his eyes could only guess in the dark of night. He also wanted to explore the possibility of making it look like an accident. The German was offering an extra $1 million, and while Gould wasn't crazy about the added risk, he would at least give it consideration. Claudia pulled over abruptly about a half-mile past Rapp's house and began throwing up. At this point, Gould was still calm. They had seen both cars in the driveway, and it was before 7 in the morning. Claudia would get this over with in a few minutes, and they would move on, no one the wiser to their presence. The last thing Gould had expected was to come face to face with his quarry. Then Gould heard something and looked over his shoulder, and there, in the flesh, was Mitch Rapp. He had gotten very close, too close, and had done so without intentionally stalking Gould. It was supposed to be the other way around. His only saving grace were the sunglasses that covered his eyes. Eyes were by far the most difficult feature to change. Behind the shield of tinted glass, Gould watched Rapp's every move with keen interest. He saw how the American's left hand remained poised just above the pack he wore around his waist. Gould had zero doubt what was concealed in the pack, and he also had zero doubt that Rapp could draw and fire the weapon in the time it would take most people to blink. He also knew it was almost a certainty that Rapp would hit his target. While the chance encounter was not something that Gould would have preferred, everything up to this point was manageable. Rapp had seen him, but thanks to loose-fitting clothes, the helmet, and the sunglasses, there really wasn't much to go on. Rapp asked him a question, and Gould was forced to answer. Still, everything was fine. Gould spoke such flawless English that there was no way for Rapp to glean that he was French. Then Claudia decided to open her mouth and ruin everything. They got in the truck and drove back to the hotel in silence. Claudia reclined her seat as far as it would go and covered her eyes. When they got to the hotel, they entered through one of the side doors. Claudia dropped onto the bed with her workout clothes still on. She kicked off one shoe and then the other. She let out a moan and covered her head with one of the fluffy pillows. "Close the curtains, please," she said from under the pillow. He yanked the fabric shut with such force that he practically pulled the whole thing off its rails. She cracked one eye and lifted the pillow. "What are you so upset about?" He stopped his pacing and stared at her. "Why in the hell did you open your mouth back there?" "Back where?" "On the street in front of Rapp." She pulled the pillow down and muttered something. "What in the hell were you thinking?" "I was sick. I didn't even know it was him." "Do you realize what the stakes are? Do you have any idea what you did by speaking back there?" "You are overreacting," she groaned. "The hell I am. If we fail, you don't think he's going to remember that couple he ran into one early morning? The woman with the French accent and the man she was with? He didn't see our faces. He didn't need to. All he needs to do is put out a general physical description of us and then stipulate that the woman was French. How many male-female teams do you think there are?" He stared at her, waiting for an answer that he never got. Not a lot to start with, but add the fact that he now knows the woman is French, and he's narrowed the search down to only a few people. "Then let's quit. Let's just walk away from it and keep the Germans' money." Gould didn't speak for a second. He just gawked at her stupidity. "Have you lost your mind?" "Then give the money back. I don't care. Just leave me alone. Can't you see I'm not in the mood to argue with you right now? You sure picked a hell of a time to get pregnant." She lifted the corner of the pillow and looked out at him with an angry eye. "Believe me, you had something to do with it. Why now? We've been having sex for years, and it's never happened before." He had wanted to ask this question, but until now had been too worried about how she might react. Now he simply didn't care. "It happens," she replied with a tinge of anger in her voice. "Bullshit," he growled. "You stopped taking the pill, didn't you?" "Va-t'en. Je ne me sens pas bien." "Speak English," he snapped. "Go away. I don't feel well, you bully." Gould's jaw clenched in anger. He hesitated for a second, fighting the urge to press his point. He decided he needed to get away from her before he said something they would both regret. He marched across the room and grabbed one of the backpacks. He threw the pack over one shoulder and left, without saying another word. He stopped at a nearby gas station and filled the tank. He also got some coffee and a donut that he regretted buying soon after he'd wolfed it down.
Before pulling out of the lot, Gould checked the GPS tracking device he'd placed on Anna Riley's car. The screen on the handheld device was only 3 inches by 3 inches and wasn't capable of the detail that Claudia's laptop provided, but for now it would do just fine. A quick check revealed that she was on her way back into the city. More than likely, she was on her way to work. Gould had placed 3 devices in her car. The first, the one he stuck under the dashboard, was a simple bug. Anything she said while in the car would be relayed to a digital recorder and scanning device in the trunk. That small black box also randomly scanned the most common frequencies used by cordless phones. It had an effective range of up to 100 feet. It also contained a small digital phone, so it could be accessed remotely. The third device was the GPS transponder itself, which allowed him to track the location of the vehicle. Gould plugged an earpiece into his Palm Pilot and dialed the number to connect with the scanning device in Riley's trunk. At the prompt, he punched in the 4-digit code and waited with the Palm Pilot's thin black stylus poised above the screen. He followed several more commands and then waited while the data was transferred from the scanner to the handheld computer. The code on the bottom of the file told him that he had 16 minutes and 18 seconds worth of conversation. As soon as it was done, he erased the recordings on the scanner and ended the connection. The scanner in Riley's trunk could hold up to 5 hours of digitized phone conversation, which for his purposes should be more than enough. Gould opened the audio file on his Palm Pilot and began replaying the time-stamped conversations. The first one was from the night before and was nothing more than Riley listening to the radio on her way home from work. Gould fast-forwarded through parts of it to make sure he didn't miss anything. 8 minutes and 37 seconds into it, she made a call to a girlfriend named Liz. She asked how her godson was doing and began talking about babies. Gould skipped ahead. He would go back and listen to every word later, but for now he wanted to hear if he had Rapp talking on the home phone. Gould put the car in drive and pulled out onto Annapolis Road. A few blocks later, her car took the Blue Star Memorial Highway south. His plan was to spend the rest of the morning familiarizing himself with the countryside. When he lived in the States, he'd spent a little time in both Annapolis and Baltimore and had gone on 2 cruises of the Chesapeake. One was for school, and the other was a private outing, a day of sailing that Gould remembered fondly. A friend of his father's had taken them. His sisters and mother were left at home. Gould remembered it well because they had entered a regatta, and it had been thrilling. The weather was perfect, sunny, warm, and blustery. He had spent 0 time, however, in the area where Rapp lived, just south of Annapolis. He wanted to make sure what the map showed actually existed, and was where it was supposed to be. In a country like America, this was not usually a problem. But in some of the third-world hellholes where Gould had served, good maps were rare. No matter what, though, a map was still just a map, a flat representation of a real place. It helped with names and places, but still, to get a real sense of what was out there, you had to see it with your own eyes. Maps, unless they were extraordinarily good ones, didn't show footpaths through the woods. They didn't show clumps of bushes, and they didn't tell you which way the wind blew. And then there was the change of seasons to consider. What might be a great place to lie in wait in the summer might be useless in the winter. All of these things needed to be experienced firsthand. But still one had to be very careful, especially when dealing with a man like Rapp. Reconnaissance was only useful in a situation like this if your target remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. Reconnaissance was in many ways the most difficult aspect of Gould's job. Training and planning were important, but they were things that he could control in an almost lab-like setting. Reconnaissance meant that he had to expose himself. Gould continued south for approximately 5 minutes, and then turned east. Most of the cars were headed west at this point, so traffic was light. He continued to play the recordings as he went, half listening, half thinking about how quickly the ebb and flow of the operation had turned. Everything had gone so smoothly until this morning. They'd had no trouble entering the country, all of the money was safely transferred into untraceable accounts, and they had followed Riley home without incident. And then they had come face to face with Rapp, and Claudia had opened her mouth. This was exactly what Gould was thinking, when a snippet of the recorded conversation caught his attention. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. He was still in a surly mood, upset with Claudia and believing firmly that she had gotten pregnant intentionally. He was lamenting how quickly things had turned when Lady Luck came roaring back into his life via a simple phone call. The conversation had taken place between Anna Riley and a friend barely an hour ago. That phone call was followed quickly by a second one where Rapp's wife was making an appointment for him to see a doctor, an orthopedic surgeon. The next conversation was the doctor calling for Rapp. He asked Rapp to explain the problem. The short version was that Rapp could barely bend his left knee. The doctor told him to try and stay off it and come in immediately. They would do an MRI and then decide if he needed surgery. Gould pulled over to the side of the county road and checked his map. Now that he thought back on it, Rapp had been walking with a slight limp when he'd seen him earlier in the morning. Surgery, he thought to himself. Could I be so lucky? If Rapp had to go under the knife, he'd be laid up for a while, and Gould's job would be made significantly easier. Gould yanked the car back into drive and waited for a small tanker truck to pass. Gould was already plotting, exploring any possible way he could make Rapp's death look remotely like an accident. A car crash would be difficult with the type of vehicles they drove. As long as they were wearing their seat belts, both the BMW and the Audi would protect them from any crash Gould could help orchestrate. Several hundred yards ahead, Gould watched a truck turn off the road. At the moment, he didn't think much of it, but as he slowed for a stop sign, he looked to his left and noticed the truck parked in the driveway of someone's home. The driver was out of the cab and dragging a hose over to a silver tank next to the house. Gould read the stenciled lettering on the door, Chesapeake Bay Propane Company. Underneath was a phone number and address. Gould memorized both and continued on. He remembered some obscure fact that he'd picked up years ago, where he could not remember, but it had something to do with natural gas being odorless. He tried to picture Rapp's house, but couldn't be sure. It was a possibility, he supposed. How else would they heat their homes in this rural area? After he got to Rapp's house, he would look into it. The extra $1 million would come in handy, and if it was done right, there would be no reason for the CIA to come looking for him. They would, of course, suspect foul play. But without hard evidence, there would always be doubt. Chapter 34. Andrews Air Force Base. The Saudi delegation arrived on 4 massive 747 long-haul aircrafts. The planes were designed by Boeing to carry 400-plus passengers, depending on how they were configured. But these were no ordinary planes. Each one was owned privately by a member of the Saudi royal family. Due to an almost endless source of petrodollars, and the Saudis' need to constantly trump one another, each plane was lavishly decorated in the most opulent manner possible. Marble showers with gold fixtures, king-size beds and jacuzzis were standard on each plane, as were workout facilities, steam rooms, and gaming rooms. Plasma TV screens were in great abundance, as well as DVDs, CDs, and pretty much anything that had an ounce of entertainment value. Each wide-body plane carried a world-class chef, masseuse, manicurist, and barber. The jumbo jets were the equivalent of flying private yachts. Not counting the flight crew and staff, fewer than 50 passengers flew on each plane. Maintaining this lavish lifestyle was anything but easy. 2 separate 747s loaded with security people, protocol officers, junior diplomats, and servants had arrived earlier in the week. Entire 5-star hotels had been booked, the top floor in some cases reserved for just one person. Extra cigarettes were ordered in quantities befitting an army going to battle. The hotels stocked up on the most expensive cognac, the finest cigars, and the rarest of wines. Escort services flew in call girls from Chicago, Miami, New York, and L.A. When the Saudis came to town, they provided a boost to the local economy that was akin to hosting a major sporting event. Instead of doing it with tens of thousands of people, though, they simply did it with 1,000 or less. The protocol officers had argued over every detail of the state visit. It started with lodging. When the president offered Blair House to the king, it looked like things were off to a good start. But it all went downhill from there. The foreign minister, Minister of Commerce, and Minister for Islamic Affairs all wanted to stay at the Saudi ambassador's estate outside the city. The estate was big, but not big enough to handle 2, let alone 3 of the ministers and their entourages. The foreign minister's people argued that he had the most important job. The Minister of Commerce's people argued that the ambassador was his full brother, and thus it was his right to use the estate. And the Minister of Islamic Affairs people refused to give a reason other than the fact that it was what Prince Mohammed bin Rashid wanted. In the end, this was reason enough. Rashid had the ear of the clerics, and his contacts ran deep in the state security agencies. In many ways, he was the most feared man in Saudi Arabia. Only King Abdullah and a handful of younger princes dared stand up to him. In hindsight, they realized that they were fools for not having suggested that Prince Mohammed and his entourage stay at the estate in the first place. Prince Mohammed was one of the only truly pious members of the royal family, and he refused to partake in alcohol or tobacco even when traveling abroad. With Mohammed and his people sequestered at the estate, the rest of the delegation could relax and have fun without fear of being reported back to the clerics at home. The Saudi royals had a "what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas" attitude. While in the kingdom they at least kept up the appearance that they were following the Wahhabis' strict interpretation of Islam, but as soon as they left the country, they went wild. The remaining Saudis were left to fight over the Ritz-Carlton in Georgetown and the Ritz in Foggy Bottom, a mere 8 blocks away. In the end, the foreign minister got the Ritz in Foggy Bottom since the hotel had more rooms and his entourage was larger. They were not done arguing, though. There were still important issues to settle, such as the order in which the planes would land. It was a given that the king would land last, but the other 3 slots were up for grabs. Again, Prince Mohammed's people refused to negotiate. This infuriated the other 2 camps, but after much yelling and complaining, they got nowhere. In the end, the foreign minister secured the number 2 spot, and the Minister of Commerce was forced to land first. Security was a major issue, but the Americans were running the show where that was concerned. As the planes came in on final approach, the motorcades were readied, and the military marching band stood poised to play. The king was going straight to the White House. Prince Mohammed and the foreign minister were going to the State Department, and the Minister of Commerce was going to the Kennedy Center, where he would be hosted by the U.S. Commerce Secretary and important business leaders. The D.C. Metro Police were on hand to provide motorcycle escorts, and the Secret Service had pulled in agents from all over the East Coast to provide diplomatic protection. The king, as well as his 3 half-brothers, had all brought their own armor-plated limousines, which had been flown over to America in advance of the visit. Prince Mohammed had wondered more than once on the long journey just how close Abel's assassin was to getting the job done. It would be very interesting to watch the story reported from the American perspective if it happened during his visit. It would also be priceless to see the reaction on the faces of their government officials, especially the director of the CIA. Mohammed knew the woman favored Rapp and that his death would hurt her. This is what she deserves for meddling in the affairs of Saudi Arabia, he thought. After the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon, Mohammed had learned that it had been that damnable woman who had advised the American president to press for his reassignment. Kennedy herself had visited with then Crown Prince Abdullah and provided evidence that Saudi security services were in some cases knowingly protecting al-Qaeda and its members. She stated that the president, along with the leaders in the House and Senate, did not feel Prince Mohammed bin Rashid was up to the job of running the Ministry of the Interior, which oversaw the security services. If he was not moved out of the position and replaced with someone who was willing to go after al-Qaeda aggressively, Saudi-American relations would suffer greatly. His half-brother caved in to the demand, but in order to save face at home and keep the tenuous balance between the bickering princes, he gave Mohammed the important position of Minister of Islamic Affairs, Endowment, Dawah, and Guidance. In terms of sheer power, it paled in comparison to running the Ministry of the Interior, but in terms of influence, it was second to none. Oil was the blood of Saudi Arabia, but Islam was its heart. The royal family could not rule without the backing of the clerics in Mecca and Medina,
and the clerics were growing increasingly leery of the king and his cozy relations with America. Muhammad knew he needed to show the religious men that he was a man of action, someone who was willing to stand up to the Americans. There would be great personal satisfaction in having a hand in the death of a foul non-believer like Rapp. But in the more strategic sense, Rapp's murder would eventually provide proof not just to the clerics, but to the other members of the royal family, that Muhammad bin Rashid was a great defender of Islam and not some pandering fool like the king. Revealing his hand in the matter would have to be handled very delicately and over a certain period of time. Prince Muhammad was 59, and in good health. He could bide his time for another 5 years and slowly chip away at the king's support. When the time was right, the clerics would support him, that he knew for certain. They wanted Rapp dead more than he did, and they would be very grateful that a member of the House of Saud had finally picked up a sword and defended Islam. For now, though, he had to go through the motions and act as if he actually liked the Americans. Prince Muhammad bin Rashid stepped from the plane into the late afternoon sunlight. He was dressed in his white robes, and he clutched them against the blowing wind. To the undiscerning eye, it was difficult to tell him apart from his half-brother, the king, especially when he was wearing sunglasses as he was at this moment. Both men stood 6 feet tall and had jet-black mustaches and goatees. This sometimes caused a bit of confusion, as it did now, with the group of dignitaries and photographers who were waiting on the red carpet at the foot of the stairs. Prince Muhammad descended with a slight smile on his face as he watched one of the king's protocol officers pointing frantically at the last of the jumbo jets, which was pulling to a stop just a little ways down the tarmac. The Air Force general waiting to greet him held his ground. He was not about to slight the Saudi foreign minister by bolting. Enjoying the spectacle, Prince Muhammad took his time getting down the stairs. Upon meeting the base commander, he clutched the man's hand in both of his and became quite effusive in his praise for the military band. The whole time he kept one eye on the protocol officer and took great joy in seeing the man begin to tremble. Finally, the base commander broke free, and with a hand on Prince Muhammad's back, he sent him down the carpet toward his waiting limousine. Chapter 35. U.S. State Department. Kennedy stood in the corner of the John Quincy Adams State Drawing Room and nursed her glass of Chardonnay, while 2 State Department undersecretaries tried to sell her on a new approach toward North Korea. They knew if she sided with their boss, the president would likely change course. That was not going to happen. Kennedy listened politely, even though she disagreed with everything they were saying. The North Korean leader was mentally unstable, and nothing these 2 diplomats said would change that irrefutable medical fact. Single-party talks were a non-starter, and nothing more than an ego game by the North Korean premier. China, Japan, and South Korea had to be at the negotiating table. It was their backyard. Kennedy was tempted to tell the 2 Ivy Leaguers that she had been secretly counseling the president that it was time to give the Chinese an ultimatum. Either rein in North Korea, or the U.S. would help Japan develop a nuclear weapons program. Kennedy was convinced the specter of a nuclear Japan would force China to bring North Korea to heel. There were others who understandably disagreed. China could counter by saying it would invade Taiwan, and things could spin out of control rather quickly. Telling these 2 doves any of this, however, would be foolish. She let them drone on and on about how it wouldn't be such a bad concession to conduct single-party talks. After all, they could always go back to 6-party talks if it didn't work out. This conversation was a perfect example of why she had been reluctant to attend the reception for the Saudi foreign minister. Mixing with other departments in a social setting, especially state, often meant being trapped in these types of diametrically opposed discussions. She looked around the room for her new boss. This had been his idea, a command performance. Had Kennedy been invited by the Secretary of State herself, she would have still been ambivalent about attending the diplomatic reception, but Ross had ordered her to come and had done so in a very condescending manner. He told her, as if he was giving her an employee review, that she needed to work more on relationship building with their allies. She took all of this in stride and bit her lip, but in the back of her mind, she heard Rapp's warning. Ross is an idiot.
Kennedy wondered if this was about Rapp, if Ross was punishing her for what he'd done. She had not let on that she knew about their confrontation, but it was safe to assume Ross thought she knew all the details. What had started off as a decent enough working relationship was suddenly not looking so good. Whether this was exacerbated by Rapp or inevitable, she didn't know. But she was beginning to seriously wonder if Ross was the wrong man for the job. Kennedy had been tempted to force Rapp to accompany her as a form of punishment, but he had gotten out of it. He'd shown up at her office limping earlier in the day and told her he was going in to have his knee operated on in the morning. She asked how serious it was, and he shrugged it off with a mumbled answer. After a few more questions, she found out they were going to scope his knee and he'd be back at work in 2 days. That didn't sound like such a big deal, so she pressed him further and found out the procedure was only a short-term solution. The doctor told him within 5 years he'd need to undergo knee replacement surgery. Kennedy was surprised by her own lack of concern for his health. On the contrary, she was pleased to hear that he would finally have to slow down. With any luck, she could get him behind a desk soon and keep him there. Ross entered the room in a manner befitting the president himself. He was followed by the ever-present Jonathan Gordon, 2 female staffers whom Kennedy only vaguely recognized, and 4 immense Secret Service agents. Kennedy looked across the room at Secretary of State Berg and noted that not a single member of her security detail was in the room. They were in one of the most secure buildings in Washington, after all. There was no reason other than hubris to have the agents so close to their protectee. Kennedy stood in the corner and continued to listen to the 2 State Department officials. She was in no rush to talk to Ross, so she waited for him to make his way over. Ross was shaking hands and slapping backs. Kennedy was amused to read the lips of a senator who asked Ross, "What are you doing here?" Very good question, Kennedy thought to herself. She looked at her watch and noted that he had told her to be on time, and yet he had arrived 30 minutes late. Ross made his way over to Secretary Berg and kissed her on the cheek. After a few minutes, he spotted Kennedy and waved her over. Kennedy excused herself and made her way through the crowd. "Secretary Berg," Kennedy extended her hand. "How are you?" "Well, Irene, and you?" "Just fine, thank you," answered Kennedy. She and the Secretary of State were often at odds philosophically, but had a good working relationship. "I didn't expect to see you here," Ross said, thinking he was funny. "I thought I'd crash the party," Kennedy replied with a half-smile. "I'm glad you came," said the Secretary of State quickly. She squeezed Kennedy's arm and gave her a reassuring nod. Kennedy knew exactly what she meant. The Saudis had a way of making women feel very uncomfortable. To the old guard of Saudi men, a woman's place was at home, taking care of the children and running the household. It was inappropriate to look a woman in the eye or address her directly. This made for some awkward moments when powerful women like Berg and Kennedy were placed in the same room with an all-male delegation of Saudis. In Kennedy's 20-plus years in the intelligence business, things had gotten much better. The next generation of Saudis, the ones who had been educated at universities in Europe and America, were far more accepting of women, at least when dealing with foreign governments. Back in Saudi Arabia, though, the great divide between the sexes was still alive and flourishing. One of Secretary Berg's assistants came up and informed her that the Saudi foreign minister had entered the building. Berg excused herself and left Ross and Kennedy to take up her position in the diplomatic receiving line. Ross grabbed Kennedy by the elbow and pointed toward the far corner of the room. They wove their way through the crowd with Ross's bodyguards shadowing them as they went. Kennedy thought the security must have looked ridiculous and was relieved when Ross finally gave the detail leader a signal to stand down. Ross stood with his back to the room, facing Kennedy. Jonathan Gordon stepped from his shadow and took up position beside his boss. Ross smoothed his light blue and silver striped tie with the palm of his right hand and then adjusted his trousers before placing his hands on his hips. The Director of National Intelligence looked at her, tilted his head slightly as if he was going to say something, and then stopped. Kennedy had a pretty good idea what was on his mind, so she said, "Mark, about you and Mitch, and what happened the other day." Ross cut her off. "You don't need to say a word. It's water under the bridge." Kennedy glanced at Gordon, whose expression said different. I just want you to know I don't operate that way. Kennedy said to Ross, "If one of my people has a problem with you, they need to come to me first. Mitch went behind my back, and I'm not happy about it."